Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 31-25. At such a high realm, the effect of Bloodsucker was limited. Long Chen was able to reach the perfect realm Divine Emperor realm because he had accumulated a lot of experience. Now, with the help of the primordial dragon pagoda, Long Chen was almost on par with a perfect realm ultimate god. After all, he had inherited the 7 ancestral dragons' blood essences. Even if Bloodsucker killed the original ancestor and the 4 great rulers, Long Chen would not be able to reach the ultimate realm Divine Emperor realm. After all, it was extremely difficult to make any progress after reaching the peak. After all, Long Chen was not from the Sky-Devouring clan and could not devour endlessly like Mo Xiaolang. However, the power of a perfect realm Divine Emperor was enough for Long Chen. In terms of realm, he was still a perfect realm Divine Emperor, but in terms of strength, he had reached the peak of the entire myriad world. He had inherited the chaotic calamity dragon's blood essence. After a long period of cultivation and killing 5 ultimate gods, he finally broke through to the realm he had attained. The ancestral star had gone crazy because of Long Chen and was in chaos because of Long Chen. In the death reign, Li Xuanji's calm demeanor was the source of strength in Long Chen's heart. This time, he rushed to the ancestral star and waited for the original ancestor's return outside the ancestral star. The original ancestor had gone out to chase after him. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he could not match the speed of the gate of the universe. Long Chen, this is revenge for me and my father. He's so cruel, killing me without saying a word. Fortunately, I have you. Ghost Chi's anger was on par with Long Chen's. Billions of living beings in the ancestral star had sensed the signal of the pinnacle battle. To them, the original ancestor was the supreme god of the world, the creator, and the ruler of everything. It was a battle between the supreme gods. It was a battle that would topple the world. The most obvious sign was that 5 ultimate gods had been killed in a row and the news had spread across the entire ancestral star. It was a grand event that had never happened in the world for tens of millions of years. Now, the trillions of living beings on the ancestral star were trembling in fear. From the gods to the ants, they could not help but feel anxious as they stared at the boundless sky. Origin ancestor, come and fight. Long Chen's voice pierced through the endless starry sky and reached everyone's ears, causing all things to tremble. It was Long Chen's voice. To the people of the ancestral star, Long Chen was a visitor from another world. No matter how terrifying the progenitor was, their hearts naturally belonged to the progenitor. You better not go. The ancestral ancestor's calm and magnanimous answer gave the people in the ancestral star confidence. In less than a day, the news of 5 ultimate gods being killed had spread all over the world. In their eyes, Long Chen was the supreme god of this world. Naturally, Long Chen would not leave. His eyes were burning with raging flames as he waited for the progenitor's arrival. In the death reign, Li Xuanji's calmness and the fire in his eyes formed a sharp contrast. Long Chen. In the depths of the starry sky, the light from the progenitor's 3 eyes appeared first. The light penetrated thousands of miles of the starry sky and landed in front of Long Chen, piercing into Long Chen's body. It was the progenitor's provocation. In the blink of an eye, the baby appeared in front of Long Chen. Just as Long Chen had expected, the hatred and anger in his heart were similar to Long Chen's. However, he still ignored Long Chen's threat. Even when Long Chen had killed 5 ultimate gods in a row, his expression did not change at all. Anger and hatred were all in his heart. I've still underestimated you. Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. You must have the means to refine your opponents and turn them into your own power. No wonder you could rise so quickly. With such a means, you're really a god's favored one. Therefore, you have the guts to face me directly after you become stronger. The progenitor stood on a high point and looked down as he talked to Long Chen. If you can lift the silence mantra, maybe I can write off what happened before with you. However, if you're unwilling, I can guarantee you that you'll regret it. Their conversation echoed throughout the ancestral star. Oh, it seems like you are very confident in your transformation this time. That's good too. I also want to know how I will regret it. Besides, I haven't had an opponent who can truly fight me for a long time. I hope you can satisfy me. Don't be like last time, running away in fear before the battle even starts." The progenitor sneered. The progenitor is extremely egoistic, crazy, confident, and despicable. There's no point in negotiating with him. Ghost Chi knew his character very well. Just as Ghost Chi was speaking in the world of life, the original ancestor suddenly said, "I remember now. I should be able to sense Bloodthirsty's inheritance. However, it hasn't done anything yet and there's no new successor. It seems like Ghost Chi isn't dead yet, right?" Although the progenitor had guessed it, he did not change his mind. "Before coming here, I happened to pass by the Emperor Bloodstar. I'll give you a gift." The progenitor grinned. Long Chen and Ghost Chi had a bad feeling. The progenitor was a crazy person. He had once cursed a companion star for 1,000,000 years in a fit of anger. No one dared to stop his will. He was the absolute ruler of the ancestral star. Even the other 9 ultimate gods were like his slaves. He could make whoever he wanted. That was also the reason why he did not surrender even after Long Chen killed the ultimate gods. As long as there was an emperor's inheritance, a new ultimate god would be born even if the ultimate gods died in battle. It was only a matter of time. "The curse of total destruction is for you." The progenitor laughed loudly. Suddenly, on the distant Emperor Blood planet, a blood-red light appeared on the surface of the blood-red planet. The light formed an orb of light that completely surrounded the Emperor Blood planet. As such, the Emperor Blood planet started to shine brightly. It was like a pearl in the starry sky. It was incomparably beautiful. However, Ghost Chi's face turned pale, and his eyes were about to spit fire. On the Emperor Blood star, Long Chen still had the Death Rain's mark. Countless screams could be heard from the mark. Those were the screams of death. Countless people had died to the curse of total destruction. Long Chen, the life destruction curse. Every breath of time, 100,000 creatures will be cursed and lose their lives. There are less than 1,000,000,000,000 lives on Emperor Blood star. Damn progenitor. In a single breath of time, 100,000 lives had been lost. The progenitor used this number to show Long Chen how ruthless he was. He would not even frown if he killed all the people on the Emperor Blood star. This was the world he ruled. He could have as many creatures as he wanted. It was useless. If he wanted to attack the infinite worlds, he could only rely on himself. "I'm different from you, Long Chen. In my heart, I won't frown even if the entire ancestral star is destroyed. As long as I exist, the ancestral star exists. I am everything to the ancestral star." The progenitor's laughter echoed throughout the world. When all the gods and demons heard this, their hair stood on end. Everyone had been supporting the progenitor, but when they saw the tragic scene on the distant Emperor Blood star, they were all stunned. In a breath's time, 100,000 people on the Emperor Blood star had died. Who would dare to breathe? However, even if they did not breathe, they would still die. Perhaps the living creatures had forgotten that the supreme god in their eyes was so ruthless and self-centered. Now, the people on all the planets were silent. Only the screams from the Emperor Blood planet were piercing to the ears. It's better to get the pain over with. He could kill billions of people in an instant, but he didn't. Instead, he used this method to affect my state of mind. This is more effective than slaughtering the Emperor Blood star. In the realm of life, her home was being destroyed, and she could do nothing about it. Ghost 7 trembled and wept. Everyone was comforting her. Long Chen, everyone had pinned their hopes on Long Chen. Now, for someone like Long Chen who did not understand curses, the life destruction curse, the eternal youth curse, and the silence curse all needed the god curse ring to break. The only way was to kill the progenitor as soon as possible and obtain the god curse ring. "You are the most damned person I have ever met." A long time ago, the city lord of the wronged had killed everyone in the 3 sovereign domains to strengthen himself. Not long ago, the primeval troll had killed everyone on the dragon sacrificial continent to recover his strength. Now, in order to suppress Long Chen, the progenitor had cursed the Emperor Blood Star. He was as unforgivable as those people. The primordial dragon pagoda, the great void demon sword, and the ghost blood curse. Long Chen had entered his peak battle state. After reaching the perfect God Emperor realm, he had reached a new realm. Hee, are you anxious? This is my world. I'm not even anxious. Why are you so anxious? Aya, just how many people have died just by saying those words? The ancestor's voice was malevolent. Every single word he said hurt the hearts of everyone present. Heaven will punish you for being unjust. I don't believe in heaven. I only believe in myself. The corner of the progenitor's mouth curled into a strange smile. The moment Long Chen's aura surged, he accepted the challenge. His body suddenly changed. His small body directly split into 3 parts in front of Long Chen. The 3 parts twisted and eventually expanded. In front of Long Chen, they turned into 3 young men with almost the same appearance. The only difference was that they were wearing robes of different colors, a blood red robe, a black robe, and a gray robe. The 3 eyes were the colors of his previous 3 eyes. Legend had it that the progenitor was the combination of the blood curse tribe, the ghost curse tribe, and the heaven curse tribe. Today, he had never shown such a state before in front of Long Chen. Even in the ancestral star, no one knew that the progenitor had such a terrifying state. One was divided into 3. Among them, the gray-robed progenitor was holding the heaven and earth curse sword, the original incipient grade creator divine weapon that had killed Ghost Chi. The gray-robed progenitor was almost at the sovereign realm. However, the other 2, the blood-robed progenitor and the black-robed progenitor, were equally terrifying. They had the power of the Blood Clan and the Ghost Clan. What shocked Long Chen the most was that they also held original incipient grade creator divine weapons. They were all original incipient grade. The progenitor had 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. Together with the half-enlightenment level God Curse Ring, he was indeed more terrifying than he had imagined. Chapter 31:26. The original ancestor had split into 3, which was much more difficult to deal with than before. Besides the original incipient grade heaven and earth cursed sword, which was controlled by the gray-cloaked original ancestor, there were 2 other original incipient grade divine weapons. Without counting the ghost blood curse and the god curse ring, there were 4 original incipient grade divine weapons on this planet. Original incipient grade, level 8. The weapon in the black-robed original ancestor's hand was a pure black spear. It looked like a piece of scrap metal, but it was similar to the ghost blood curse in that it also had curse symbols on it. The ghost blood curse's curse symbol was the swastika character, while the steel spear had blood-colored symbols in the shape of a spiral, like a blood-red eye in the darkness. It was very similar to the ghost blood curse. In every aspect, it wasn't weaker than the original incipient grade ghost blood curse. I seem to recall. I once heard my father mention these 2 creation divine weapons, but he wasn't sure if they existed. I never imagined that they would really be in the hands of the original ancestor. That black spear is called the Nether Ghost Curse, and it was once the supreme creation divine weapon of the Ghost Clan. However, it was seized by the original ancestor at some point in time. Apart from the obscure ghost curse, the blood-robed original ancestor was holding a long crimson whip in his hand. It looked like a venomous snake with countless segments, each of which had barbs like the teeth of a venomous snake. Most importantly, there was also a curse on the whip, which was not inferior to the ghost blood curse and the obscure ghost curse. It was a curse that could kill one's opponent quickly. The blood whip is said to be the supreme treasure of the Blood Clan. Of course, it's just a legend. Their history is even before the ghost blood curse. This blood whip is called the Dark Blood Curse. The Dark Blood Curse had a black curse symbol. It wasn't the word swastika, but a twisting venomous snake that could change at any time. The Ghost Blood Curse, the Dark Blood Curse, and the Dark Ghost Curse. These three original incipient grade divine weapons are like a set. The Ghost Blood Curse was in Long Chen's hands, while the Nether Ghost Curse and the Nether Blood Curse were under the control of the primordial ancestor. Even if he did not use the divine curse ring, the primordial ancestor still possessed 3 fortune divine artifacts. Moreover, all of them were purely offensive fortune divine artifacts that could cause death quickly. For Long Chen, this was the pressure of death. The 3 youths chuckled coldly as they surrounded Long Chen. Although they couldn't see what was happening, they could tell that a battle between paramount gods had broken out. The number 1 ancestor of all realms. The grey-robed primordial ancestor controlled the heaven and earth curse sword and aimed it at Long Chen. His grey eyes flashed as he attacked. With the Emperor Blood Planet in danger, Long Chen had no time to hesitate. The black-robed progenitor brandished the Nether Ghost Curse with the black spear. The blood-colored whirlpool surrounded him, and the blood-colored runes in the whirlpool spread out. The cursed law engulfed the world, and to the people of the Ancestral Star, it was as if the sky of the Ancestral Star was filled with blood-colored eyes. The blood-robed progenitor waved his blood-colored whip, which was like a long snake. The cursed law spread out, and any tiny snake that crawled onto a person's body would be fatal. This was the quintessence of the cursed law of the Ancestral Star, and it wasn't just a single snake. Long Chen had killed 5 godly sovereigns in the world he controlled, and then provoked and threatened Long Chen on his doorstep. The progenitor's heart was burning with desire to kill Long Chen. Before, he had only wanted to imprison Long Chen and use Long Chen to conquer the myriad worlds. But now, he wanted to kill Long Chen. Because Long Chen had the gate of the universe, he could come and go without a trace. Therefore, just like Long Chen, he was eager to defeat his opponent and crush his opponent to prove his divine might. After all, this was the territory of the origin ancestor. Even the Ancestral Star used his most powerful techniques. For example, the grey-robed progenitor charged forward on his own, unleashing the power of the Heaven and Earth Curse Sword. Universal Destruction Curse. It was the Universal Destruction Curse again, but it was no less powerful than the last time when he was a baby. The Universal Destruction Curse required billions of living beings on the Ancestral Star to chant the curse at the same time, and the power of all living beings gathered on his curse. A ray of light was born from the Universal Destruction Curse, and its target was Long Chen. However, the Universal Destruction Curse was only one of the many ways the Ancestral Star could kill Long Chen. When the grey-robed progenitor made his move, the other 2 progenitors took the position that sealed Long Chen's escape route and released their own attacks. The black-robed progenitor waved his spear, forming a monstrous phantom. The billions of spear tips formed a dense net, and the Nether Ghost Curse shone brightly in the middle of the net, turning into a huge eye the size of the Ancestral Star. The Crimson Eye was the convergence of countless Nether Ghost Curses with a monstrous death aura. Although it did not borrow the power of all living beings, its lethality was similar to the Universal Destruction Curse. Green Nether Ghost Eye. Its full name, Green Nether Ghost Eye Curse. Of course, the blood-robed progenitor's Nether Blood Curse, which was on Long Chen's body, also released the peak of the curse rules. Styx Blood Curse. Wherever the underworld blood curse went, it formed a monstrous river of blood. That was the Underworld River. The Underworld River danced around the dragon. In the river, billions of small black snakes were writhing. Those were the Underworld Blood Curse. The Universal Destruction Curse, Green Nether Ghost Eye Curse, and Styx Blood Curse. They were the Heaven Curse, the Hell Curse, and the Blood Curse. They were also the peak of the 3 curses. In the entire world, only the Ancestral Star could use them, and they were all curses that the Ancestral Star ancestor would not use easily. The 3 deadly curses plunged the entire Ancestral Star domain into darkness and despair, not to mention Long Chen, who was facing all of this. The massacre came in an instant. As a perfect deity emperor, Long Chen was no longer at a disadvantage in terms of power, and he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of rules. The Great Void Demon sword in his left hand, and the Ghost Blood Curse in his right. Rebirth Cleave. It was not as powerful as the ancestral star ancestors, but the rebirth cleave was unstoppable. Everywhere it went, apart from the silence curse, everything else was disintegrating. The decomposition of karma and the massacre merged. The target of the rebirth cleave was the universal destruction curse. Fatality kill. The great void demon's sword carried the rules of time and fate, and its target was the terrifying eye in the starry sky. The green nether ghost eye formed by the nether ghost curse. Boom! Long Chen's various ancestral dragon rules clashed with the ancestral star ancestors' curse rules, causing a huge commotion. In the midst of the tremors, many of the weak on the ancestral star died. If the battle between Long Chen and the ancestral star was a battle between two giant beasts, they were just ants. No matter how careful they were, they could be trampled to death. For a moment, the world rumbled, as if the end of the world had come. In the end, the rebirth cleave broke the universal destruction curse again, forcing the grey-robed ancestral star ancestor back. Before the cyan underworld ghost eye could explode, the destiny-killing technique pierced through the cyan underworld ghost eye and slashed at the black-robed ancestor, freezing him into a statue and making him unable to move. Like this, the cyan underworld ghost eye was completely destroyed without any support. From the looks of it, Long Chen still had the advantage, but he could not stop the Styx blood curse. In this battle, Long Chen's greatest disadvantage was, there were 3 of them, and he was alone. That was his disadvantage. When he broke the universal destruction curse and the green hell ghost eye, he could no longer stop the Styx blood curse. The blood-robed ancestral star ancestor laughed coldly, and the Styx blood curse wrapped around Long Chen. At the same time, the entire blood-colored Styx wrapped around Long Chen. The most terrifying thing was the dark blood curse, which was like a venomous snake. Just like the ghost blood curse, the dark blood curse wrapped around Long Chen, and countless venomous snakes pierced through Long Chen's body like spikes. If the spikes pierced through, the ancestral star ancestor was confident that he could kill Long Chen in an instant, just like how Long Chen had killed his opponents with the ghost blood curse. You overestimate yourself. That's all you've got. Let me send you to hell. The 3 ancestral stars said almost at the same time. Long Chen glanced at his left palm. The jade-green ring on it had yet to fully light up. Although Guo Qi was only a god emperor and it would not take much effort for him to resurrect her, there was still too little time for him to do so. If he died in this battle, Long Chen would not have a second chance. Hiss, hiss. Countless venomous snakes collided fiercely, and the dark blood curse almost tore Long Chen apart. However, Long Chen suddenly smiled. He had already fused with the primordial dragon pagoda. At this moment, the primordial dragon pagoda burst out. No matter what, the primordial dragon pagoda was a destinable divine artifact belonging to the dragon sacrificial dragon continent, and it was the inheritance of the divine dragon. At this moment, the divine dragon roared and revolved around Long Chen. The evil power of the dark blood curse was instantly shaken off. At this moment, Long Chen instantly left his original position and moved out of their encirclement, unharmed. Of course, he saw that the grey-robed ancestral star ancestor had also helped the black-robed ancestral star ancestor to free himself from the fate-killing technique and regain his battle strength. Whoosh, in just a short moment, both sides had used their trump cards. In the end, it was not the ancestral star ancestor who crushed Long Chen, but they were evenly matched. The ancestral star ancestor was indeed powerful, but the current Long Chen was terrifyingly tough. Such a thrilling scene caused many people to gasp in astonishment. Now, lives were still being lost on the Emperor Blood Star. Time was still passing. Guo Qi was crying in the realm of life. Li Xuanji had turned into a divine dragon and was frozen in a crystal. She was still motionless and had sunk into eternal silence. All of this reminded Long Chen that he had to defeat and kill his opponent. Of course, the ancestral star ancestor's meticulously prepared attack was broken, and Long Chen was unharmed. Just this alone made him angry to another level. He was used to being in a superior position, and today, he was provoked to such an extent that he broke through his limits. Even this can't kill you. You already have the power of a ruler, but it's a pity that you will be destroyed by my hands. The ancestral star ancestor acknowledged Long Chen's power. Now, he was definitely not weaker than the desolate ancient god and the heavenly Tao divine emperor. However, this was not a reason for the ancestral star ancestor to let him go. The battle to the death was about to start again. Chapter 31:27. This is too much. Long Chen didn't expect that the progenitor would have such a trump card besides the god curse ring. He thought that the 3 attacks were his opponent's limit. Now that the 3 had fused together, it was clear that it was an even more terrifying curse law. Before using this rule, the first step that the progenitor did was to fuse the 3 bodies. Long Chen thought that they would fuse into the 3-eyed baby from before. He did not expect that they would only fuse their legs and bodies. Finally, the 3-headed, 6-armed progenitor was born in front of Long Chen. This is the original state of my ancestor. Long Chen recalled the primal chaos royalty of the draconic sacrificial continent. They had a kind of divine ability, which was the 3 heads and 6 arms. Of course, their 3 heads and 6 arms were different from the progenitors. When the 3 primordial ancestors merged into one, they were much stronger than the 3-eyed infant. They were also much stronger than the 3 separate states. The 3 gathered. The heavens and earth curse sword, the dark blood curse, and the dark ghost curse were all under his control. At this moment, 3 pairs of eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Long Chen. You're not bad. You'll definitely become the #1 ruler of the myriad worlds in the future. However, today, I will behead you. I will go to the myriad worlds. I will defeat the 4 hegemons one by one, just like I defeated you today. Finally, I will control all 10,000 worlds, just like how I controlled the homeworld. I will let all living things in the infinite worlds know of my existence. Even an invisible ant will kneel in a corner in awe of me. The progenitor's voice was as loud as a bell. On the ancestral star, no matter how brutal he was, no one dared to defy him. On Emperor Blood Star, 100,000 people died in every breath of time. Hatred surged like blood. The first ancestor laughed out loud 3 times. Finally, he looked at Long Chen and sneered. This natural law is the limit of the Archean ancestor, said Meng Hao. There's no way to resist the Archean godly curse. Even the Archean godly curse doesn't have such destructive power. I know exactly what you're capable of. You're definitely going to die this time. Long Chen, prepare to be reborn. This was the impact of the will of the progenitor. In less than a breath's time, it rushed to Long Chen's primordial spirit, causing his mind to rumble. In any battle, there would always be an attacker and a defender. The strong attack, the cautious defense counterattack. In this battle, Long Chen was a cold-blooded and cautious person. Even if time was of the essence for him, he still didn't take the initiative. Taking the initiative would expose too much. As long as the ancestral founder could not completely destroy him and gave him a chance to counterattack, his tactic would most likely cause a devastating blow to the ancestral founder in an instant. For example, against Emperor Greenblood and the others, Long Chen crushed them all the way. They couldn't even defend against him. And now, Primordial Ancestor was in the position before Long Chen, a position that only absolute experts could occupy. The progenitor's crushing force erupted when Long Chen's will was impacted, bringing with it a power so overwhelming that it could destroy everything around it. What Long Chen saw was the entire world being destroyed under the progenitor's control, even affecting the homeworld and causing massive deaths. Even so, the progenitor did not care at all. Lifeless scripture, lifeless realm. The 3 bodies combined into one and attacked at the same time. The heaven and earth curse sword, dark ghost curse, and dark blood curse combined to create such a rule. Under the 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons, the world was destroyed and everything was wiped out. Only the place where Long Chen stood was unharmed. What Long Chen saw was a destroyed world. The lifeless realm's power of laws formed countless curse runes that swept through the surroundings. These billions of curse runes formed a new world around Longchen. Lifeless realm. In the blink of an eye, Longchen was completely trapped in the lifeless realm. He had to admit that when he received this rule of law, Longchen felt that it was no less terrifying than the silence mantra. Even though Longchen had reached the full realm of God Emperor and had the same power as the Ancestral founder, he was still a little bewildered. The Ancestral founder was the first formidable existence that could clash with his ancestral dragon rule of law. But, as long as he could defeat the Ancestral founder, he would be the first in the myriad of worlds. In the lifeless realm, it was dead silent. Endless clouds rolled and rolled. The entire world was condensed from the symbols of curses, and although it appeared beautiful, it was in fact the condensation of all the curses in the homeworld. There were trillions of them, ranging from the most insignificant to the curse of life destruction, billions of fragments, billions of curses. These curses did not attack Longchen, but assimilated Longchen. As long as he was in this world, Longchen would be a part of this curse. Billions of curses gathered into a kind of power, that was, assimilation. At that moment, Longchen felt that his body was being assimilated by the rule of law, breaking down into billions of parts. It was as if he was the nourishment of the billions of rules, merging into the world. His body, his primordial spirit, everything collapsed in the terrible curse. Ancestral founder. Longchen deeply understood how terrifying the Ancestral founder was. Looking down, the resurrection mark had not fully recovered. Moreover, if he died in the lifeless realm, he did not know if he could still come back to life. The lifeless scripture, the lifeless realm, was the pinnacle of the myriad of world laws that Longchen had seen apart from the ancestral dragon law. It was even more terrifying than the time, space, and devouring laws of the Kuan demon race. Melting. His mere body seemed to be fusing with the universe. His body transformed into millions upon millions of particles, each one of which was the symbol of a curse. Each curse took Longchen with it as it separated from him. If this continued, he would definitely die. The lifeless realm was still, and Longchen could not move. He could only disappear. This was prepared for him by the ancestral founder. In this case, even if he opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he would not be able to enter. Anyone who appeared in the lifeless realm would only die under the assimilation of the billions of curses. Dragon transformation. In order to slow down this change, Longchen turned into the ancient blood spirit dragon, but he found that even in the dragon transformation, his body was still divided into countless parts and was fading away. He would not be able to hide for long before he turned into ashes. This feeling was like a human, unable to stop the passage of time. As time passed, he grew old and turned into ashes. Death quietly descended. In the eyes of Longchen, the silence spell in the death realm was so beautiful. I wonder what will happen when the lifeless realm encounters the divine silence mantra. Longchen was almost certain that he could not destroy the lifeless realm. If there was no other way, he would definitely lose. There was no way to break the lifeless realm's laws. But Li Xuanji gave Longchen an idea at the most critical moment. The lifeless realm did not stop time, nor did it freeze space. Although Longchen could not move himself, he could still use the laws. At the very least, he could open the Death Realm's Dragon Gate and transfer the silence spell to the lifeless realm. In fact, it was not easy for ordinary people to see through the lifeless realm's laws. The lifeless realm disappeared in silence, but the silence spell was eternal. The silence spell was not part of the lifeless realm's curses. When the lifeless realm clashed with the ancient god's curse, what would happen? Outside the ancestral star, the founding ancestor looked at the lifeless realm in satisfaction. In front of him, the lifeless realm condensed into a gray ball. When this ball first appeared, it was more than 2 meters in diameter, but now it was only the size of a fist. Once this ball shrunk to the point where it disappeared, it would be the time when Longchen turned into ashes. Ever since I comprehended the lifeless realm, I have never used it before. This is the first time I will give it to you. In the future, the 4 rulers of the myriad worlds will also have to bear the taste of being assimilated into the curse and turned into ashes. The founding ancestor's voice spread across the myriad worlds, making all living beings in the ancestral star think that the founding ancestor had won and that Long Chen had died in battle. For a moment, the entire ancestral star was cheering. Although the founding ancestor was cruel, even if the founding ancestor treated them like ants, at least they belonged to the founding ancestor's camp. In the lifeless realm. The magnificent silence mantra brought Li Xuanji to this place. The lifeless realm melted everything within it, including the silence spell. When the 2 most terrifying laws met, not only did the silence spell dissolve, but the entire lifeless realm was also dissolved. At that moment, Long Chen regained his ability to move because the lifeless realm was shaken. Perfection became imperfection. Of course, the silence spell was shaken too. The crystal began to melt, and at the same time, the entire lifeless realm shook and melted. This was the confrontation between the 2 curses. The silence spell had broken away from the founding ancestor, but it still had the founding ancestor's mark. When the silence spell dissolved, the founding ancestor suffered a huge shock. Boom! The founding ancestor's face was pale. He felt the silence spell dissolve and the collapse of the lifeless realm. At that moment, he let out an earth-shattering roar. He was not willing to accept this. Of course, he knew what had happened. When the silence spell dissolved, a hole appeared in the crystal that wrapped Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji quickly turned into a Yin demon and returned to Long Chen's body. In this collapsing lifeless realm, Long Chen naturally had to protect her as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would also melt the lifeless realm. Of course, at this time, the main target of the lifeless realm was the silence spell, which was an ancient curse. Long Chen did not know whether to say that he was lucky or not. Anyway, it was the founding ancestor's bad luck. Long Chen happened to snatch the silence spell, and it was also in this lifeless realm that he wanted to let these 2 rules fight. One was silent, the other melted. It was a complete conflict, so the silence spell shook the lifeless realm, and the lifeless realm assimilated the silence spell. In this gap, Long Chen let Li Xuanji return to his body. He broke the lifeless realm and saved Li Xuanji. Such a lucky thing, Long Chen did not even think about it. It was like a miracle. Xuanji, Long Chen trembled as he called out her name. I knew I would be safe and sound. I didn't ask for your permission this time, I'm really sorry. Li Xuanji was still a little weak. Long Chen did not know whether to blame her or not. This time, if not for her, he would not have had a chance to turn the tables. Anyway, don't do it again. The battle had to continue, and this was the best opportunity. Chapter 31-28. Chaotic Disaster. Twin Swords, Chaotic Disaster. When Long Chen stormed out of the lifeless realm, he had transformed into his prehistoric calamity dragon form. He had pitch-black dragon scales, dark bone spikes, ferocious flesh wings, and broken bone wings. The most terrifying part was that both of his arms had turned into dragons, each holding an original incipient grade divine weapon. He appeared in just a blink of an eye, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance. At this moment, Original Ancestor was suffering from the backfire of the quieting divine mantra. He was already in big trouble. In just a blink of an eye, the chaotic disaster burst out. Black lightning and gray energy of calamity. Within the energy of calamity, there were hundreds of dark attribute energies, such as corrosion, and so on. The 2 energies of calamity were released from the 2 fortune divine weapons and collided in front of the primordial ancestor, forming a disaster. Long Chen. At that moment, the 3-headed and 6-armed progenitor's 6 eyes were wide open. He simply could not believe that his lifeless realm was broken by Long Chen, and it was broken by the silent spell. Long Chen was not stronger than him, but to be able to do so, he could only say that his luck was really bad. The backfire of the quieting divine mantra and the chaotic disaster came at the same time. It happened in just a blink of an eye. Original Ancestor didn't have time to resist. First, the 3 original incipient-grade creator weapons in his hands were blown away. The chaotic disaster hit him and dyed him black. The black lightning tore his flesh. The calamity chi shrouded him like so many poisonous dragons, drilling holes in his body and biting him. The chaotic disaster fell on original ancestor's body. His body was like a world, and today, this world was shrouded in disaster. Earth-shaking changes were happening. Mountains and rivers were collapsing. Space was being destroyed. The black lightning tore everything. Original ancestor's body was riddled with holes. This time, he was hurt badly. However, he couldn't kill him completely. Of course, the master of the ancestral star would not die so easily. Long Chen had seized the opportunity to severely injure the ancestral star. When the ancestral star was at the end of its tether, the most important thing to do was, of course, to pursue the enemy. If he did not kill the enemy, he would be the one to die. Rebirth / After the chaos calamity took effect, Long Chen unleashed another rule and attacked the Lord of the Ancestral Star. Now that the lifeless realm had been completely destroyed and the spell of tranquility had been completely broken, the progenitor had just recovered from the state of the backlash, but his injuries could not be reversed. In the blink of an eye, the slash of rebirth was already upon him. At this moment of life and death, the original ancestor made a decision that surprised even Long Chen. He divided his body into 3 parts again. Even so, he couldn't escape from the rebirth cut. Therefore, the original ancestor decided to leave the blood-robed original ancestor to block the rebirth cut, while the black-robed original ancestor and the gray-robed original ancestor escaped. Ah! The blood-robed progenitor turned into ashes right before Long Chen's eyes amidst the chaotic sword lights of the rebirth slash. His unwilling voice echoed throughout the ancestral star, and just when everyone thought that the progenitor had won, they heard the progenitor's miserable shriek. It was a sound that could only be made by death. When the blood-robed original ancestor died, the black-robed original ancestor and the gray-robed original ancestor reunited and became 2 heads and 4 arms. They were still suffering from the endless injuries of the chaos calamity, and their fate artifacts had yet to return to their hands. Ruthless. This was the most intense thought in Long Chen's mind at this moment. The progenitor was furious. This was the most frustrating and angriest moment for him. He was speechless about the spell of tranquility. You're lucky, but you can only be lucky once. True strength is the key to eternal life. The progenitor laughed ferociously. Even though he only had 2 bodies, he did not seem to fear death. If not for the lifeless realm and the spell of tranquility, he would not be in such a miserable state. You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. I can't be provoked, otherwise, I will do all kinds of crazy things. Emperor Blood Star, the progenitor's ferocious gaze was too terrifying at this moment. Lend me 10 billion living beings. Before Long Chen could attack, he raised one of his hands, and the curse ring appeared again, but this time, it was different. Countless bloodlines extended from the progenitor's body, entangling the Emperor Blood Star in the distance. On the Emperor Blood Star, there were a total of 10 billion living beings entangled by the progenitor. These 10 billion living beings were equivalent to all the living beings in the eternal God realm. Don't even think of escaping. Otherwise, if you disappear, I will transfer the power of the curse to these 10 billion living beings in an instant. These 10 billion living beings will perish along with you. Long Chen, if that's the case, you will be a sinner who will destroy these 10 billion living beings. The progenitor's face was ferocious, like a nightmare. His voice made all living beings tremble in fear. Unexpectedly, there was such a ruler who would use the lives of his people to threaten the enemy. Everyone was extremely afraid of the progenitor, especially those on the Emperor Blood Star who were entangled by the progenitor. Their lives were hanging by a thread. Despicable and shameless. The progenitor had indeed grasped Long Chen's weakness. No matter what, the living beings were innocent. Long Chen did not want his battle to affect their lives. However, the progenitor was different. At this moment, even if he had to sacrifice the entire ancestral star to kill Long Chen and take revenge on Long Chen, he would not even frown. Long Chen had thought that the curse ring could not be used anymore. Unexpectedly, he could still use it. Moreover, it was not the silence curse, but another kind. The price of this kind was that the progenitor, who had already lost a body, had to separate the black-robed progenitor into a black flame and sacrifice it to the curse ring. The curse ring absorbed the black flame and turned it into a raging flame. In the end, only the gray-robed progenitor was left. He grinned, looking extremely strange and ferocious. The black flame burning in his hand was very beautiful. It was a curse formed by burning a third of his power. If the gray-robed progenitor fought alone, he would not be a match for Long Chen. The progenitor wanted to use this method to deal a fatal blow at the last moment. Don't run. If you run, the curse will destroy the Emperor Blood Star. Long Chen would not be able to destroy any of the Ancestral Star's companions, let alone the Emperor Blood Star. This was the difference between him and the primordial ancestor. When facing an enemy like the primordial ancestor, sometimes strength was not the most important factor. What should I do? In fact, Long Chen's mind was already in a mess. A curse that was stronger than the silence mantra and the lifeless realm came as soon as it was mentioned. The ancestor sacrificed his own black clone and turned it into the most violent curse. The semi-source level divine mantra ring relied on the power of burning life to facilitate this primordial divine mantra. Long Chen could instantly enter the death rain and end everything. If the progenitor's power could not be preserved, then the black progenitor would have been sacrificed for nothing. But the progenitor would not do that. With his personality, he would definitely destroy the Emperor Blood Star first. Long Chen had to choose whether to let the Emperor Blood Star be destroyed or bear the consequences himself. He had no choice. The next moment, the craziest and most ferocious progenitor used this rule. Heavenly Fate Curse. The curse ring flashed, bursting with terrifying black light. Long Chen was the only place covered by this light. Long Chen, no matter how lucky you are, no matter how boundless your luck is, in the face of true strength, you can only die. Mercy, responsibility, how laughable. Just billions of lives can take your life. If I had known that there were trillions of people on the ancestral star, I would have killed you a few times. Haha. So, from the beginning, a fool like you, who treats these ants as nothing, is not qualified to be my opponent. Heavenly Fate Curse, eternal death, cutting off your previous life, and destroying your next life. Under the Fate Curse, you will truly turn into ashes and scatter under the soil of my ancestral star. The maniacal laughter of the ancestral ancestor spread across the world, causing all living beings on the ancestral star to kneel in reverence with tears in their eyes. In the past, the ancestral ancestor was a mysterious figure to them, but now, this cruel and merciless ruler was everyone's nightmare. In this battle, a bizarre turn of events had taken place. That is, the people who had hoped for the progenitor's victory were now hoping for Long Chen, a powerful otherworldly demon god, to win. It was as if the thoughts of all living beings had gathered on Long Chen. However, the heavenly fate curse was just too terrifying. Invisibly, the heavenly fate curse descended upon Long Chen's body. It was unstoppable and unavoidable, like maggots in the bones. It was as if the heavens wanted him to die. Farewell. The progenitor smiled faintly. In his eyes, Long Chen was reduced to ashes by the heavenly fate curse, vanishing in an instant without a trace. He was thoroughly dead. It's over. The progenitor's savage laughter echoed across the myriad worlds. Killing Long Chen was a new beginning for him, a new metamorphosis and breakthrough. Even though he had lost 2/3 of his strength and flesh, the progenitor was still happy. Long Chen is dead. Haha. The progenitor could not help but laugh. The heavenly fate curse would destroy one's destiny, severing one's past life, present life, and future life. It was a curse that had risen to a higher level, and was no longer within the scope of the rules of the gods. Only the god curse ring could cast it. Was he defeated in the end, the ancestral star in the future? Everyone was worried and in pain. The progenitor was like their nightmare. For a moment, the entire ancestral star was in a state of decline. They all knew that Long Chen could have escaped the heavenly fate curse, but he did not. He was an outsider, but for the lives of the billions of lives on the Imperial Blood Star, he did not leave. He used his death to save the lives of the people, as if Long Chen was the god of the ancestral star. At this moment, the progenitor looked around the ancestral star and sneered, "It seems that after I was injured, many people wanted me to die in battle. I know what you are thinking, a bunch of ingrates. Then let me tell you, from now on, those who still have such thoughts, whether they are gods or ants, must die." For a moment, the entire ancestral star was silent. Everyone knew that the progenitor would do it. At this moment, someone beside the progenitor said, "Isn't it a little too early to be happy? I recommend a fantasy novel, Azura Martial God. It is a very good fantasy novel with more than 200 million views." Chapter 31-29. The Silent Mantra, the Lifeless Realm, and the Heavenly Life Mantra. One had to admit that almost any one of them was fatal to all existences in the infinite realms, including the four rulers. From the very beginning, the progenitor had been slightly above the four rulers. Therefore, even though Long Chen had reached the level of the four rulers, the progenitor was still a little weaker than the progenitor, especially when the progenitor was despicable and used the lives of the ancestral star to threaten Long Chen. Being strong and despicable was a magic weapon for victory. However, compared to Long Chen, the progenitor lacked the most important thing. This thing was called luck. The lifeless realm was broken by the silent mantra because the progenitor's luck was low, while Long Chen's luck was majestic. He had escaped death, turned the tide of the battle, and severely injured the progenitor, almost killing him. Now, the heavenly fate mantra was a combination of the divine mantra ring and the progenitor's one-third power. When it descended on Long Chen, it had indeed turned Long Chen into ashes. The progenitor was laughing wildly. The fragments that belonged to Long Chen quietly gathered around him. When the progenitor was completely relaxed, Long Chen reappeared, unscathed. The heavenly life mantra did not harm him at all, but instead made his life force stronger than ever. This was luck. It was also luck. When the heavenly life mantra descended, and Long Chen was at his wit's end, the turquoise halo on his left palm that had dimmed because of ghost chi suddenly lit up at the last moment. Resurrection could now be used. If not for the fact that ghost chi was still weak, he would not have been able to use it again in such a short time after using resurrection. At this moment, it was as if the heavens were looking out for him. Of course, there was no heavens in Long Chen's eyes. To him, karmic luck was actually a part of the laws of fate. At the end, he had used the heaven-defying fate-changing curse, which had a miraculous effect on the heavenly fate curse. This effect was to bring the dead back to life ahead of time. In truth, although the heavenly fate curse was dangerous, at that time, Long Chen didn't feel like he was facing death at all. Somehow, he knew that he wouldn't die. Perhaps this was the perception of luck. The heavenly fate curse had annihilated everything about him. But in the next instant, Long Chen had experienced the threat of death. He had taken a trip to the gates of hell and returned once more. This was the moment when the progenitor was most relaxed and pleased. He had just retrieved the heaven and earth curse sword, dark ghost curse, and dark blood curse. This time, I used resurrection to resist the heavenly fate curse. The next time this jade green ring lights up, it will probably take a long time. Long Chen was very clear. But he had plenty of time to wait. Rising from the dead, he quietly appeared behind the origin ancestor. The origin ancestor was only left with the grey-robed clone, who was still severely injured by the great desolate Aeon calamity. Just as Long Chen appeared, in the instant that he was within reach, the Great Void Demon Sword and the Ghost Blood Curse unleashed the rules of the heart of the Great Void at the same time. While locking the opponent in place, the Ghost Blood Curse penetrated the opponent's heart of the rule of the Great Void. The ghost blood mantra crawled into the progenitor's body like poisonous worms. This was not the end. Long Chen snatched the dark ghost mantra and dark blood mantra from the progenitor's hands. Ignoring the destinable artifact's resistance, he forcefully controlled them and pierced them into the progenitor's body. The whirlpool-like dark ghost mantra, the blood-colored viper-like dark blood mantra, and the ghost blood mantra pierced into the progenitor's body. The dark blood mantra, in particular, allowed Long Chen to entangle the progenitor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the progenitor's eyes widened and he saw Long Chen in front of him, the 3 curses had already crawled all over his body. Even if it was only the ghost blood mantra, the progenitor would still be dead. The 3 types of densely packed symbols even completely occupied his eyes. Long Chen, the progenitor's eyes, which had been invaded by the curses, were wide open. He looked at Long Chen in disbelief. At this moment, he felt that fate had deceived him, causing tears of blood to flow out of his eyes. "I don't accept this." The progenitor let out a heart-wrenching scream. This scream seemed to appear out of nowhere and instantly engulfed the entire ancestral star. Everyone heard the progenitor's despairing scream. In his despair, he had already collapsed. "Heaven, you deserve to die, you deserve to be destroyed." The progenitor's eyes were bloodshot. Under the encirclement of the 3 curses, his limbs started to turn into ashes, followed by his torso, head, and finally his eyes. "Long Chen, don't think that if you kill me, I will be like a maggot attached to your bones from now on. I will curse you for the rest of your life. I curse you to suffer for eternity and die a horrible death." The progenitor's tearing voice once again engulfed the ancestral star, causing all the planets and continents to tremble. That was the progenitor's last sentence. "Many people have said this to me, but death is death. Even if you can survive, it will only be a remnant of your soul. Don't lie to yourself," Long Chen said as the progenitor's eyes disappeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the progenitor was completely destroyed. In the end, the progenitor's eyes were still staring at Long Chen, unwilling to accept his fate. He was unwilling to accept it. The lifeless realm was Long Chen's luck. What was the heavenly fate curse? He would never know. The progenitor's inheritance. As soon as it was born from the progenitor's position after his death, Long Chen took control of it. Apart from it, the other important things, including the progenitor's belongings, could not escape Long Chen's grasp, especially the God Curse Ring, the Dark Blood Curse, the Dark Ghost Curse, and the Heaven and Earth Curse Sword. They were all taken into the death rain by Long Chen in the shortest time possible. In this battle, the progenitor died. This meant that from now on, the number 1 figure in the myriad realms was no longer the progenitor, but Long Chen. Although he was about the same as the 4 rulers, he had still defeated and killed the progenitor. Of course, not many people in the myriad realms knew about this. Long Chen controlled the progenitor's inheritance. He looked at the Emperor Blood Star. Because the progenitor had truly died in battle, the life destruction curse on the Emperor Blood Star naturally disappeared. This was not an immemorial god curse that required the progenitor's power at all times. Once the progenitor died, it naturally disappeared. Moreover, on the cursed star's side, because of the progenitor's death, the curse of eternity had also changed. Perlin's health had improved to a certain extent. However, she had been afflicted with the curse of eternity for too long, so it was still a little difficult to remove. It probably required the God Curse Ring. Perlin, Seeing the changes in his daughter's body, the Sky-Heart Emperor did not know what had happened, but he sensed that something was wrong. At this time, he did not dare to leave and guarded Perlin at all times. The death scythe on the Emperor Blood Star had finally stopped its slaughter. Of course, those who had already died could not be brought back. Being able to quickly kill the progenitor was the only solution Long Chen had. Currently, the entire ancestral star was silent. Long Chen had obtained the progenitor's inheritance. Everyone in the realm of life and God Nation heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that he had survived this calamity. Friends from the Ancestral Star, I am Long Chen. Today, I have completely killed the world lord of your world, the progenitor. From now on, he has disappeared from this endless starry sky. He no longer exists. Wow! After receiving Long Chen's confirmation, everyone exclaimed in shock. However, there was not much panic or sadness because they were afraid of the progenitor. Especially after this battle, they could see that the progenitor was not the world lord, but a demon that ruled over them. The progenitor is gone, then from now on, the progenitor and the 5 ultimate gods were all killed by Long Chen. Therefore, the Ancestral Star had become Long Chen's world. What changes would there be then? To be honest, Long Chen desperately needed a world to be the base of the divine dragon clan, just like the dragon sacrificial continent, his former home. However, it was not the Ancestral Star. The Ancestral Star was not suitable. It was the place where the cursed tribe lived, not the divine dragon clan. Forcefully changing it would not do them any good. In fact, Long Chen had already made arrangements for the future. At this moment, when all the beings and gods of the Ancestral Star were nervous, the most revered Long Chen said, all living beings and gods must be very concerned about the future of the Ancestral Star. Then, I can tell you that my purpose in coming to the Ancestral Star is to take away something to save my people. I had no intention of fighting the progenitor, but things have developed to this state and it is really out of my control. Since I have killed the progenitor, I will be responsible for the Ancestral Star. Now, the progenitor's inheritance is in my hands. The progenitor's inheritance. It was a kind of inheritance that could make an ordinary person become the new progenitor. It was the most important thing in the entire Ancestral Star. Of course, Long Chen did not need it, but he could take it away and let anyone around him inherit it. Speaking of the progenitor's inheritance, everyone was very concerned. Long Chen said, the progenitor's inheritance is now in my hands, so it is mine. Of course, I don't want to take away something as important as the Ancestral Star, so I will give it to my friend, who is now the bloodthirsty emperor, Ghost Chi. This should belong to Ghost Chi. After all, she was a member of the Ancestral Star. Everyone else had their own inheritance, so it was not suitable to inherit the progenitor's inheritance. Ghost Chi was the best candidate, and Long Chen knew her very well. Even Ghost Chi was stunned when she heard this. She was already very grateful that Long Chen had brought her back from the dead and lifted the curse on the Imperial Blood Star. She did not expect Long Chen to give her the progenitor's inheritance. I know Ghost Chi. She is different from your progenitor. I believe that her kindness and friendliness will bring you a new future. Of course, before she has the strength of a true progenitor, I will protect her and everyone. Although I have killed the progenitor, I do not want anyone to suffer because of me. As for the position of the bloodthirsty emperor and the other 5 great emperors, they will be taken by your own people. Of course, I need Ghost Chi's consent. It was right to let Ghost Chi control the entire Ancestral Star. Chapter 3130. Long Chen, she looked at him with tears in her eyes. There are many things to do in the Ancestral Star from now on. If you have any problems, stay here and focus on growing. Come to me if you have any. The Sky Heart Emperor and the other 2 emperors will obey you. You will be the master of the Ancestral Star from now on. I won't be taking you to other worlds. It was a beginning, and also a farewell. All right. She wiped away her tears and gave Long Chen a determined smile. Perhaps this was the mission Long Chen had given her. Your progenitor's inheritance. Go in. He trapped the progenitor's inheritance and Ghost 7 in the death rain so that she could inherit the bloodthirsty emperor's throne. Naturally, Ghost 7 would be transferred out and given to someone else. Long Chen only needed to know who the progenitor was. To be honest, the Ancestral Star wasn't that useful to him, and Long Chen didn't need to care about it. Oh right, the Ghost Blood Curse, Ghost Dark Blood Curse, and Heaven and Earth Curse Sword are all original incipient divine weapons of the Ancestral Star. You won't be able to use them for now, so I'll take them for myself. I'll leave the heaven and earth curse sword with you. I'll return them to you when you become a true progenitor. By then, Long Chen believed that he would have a new breakthrough. As for the godly curse ring, I have a use for it. I'll return it when everything is done. Ghost 7 shook her head. You got them, so it's fine if you don't give them to me. But I think you won't be able to use them with your speed. You can give them to me when you're no longer able to use them. It's not easy to manage such a huge ancestral star. Anyway, I won't be the progenitor. As such, she would inherit Long Chen's inheritance first. After that, it would be Ghost 7's turn to rule the world. Everything on the ancestral star was almost done. To be honest, with Long Chen's explanation and Ghost 7's previous reputation, the gods and demons of the ancestral star were more than willing to let Ghost 7 become the new progenitor. Therefore, everyone knelt and submitted, waiting for the moment when Ghost Qi would inherit the position of the progenitor. The other two great emperors who were lucky enough to survive also expressed their loyalty to Long Chen and Ghost Qi. This was the only thing they could do. If they didn't, they would definitely be killed. The true ruler of the homeworld was still Long Chen. Even the second-in-command, the Sky-Heart Emperor, did not dare to offend Long Chen. Long Chen and the Origin Ancestor were both supreme deities. In the Death World, Ghost 7 was inheriting the primordial ancestor's legacy. She gave the bloodthirsty Great Emperor's legacy to her good friend, Gong Yi, so that he could become the new bloodthirsty Great Emperor. The Dark Ghost Curse, the Dark Blood Curse, and the Heaven and Earth Curse sword were left in the Death Reign. They knew how strong Long Chen was. Thus, these three original incipient grade divine weapons were deadly weapons. They didn't dare to move in front of Long Chen. With the death of the Origin Ancestor, not many people in the ancestral star were qualified to control them. Heaven and Earth Curse sword, follow the new Origin Ancestor. She will be the most qualified to control you in the future. Long Chen communicated with the original incipient grade divine weapons. Being able to follow the new ancestral lord was a very good choice. However, the creation divine weapons actually wanted to become Long Chen's weapon the most. Dark Ghost Curse, I will introduce you to a new master. His future will be much higher than the Origin Ancestors. In fact, it will be several times. Long Chen opened the life realm, and Mo Xiaolang came out. Mo Xiaolang was already a primordial realm divine venerable, and the cursed star was about to devour his fifth ancestral flame, the primitive Kulpa flame. Of course, his future would be higher than the Origin Ancestors. The Dark Ghost Curse was the black original incipient grade spear. The moment it saw Mo Xiaolang, the unique aura of the sky-swallowing clan frightened the Dark Ghost Curse. In its eyes, Mo Xiaolang was an endless vortex. He didn't look as strong as Long Chen, but he was much more terrifying than Long Chen. Long Chen was the strongest creature in the universe, and Mo Xiaolang was the strongest of the strange creatures. He was the destroyer of everything that was born by chance. Woo woo, the Dark Ghost Curse surrendered to Mo Xiaolang. Finally, there was the Dark Blood Curse. This long whip had the same property as the Dark Ghost Curse, which was suitable for Long Chen. Except for Lingxi, no one else could control an original incipient grade divine weapon. Hence, Long Chen wanted to let the Dark Blood Curse follow him. Just follow me. Of course, the Dark Blood Curse surrendered. Long Chen didn't disgrace the original incipient grade divine weapon. He arranged the best weapons for them. Whether it was Mo Xiaolang, himself, or the new Yuan Quan, they all had countless potentials in the future. Mo Xiaolang went to learn the Dark Ghost Curse. Long Chen just needed to control the Dark Blood Curse a little. Compared to the Ghost Blood Curse, the Dark Blood Curse had another important function, which was binding. This Dark Blood Curse was very long. When Long Chen waved it, he could directly pull the Emperor on the companion star over. The original ancestor had used this Dark Blood Curse to capture Ghost 7 on the ancestral star. The snake-like curse was similar to the Ghost Blood Curse, which could kill instantly. Of course, the most important of these divine weapons was the God Curse Ring. Long Chen didn't understand the Tao of curses, and Ghost 7's cultivation base was still weak. He was far from being able to control the God Curse Ring. If it was Long Chen himself, he might not be able to use it because he didn't have the talent in this area. However, there was a suitable candidate, and that was Ling Xi. In the past, Ling Xi had cultivated God Emperor Ling Su's nomological laws. Among the 18 heavenly rules and spiritual arts, there was one that was similar to curses. In the past, the spirit tribe also had cursed nomological laws. Hence, she was extremely talented in this aspect. Moreover, she had reached the ultimate God realm during the journey to the ancestral star. With the support of Long Chen from the 3 lifetimes emotion thread, it shouldn't be a problem to handle the God Curse Ring. The Sky Heart Emperor had helped him before, so he naturally had to fulfill his promise. The first step was to control the God Curse Ring, at least in the preliminary stage. The God Curse Ring was a mysterious item. Until now, its creation spirit had not appeared. It was a bit like the primordial dragon pagoda, extremely mysterious. However, the more mysterious it was, the more likely it was that Long Chen could solve the Nightmare Petrification Curse and the White Knight Spirit Curse. After all, to this curse, even a half-origin grade creation divine weapon wasn't considered powerful. It was a curse sealed by the chaotic heaven-devouring dragon. That dreamlike ring floated above the blood sea, and the surrounding seawater didn't dare to come close. The God Curse Ring glowed brilliantly on the sea. It's possible. After controlling this God Curse Ring, would be able to control the primordial curse of the progenitor, such as the Silence Curse and the Heavenly Fate Curse. I will try my best. If it doesn't work, don't force yourself. Of course, I know. We have already experienced the most difficult process. Controlling the God Curse Ring is just a small matter. I will try my best. After everything was prepared, Long Chen first grabbed the God Curse Ring. The God Curse Ring did not resist Long Chen. This ring was like a gorgeous gem. It was something that girls liked. Long Chen grabbed the ring, grabbed Ling Xi's lily-white hand, looked at it attentively, and gently put it on her ring finger. Is this a gift for me? Ling Xi looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Of course not. A gift wouldn't be so dangerous. Long Chen was still nervous. But this is the most beautiful. To Ling Xi, this was the most important thing. After putting on the God Curse Ring, there was no reaction. Ling Xi thought for a while and said, I guess the progenitor didn't really control the God Curse Ring. He and the God Curse Ring are like you and the primordial dragon pagoda. He can only use it for the first time, and I can only use it for the first time. It's not difficult, just give me some time. But I think, as long as I get used to it, and as long as fate allows, I will be able to control it. All right. It was not something that could be forced. Long Chen asked her and Gue Qi to study and fuse with them. After a few days, Gue Qi had fused with the primordial ancestor's inheritance and had reached the peak of the divine emperor realm. She would probably become a true godly venerable soon. Most importantly, the ancestral ancestor's inheritance was the source of the ancestral ancestor's power. Now, Ghost 7 also had 3 bodies, and could transform into 3 heads and 6 arms just like the ancestral ancestor. However, she thought that the 3 heads and 6 arms were too ugly, so she maintained her original form. As for Ling Xi, she didn't change much, but she told Long Chen that he should be able to learn the eternal youth curse now. First, Long Chen returned to the ancestral star. From now on, Gue Qi would have to stay on the ancestral star as it had become her territory. All the gods and demons, including the 2 great emperors who were still alive, were there. When Gue Qi appeared, all the gods and demons knelt down. Greetings, progenitor. Everyone acknowledged Gue Qi's identity. After inheriting the progenitor's inheritance, Gue Qi also possessed the progenitor's aura and power. Rise. Gue Qi descended upon the world under Long Chen's command. She would handle her own matters in the future. Long Chen left for the cursed star. He still had to settle the Sky Heart Emperor's matters there. He appeared in front of Sky Heart Emperor from the Death World. Over the past few days, Zhao Er's condition had been improving. Sky Heart Emperor had asked the people on the Ancestral Star and found out that the progenitor had died in battle. The new progenitor was Gui Qi. When he saw Long Chen, Sky Heart Emperor was filled with awe. I'm really glad that I made such a decision a few days ago. You don't hold a grudge against me for killing the progenitor. I'm indifferent. If I could, I would have killed him. Sky Heart Emperor said. Are you willing to accept Gui Qi as the new progenitor? Long Chen didn't want Sky Heart Emperor to act recklessly. Sky Heart Emperor shook his head. He looked at Zhao Er and said, firstly, I have to remember your kindness. I won't go against you. Secondly, I'm indifferent now, and I don't want to fight for hegemony. Thirdly, to be honest, I wanted to challenge the progenitor in the past because I felt that he was cruel and I wanted to change the ancestral star. But now, there's no need for that. Don't worry, I will help Gui Qi. She's a good girl. Chapter 31-31. Great Emperor Skyheart was extremely nervous just to hear Long Chen's words. Of course, Long Chen's character was trustworthy. However, his daughter's resurrection was too important to him. Now that the ancestral star was undergoing a revolution, the ancestral ancestor had fallen, and a new ancestral ancestor and great emperors were being born. The ancestral star had many things to do. However, these things were no longer important to Great Emperor Skyheart. His only wish now was for his daughter to come back to life, so that he could atone for his sins. After all, if it weren't for him, Zhao Er wouldn't have to suffer for so many years. Lingxi had already come out of the realm of life. Actually, the curse of eternity will begin to dissipate when the ancestral ancestor falls. It's just that she's been cursed for too long, so it's hard to remove. But at least without the ancestral ancestor causing trouble, it's still quite simple. Lingxi first observed for a while, then said to Long Chen. Then let's give it a try. Now that Lingxi controlled the semi-origin curse ring, there were still many things for her to deal with in the future, so she had to try more. At this point, Great Emperor Skyheart stood at the side, not daring to make a sound. Mo Xiaolang also came out of the realm of life to help Lingxi control the primordial myriad calamity flame. Once Lingxi succeeded, he would be able to devour the fifth ancestral fire. That way, he would be able to devour half of the ancestral fires of the 10 ancestral dragons. He might even be able to gather all 10 ancestral fires. At this moment, Lingxi's expression was solemn. She approached Zhao Er and stood in front of Zhao Er's ice coffin. With a light wave of her sleeve, the ice coffin melted and turned into nothing. At the same time, her white finger with the divine curse ring touched Zhao Er's forehead. The divine curse ring gently leaned against her forehead and a dark green light flowed from the divine curse ring into Zhao Er's forehead. It's changed. The Sky-Heart Emperor was extremely agitated, he even mumbled to himself. That's right, under the ring of divine curse, the curse of eternity that was no longer under the control of the progenitor was retreating. The ring of divine curse was speeding up this retreating process, perhaps even eradicating it completely. As Lingxi silently chanted the incantation, Perlin, who was completely in the state of greenwood, was gradually turning into a living being. If that's the case, your daughter should be able to fully recover in an hour. Everything went smoothly. It wasn't because Lingxi was too powerful, but because the original ancestor was already dead. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to master the divine curse ring. The curse law was not something that could be learned in a short period of time. Okay. At this moment, the Heavenly Heart Emperor was merely a father who excitedly watched his daughter being reborn. Just as Long Chen predicted, Zhao Er's condition was getting better and better. The runes on her body seemed to have met their nemesis. Zhao Er's life force was returning. Long Chen even gave her some fire of life to give her more life force to resist the curse of eternity. It's done. Lingxi was already sweating. Long Chen supported her. It's been hard on you. It's nothing. Being able to help you is something I've always wanted to do. I have to think about this properly. In the future, I still need to rely on it to resolve the divine dragon curse. Don't be anxious, don't feel too pressured. Long Chen brought her back to the life realm to rest. And at this moment, Zhao Er, who had the curse of eternity removed, gradually woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw the extremely emotional Heavenly Heart Emperor. Zhao Er, the Heavenly Heart Emperor cried. Father. After so many years of slumber, she was actually awake at all times. She knew that her father was by her side, but she couldn't move. This was the terror of the curse of eternity. Boundless loneliness. Let's go out first. Long Chen said. Only then did everyone exit the cursed star. Mo Xiaolang remained there. Naturally, he had discovered the primordial myriad calamity flame long ago and couldn't wait any longer. Heavenly Heart Emperor and Zhao Er hugged each other and cried. This scene made Long Chen feel very happy. Zhao Er, it was brother Long Chen who resurrected you. He came from a place outside the ancestral star, you should thank him. Heavenly Heart Emperor brought Zhao Er to Long Chen. Thank you. The young girl bowed deeply to Long Chen. No need to thank me. Your father fought for it himself. Everything is in the past now. Just don't blame him for what happened back then. Zhao Er smiled and shook her head, I won't. It was all because of him that I was afflicted with the curse of eternity for so many years. Otherwise, my heart would have died long ago. Heavenly Heart Emperor was even more gratified to have such a sensible daughter. As Mo Xiaolang was devouring the primordial myriad calamity flame, Long Chen said, since we have nothing better to do, I'll bring you to the ancestral star first. I'll let you meet Gui Qi. From now on, she will need your help in controlling the ancestral star. No problem. While Lingxi was resting, Long Chen passed through the death world and brought the two to the vicinity of the ancestral star. Gui Qi was distributing the remaining 5 seats for the great emperors with the other heroes. Heavenly Heart Emperor held Zhao Er's hand and half-knelt before Gui Qi. Your subordinate Heavenly Heart greets the ancestral ancestor. From now on, Heavenly Heart will follow the ancestral ancestor's lead. If I betray you, I'll die a horrible death. Even Heavenly Heart Emperor had submitted, so there was nothing more to say about the others. Gui Qi was now the general trend. Heavenly Heart Emperor, please rise. Gui Qi is inexperienced and inexperienced. I'll definitely need your help in the future. Gui Qi was different from the original ancestral ancestor, so there was a huge difference. Long Chen did not care about the details. He came to Gui Qi and said, the matters in the ancestral star are basically settled, so I'll return to the infinite worlds first. The primeval troll is very unstable now, so I'll have to go back and take a look. Let me know if there are any difficulties. I have the cosmic gate, so it won't take me long to come here. You're leaving, after experiencing so many life and death situations here. Gui Qi was reluctant to part with Long Chen. Yes, but I can come and go as I please. You know what I mean. Gui Qi had been in the death reign for a long time, so of course she understood. She smiled knowingly and said, then you can go. I can't catch a man like you anyway, so I won't think too much about it. Remember, treat your women well. Perhaps, that time when she came back from the dead had really shocked her, but she knew how to restrain her emotions. I'll take my leave then. After bidding farewell, Long Chen returned to the cursed star. While they were talking, to be honest, no one interrupted them. When Long Chen left, Gui Qi had already begun to have the dignity of an ancestral ancestor. From now on, she had to rely on herself. It had not been a long time since he first met Long Chen in the death realm, and now he was ruling over the homeworld, but it felt like a dream. After returning to the cursed star, Mo Xiaolang had almost devoured the prehistoric calamity flame. This ancestral flame was similar to the prehistoric calamity dragon in that they were both evil, violent, and lethal. Although it looked small, Mo Xiaolang had to use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame, Heavenly Emperor ancestral flame, chaos green flame, an eternal sacred flame to suppress it. In the end, he devoured the prehistoric calamity flame. The fifth kind of gray flame was integrated into Mo Xiaolang's power. Now, he had 5 kinds of ancestral flames. 5 colors shone in his eyes. However, he did not directly break through to the complete realm of Divine Venerable Realm. After all, there were only 4 complete realm Divine Venerables in the universe, excluding the ancestral ancestor. Long Chen was only a complete realm Divine Emperor. Of course, after devouring the 5th ancestral flame and the original incipient grade creator divine weapon, Mo Xiaolang's combat power had soared. He had probably reached the level of the Chaos Saint. As long as he had the original incipient grade boundless divine technique, his combat power would be even higher. He was infinitely close to the 4 rulers. When Long Chen returned this time, he would definitely be the 5th ruler of the universe. He had reached the peak. In fact, Mo Xiaolang was already very heaven-defying. It was only because of his relationship with Long Chen that his limelight was slightly suppressed. Now that he was in the universe, there were really not many people who could defeat him. 5 kinds of ancestral flames and the dark ghost curse. Big brother, it's done. Mo Xiaolang's face was full of excitement. Now that the 4 of us have strong combat power, we just need Kitten to wake up. The 4 that Long Chen mentioned were him, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang. Among them, Li Xuanji was the most relaxed. The stronger Long Chen was, the stronger she would be. She did not need to cultivate at all. Now, her main focus was on understanding the rule of transformation. Mo Xiaolang was digesting the newly obtained ancestral flames, Lingxi was recuperating, improving herself, and familiarizing herself with the Ring of Mantras. Chen, I saw the Silence Mantra, the Divine Destiny Mantra, and many other primordial mantras in the Ring of Mantras. I think if I continue to familiarize myself with them and try to cultivate, I will be able to use these primordial mantras with the help of the Ring of Mantras, just like the ancestor. This is great. By then, in addition to the rule of space of the dragon sacrifice, I will also have these primordial mantras, which will definitely be more powerful. Long Chen had experienced the horror of the primordial mantras, so he was full of expectations for Lingxi's future. As for Li Xuanji, after going through a disaster, she now loved everything more. After the barrier between her and Long Chen was broken, she went from wandering to joining Long Chen's life. She was studying the rule of transformation. Once she understood it, Long Chen would understand it. Therefore, Long Chen didn't put his energy on the rule of transformation. After everything was ready, Long Chen said, "Then, let's return to the dragon sacrifice continent first. We will set off in 10 days. The reason why they stayed for 10 days was to let Lingxi rest a little. After all, she still had to activate the gate of the universe. And the realm of life was very quiet. The only noisy one was Long Yan, who was jumping up and down. Daddy, where are my younger siblings? Are they born yet? Not yet. Hurry up, why are you so useless? If you aren't going to give birth, I will. How are you going to give birth? Just find an egg and they will hatch, big idiot. Long Yan looked at Long Chen with a look of disdain. Long Chen looked at the child jumping up and down in front of him. He somewhat understood why Heavenly Emperor Heaven's heart was crying. 10 days later, they set off. The 36th volume of the Time Tunnel ended. The 37th volume, Primal Chaos God Race, set off. Chapter 31-32. After spending about 2 months at the gate of the universe, Long Chen finally returned from the ancestral planet to where the dragon sacrificial continent used to be. After all, the ancestral planet was too far away from the center of the world. Returning to the dragon sacrificial continent, looking at the destroyed homeland, the memories of the past were still vivid in his mind. Now, Long Chen, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang were all looking at the dragon sacrificial continent from the outside. The dragon sacrificial continent turned into dust. Dust of the mortal world. The memories of the past were engraved in the depths of his heart. Every time he came to this place, Long Chen understood that this was his real homeland, a place that truly belonged to him and all the descendants of the divine dragons. Rebuilding the homeland was not only his mission, but also the mission of the entire divine dragon clan. Everyone had a great responsibility. This was Long Chen's most urgent and desired dream. The four of them looked at each other. They were the ones who would lead this dream. One day, I will restore our homeland to its former glory and prosperity. Not to mention the prosperity before the era, but at least, let the people in the God Nation have a real home of their own. And Long Chen was everyone's backbone. Now, the mission on their shoulders was no longer a child's play like when they first started cultivating. The once great dream had now become their mission, the passion in their hearts. Now, the shadow of the sky-swallowing clan was gradually looming over them. All the worlds were weakening and becoming their food. Life and death were on the line. On the other side of the dragon sacrificial continent was the equally huge planet of destiny. Let's go. This time, the main purpose of his return was to let Lingxi try to see if the Ring of God curse would react to the Nightmare Petrification curse and the White Knight Spirit curse. Now, they disappeared in a flash and stepped on the land of the divine planet of destiny. Long Chen could still remember the time when he fought the divine emperors of the dragon sacrifice ceremony and the four divine kings outside. And now, the divine kings were just ants in Long Chen's eyes. The gate of Planet of Destiny was closed, but with the Ring of God curse, they could easily find the entrance and reopen it. Lingxi became the guide. We're here, right here. It was once a white whirlpool. The entire divine planet of destiny was actually inextricably linked to the White Knight curse. There were traces of the White Knight curse on the entrance. Even on the surface, one could clearly feel the aura of the White Knight curse. Let me open it. Lingxi used the godly curse ring. After all, the spirit of the day-night curse was only a part of the planet of destiny. She used the godly curse ring to open the entrance again. Of course, it was only a small entrance, just enough for them to enter. After entering the tunnel, one could see countless little white snakes in this space. These could be called day-night specters. In reality, they were once divine dragons, just like the divine dragons of the curse world. Long Chen controlled a day-night specter and carefully placed it in front of Lingxi. Under the white light, everyone's eyes lit up. Give it a try. Okay. Lingxi closed her eyes. The godly curse ring flashed, and a stream of light covered her smooth fingers like flowing water, flowing between her palms. Lingxi's eyelashes slightly trembled. Obviously, she was a bit nervous. After all, this was very important to Long Chen. As everyone held their breath, she placed her palm on the spirit of the day-night curse. The moment the godly curse ring touched it, a huge change happened. All the day-night specters suddenly connected together and let out a sharp scream, forming a terrifying destructive force that swept towards Lingxi. Let go. Long Chen saw this and immediately pulled Lingxi's arm away. At the same time, he took out the primordial dragon pagoda and blocked in front of Lingxi. The power of the spirit of the day-night curse fiercely hit his chest. Buzz. Long Chen felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. His chest had sunk in deeply. It was quite difficult to hurt Long Chen to this extent. It could only be said that the power of the spirit of the day-night curse was too strong. Seeing that the spirit of the day-night curse was about to explode, Long Chen hurriedly left with everyone. After leaving, he used the flame of life to heal his injuries. However, he still had a lingering fear. Obviously, if he hadn't blocked it, Lingxi would have been seriously injured. Even so, Lingxi's face was still a bit pale. It seems that it won't be that easy. Mo Xiaolang looked into the depths. At this time, the spirit of the day-night curse finally calmed down. However, if Lingxi tried to remove the spirit of the day-night curse, she would probably be in big trouble. When Long Chen recovered, he asked Lingxi, "What's wrong? Is the Ring of God curse useless?" After going through so many hardships and narrowly escaping death, he obtained the Ring of God curse in the ancestral planet. If it was useless, it was not worth it. Lingxi shook her head and said, no, if it was useless, there wouldn't be such a reaction. I should say, it is very likely to be effective. That's why the spirit of the day-night curse is afraid. Then why can't it be solved? Li Xuanji asked. Lingxi replied, that should be the case. My current level is far from the level of the master who used this white night soul curse. The difference is too great. On one hand, I might need to deepen my control over this divine curse ring. On the other hand, I might need to increase my own strength as well. On the third aspect, I might need to pay some other price, or use some other targeted items. The divine curse ring is just a key. Right now, I reckon that I need a powerful force to activate this key. With Lingxi's explanation, everyone understood what was going on. Actually, if the curse of eternity is cotton, then the Ring of God curse is a needle that can pierce through the cotton. However, the spirit of the day-night curse and the nightmare petrification curse are steel. So, unless the needle is strong enough, it will be very difficult to pierce through them. Chen, I feel that we still have a long way to go before we can destroy these two curses and free these divine dragons. There is no other way. We can't rush this kind of thing. Fortunately, we have the Ring of God curse. As long as we have the key, we just need to work hard to improve our strength. So, let's put this matter aside for now. After all, the dragon servants haven't given me any information yet. I don't know if they have found new places like the Curse World or the Divine Planet of Destiny. There were still so many mystical dragons suffering from the curse. This was also Long Chen's important mission. Those were their ancestors, and their bloodlines all came from the bloodlines of their ancestors. Of course, I still have some origin dragon souls that I haven't found, and I still have a lot of inherited blood essences that I haven't found. Also, the origin dragon souls of the ancestral dragon. Although the infinite worlds are vast, they definitely exist. Long Chen had the strength of a ruler, but this didn't mean that it was over. He still had more things to do. In the eyes of the four of them, there was still hope. In the future, we will search while waiting for news from the dragon servants. At the same time, we will improve ourselves. This was Long Chen's future goal. Before going to the ancestral star, Shenjun and the devil dragon ancient tomb seemed to have something to do. Shenjun claimed that he could awaken all the primeval troll. At the same time, heavenly god Luya heard his conversation with Ji Taishu. They seemed to be secretly planning when to attack the infinite worlds and let the primeval troll conquer the infinite worlds. After all, Shenjun was already a member of the primeval troll, a devil emperor. Heavenly god Luya had already contacted the savage wilderness ancient god and the heaven path holy emperor for defense. At the same time, he had also contacted the chaos demonic ancestor. Now that Long Chen was back, he was more concerned about the primeval troll than anyone else. Therefore, when he found out that the White Knight's soul curse wasn't that easy to break, he contacted heavenly god Luya. Senior Luya, I have returned from the ancestral star. Heavenly god Luya was surprised. So fast. Have you completed your goal? Thank you for your concern. I have settled it. What kind of existence is the master of the ancestral star? This was what heavenly god Luya was more interested in. The master of the ancestral star is called the ancestor of the ancestral star. He is very strong, similar to the few of you, maybe even stronger. He has 3 primordial incipient grade creator divine weapons and a half-origin grade creator divine weapon. Heavenly god Luya was quiet for a while before saying, it seems that this person is stronger than me. He should be the strongest in the myriad worlds. Did he make things difficult for you? Long Chen was not someone who liked to show off, but he still had to tell the truth. So, he said, Senior. I had a huge conflict with him. Perhaps I'm lucky that I'm still alive, but I've already killed him. The homeworld is now under the control of a friend of mine. Pfft, heavenly god Luya was provoked. Did I hear it right? No. At this point, He took a deep breath and said, I prophesied that you would be number one in the myriad of worlds, and that neither the wildlands nor the Tao of heaven would dare to offend you. Who could have guessed that you would reach a level higher than us so quickly? I won't waste any more words on pleasantries. I trust in your character, and I'm very happy for you. Thank you, Senior. Just call me brother. Have you forgotten again? Senior. How old is that? I can't wait for you to call me brother now. Haha. Heavenly God Luya was Heavenly God Luya. He was open-minded and broad-minded. Long Chen did not forget his goal. After talking about the ancestral star, he quickly asked, Brother Luya, Shinjun and Primeval Troll had some plans. How is it going now? Heavenly God Luya had special eyes and ears. He should be the most well-informed person. Heavenly God Luya paused and suddenly smiled helplessly. To be honest, I have been monitoring them. It is still in progress, but it will take at least a few decades. It won't be that fast, but we still need to prepare. From today onwards, I will help you. Chapter 31-33. This was something Long Chen had never expected. What do you mean? Long Chen didn't understand. Apart from the primeval troll, there were other troubles in the infinite worlds. The ancestral ancestor and the ancestral star might have been a problem, but Long Chen had taken care of them. The ancestral ancestor's ambition to conquer the infinite worlds had been nipped in the bud by Long Chen. Heavenly God Immortal Luya's voice turned cold and he said softly, You just came back. I think the invitation will be in your hands soon. When you see it, I think you will know more or less. Invitation. This strange word had disappeared from Long Chen's memory for a long time. In the infinite worlds, the four rulers were discussing the invitation with Long Chen. Long Chen was full of questions. At this moment, as soon as Heavenly God Luya finished speaking, Long Chen, who was standing on the divine star of destiny, suddenly saw four colorful lights flashing in the distant sky. Suddenly, four things appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. So fast, they went through space. Long Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to stop them, the four prismatic gems suddenly stopped in front of everyone's eyes. Long Chen took a closer look and found that the four gems were imbued with an extremely profound law that he could not see through even with his current level of cultivation. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that the law was so complex that it was made up of too many parts of the homeworld, with one of them being a spatial law. That was why the gems were so fast. As soon as they appeared, the four gems emitted the exact same voice at the same time. It was a terrifying voice. It was extremely gentle and refined, yet indifferent and emotionless. It seemed to be much more terrifying than the primordial ancestor, and it made people revere it. Long Chen told himself in his heart that he must be hallucinating. The voice said, Experts of the myriad worlds, I am the master of the primal chaos divine world. Today, I invite you to participate in the myriad worlds fiend god gathering organized by my primal chaos divine world. After you receive the invitation, you must descend upon the primal chaos divine world. Crush the invitation and you will arrive instantly. My primal chaos divine race sincerely invites you to arrive on time. Otherwise, your world will be destroyed. The world was destroyed, and the people died. The first part of the sentence was quite amiable, but the second part was frightening. These four words contained ruthlessness, arrogance, nobility, and ruthlessness. It was definitely at a level that could make people tremble. Long Chen had just seen the brutal origin ancestor, but frankly speaking, the master of the chaotic divine realm was even more majestic and domineering than the origin ancestor. What the hell was this? Long Chen was also dumbfounded. Primal chaos deity world, primal chaos deity race. Since when did such a place exist in the myriad of worlds? And why are they so tyrannical? Long Chen only knew that the Chaos Starfield's primal chaos royalty had 3 heads and 6 arms. Could it be that the primal chaos gods and the primal chaos royalty were related? There were even people from the primal chaos royalty in Long Chen's god kingdom. After the voice finished speaking, the 4 gemstones stopped in front of Long Chen and the others. No matter where Long Chen and the others went, the 4 gemstones seemed to follow them. Just this alone was already at the peak of perfection. You don't have to try. Since I received this invitation, I have not been able to get rid of it. It is like maggots on the bone. It will always be by your side, unless you die. Heavenly God Luya said helplessly. So scary. Long Chen roughly understood now. He had been to the Ancestral Star, so it was easier for him to understand. Heavenly God Luya said, when I received this invitation, I was also very curious. Who was the prank that was playing on me? After some research, I found out that all existences above the ultimate deity emperor realm received this invitation. Not to mention others, even I could not get rid of it. If all the experts in the myriad worlds received this invitation, it is enough to show how scary the primal chaos god's race is. Did someone crush this gemstone? Yes, as expected, he disappeared. After he disappeared, there was no news of him. We can't find him. Heavenly God Luya said. The trouble he mentioned was really troublesome. At first, I did not understand. But when I thought about the Ancestral Star, I understood. The Ancestral Star was isolated by the blood evil starfield, but it is also a part of the myriad worlds. However, it has never interacted with the myriad worlds, at least not for an era. Then, other than the Ancestral Star, why are there no other worlds isolated? The myriad worlds are much bigger than we imagined. We thought that what we saw was everything, but it seems like that is not the case. That is why the chaotic divine realm appeared. The chaotic divine realm should be a world similar to the Ancestral Star that was isolated. But recently, this world might have broken through the isolation and descended into the myriad worlds where Long Chen and the others were. Long Chen, where are you now? Heavenly God Luya asked. The center of the myriad worlds. There. Heavenly God Luya was taken aback, and he quickly said, then you have to be careful. There is one most important thing that I have not told you. Just a month ago, I received news that near the center of the myriad worlds, there is a space of nothingness. It seems to be near the spirit essence star ocean and the mountain of universes. A world shrouded in 9-colored light. I think the size of this world has completely surpassed the Heavenly God's Sacred Realm, Panga Continent, Hongjun Star Ocean, and Ancestral Kun Realm. It is just near you. I think that should be the chaotic divine realm. It has returned to the myriad worlds from an isolated place and occupied the core of the myriad worlds. So, it was not like the Ancestral Star, where the original ancestors' invasion was through the blood evil starfield. This chaotic divine realm had come directly from an unknown space and occupied the core of the myriad worlds. The core of the myriad worlds was huge. The dragon sacrificial continent was the most central location, the spirit essence star ocean was also considered the core, and so was the chaotic divine realm. You mean to say that this might be an original level world? Long Chen could not calm down. The dragon servants did not tell him that there were worlds that were isolated, but that did not mean that there were no worlds. Now, the chaotic divine race's invitation had arrived. Heavenly God Luya said, I don't know either. I can only guess. But from the looks of this invitation, there must be experts that are stronger than us. So, this is really troublesome. Yes, troublesome. If it was a world that once belonged to the myriad worlds and was isolated after the Great Era War, then one day, it suddenly returned to the myriad worlds and came back. When it found that all the worlds here were inferior to their chaotic divine realm, it should be that they wanted to rule the world. Wasn't the myriad worlds festival of gods and demons just for the gods and demons of the myriad worlds to come and bow down to them? Especially the destruction of worlds and the death of people. This was the attitude of the chaotic divine race. If you came to participate in this festival, the death of people was a small matter. But they were strong. In order to intimidate the gods and demons of the myriad worlds, they were prepared to destroy the world. For example, if Heavenly God Luya did not go, they would probably destroy the Heavenly God world. This change was too sudden. What are you prepared to do? They had encountered this invitation a few days ago, so they should have some countermeasures. Heavenly God Luya nodded. Yes, the Chaos Ancestor doesn't know yet. But the Heaven Tao Divine Emperor, the Desolate Ancient God, and I are prepared to personally visit the chaotic divine realm. We won't crush the invitation and will head there directly. We were worried about not having enough time, but you just came back. You have the gate of the universe, so we can gather and head there quickly. Actually, the life and death worlds would be faster. They were prepared to enter from the outside before the festival started to avoid being ambushed. What if they are really strong and want us to submit and unify the myriad worlds? Heavenly God Luya said, this is a miracle in the world. If we really can't resist, then submit and unify the myriad worlds. As long as we don't cross the bottom line, we can negotiate. Okay. Long Chen's thoughts were more or less the same. The myriad worlds were already weak enough. At this time, it was best to wait for the war to break out. The more stable it was, the better for Long Chen. If the chaotic divine realm could also become a part of the myriad worlds, that would naturally be a good thing. Oh right, the Chaos Ancestor has a huge conflict with you. Our words are useless. You should go mediate first. If you can gather the 5 of us, we won't have to be too pessimistic about the chaotic divine realm even if they are ultimate gods. Chaos Ancestor. Long Chen was preparing to take back the time tunnel. However, a month's time to gather the 4 rulers together was not enough, even if it was the gate of the universe. Heavenly God Luya would think of a solution. Long Chen wanted to go to the time tunnel first. He needed a base now. Keep in touch. Thinking that the chaotic divine realm was not far from him, Long Chen was curious. From his position, he could go through the gate of the universe in an instant. From what Heavenly God Luya said, he could even see the chaotic divine realm from the spirit essence star sea. Let's take a look first. Long Chen prepared to go to the spirit essence star sea to take a look. Wait. At this moment, someone appeared. Long Chen looked back and saw that it was the great essence god who appeared from the void. The chaotic divine fate dragon's dragon attendant. He did not expect her to come back. Long Chen. The great essence god came in front of them. You guys are progressing very quickly, exceeding our expectations. We have been asking about you in the myriad worlds and all we got were good news. I heard that you went to the ancestral star last time. What was the result? Long Chen asked Lingxi to show him the divine curse ring. That's great. With this key, as long as you guys are stronger and have more capital, our divine dragon clan can return to the myriad worlds. The great essence god revealed a knowing smile. What about you guys? Long Chen asked quickly. We found 4 locations. Including the Destiny Star and the Curse World, there are 6 locations in total. But we think there will be a few more, so we are still looking for them. I think it won't take long to find all of them. By then, you guys should have the ability to remove the curse. She was very confident in Long Chen. Chapter 31-34. Tai Su first handed over the locations of the 4 cursed lands of the divine dragons to Long Chen. Coincidentally, these 4 locations were located in the 4 major star regions, which were the territories of the 4 great rulers. However, these places were rather remote, places that the gates of the universe had not been to before. If the cursed ring could be used in the future, they would have to go there. After that, Tai Su said, I know about the chaotic divine realm. I forgot to tell you about this. We did not expect that the world separated by the sky-swallowing clan would appear again. The world separated by the sky-swallowing clan. Tai Su said, that's right. Actually, during that war, there were a few worlds like the chaotic divine realm and the ancestral star that seemed to have been slightly separated. There were a few barriers that separated them from the other worlds. You can understand this, to the sky-swallowing clan, the other worlds are food. Worlds like the chaotic divine realm are considered to be the tastier and purer part of the food. Hence, it's not hard to understand why they were separated from ordinary food. It was like separating the meat from the vegetables in a bowl. This means that what we know about the other worlds is only the largest part. There are a few worlds like the Ancestral star that exist in some special locations. Because they were separated, they basically had no contact with the other worlds. In addition, the memories of the gods and demons were also devoured by the sky-swallowing clan, so they forgot about these parts. Just like the Ancestral star, there were only a few traces left in the other worlds. The chaotic divine realm is very special. Usually, it's very difficult for those that are separated to return to the other worlds. Basically, they are all independent worlds. However, something unexpected happened to the chaotic divine realm. The barrier that separated the worlds seemed to have disappeared, or rather, it was destroyed. This caused the chaotic divine realm to return to the other worlds. This should be a very special situation, but it's not hard to understand. It was like a piece of meat that was separated and suddenly fell back into the vegetables territory. It was also possible that the chaotic divine realm was not separated that far in the first place. No matter what, now that the chaotic divine realm had appeared, the problems that it caused had to be dealt with. Otherwise, it would be a huge disaster for the other worlds. What kind of race the chaotic gods of the chaotic divine realm was very important. Judging from the words destroyed world and dead people, he was definitely not a friendly person. I want to know more about the chaotic divine realm. How much do you know? For example, what level of world they are now? Tai Su was definitely going to leave, so Long Chen seized the time to ask questions. The god of Tai Su thought for a moment and said, "How should I put it? In fact, an era has passed. Among all the realms, whether it is the chaotic divine realm or any other realm, they are all in the process of being digested by the sky-devouring clan. The dragon sacrificial continent suffered the most damage, so it is the fastest to deteriorate. Before the era, the dragon sacrificial continent was the highest level world, completely surpassing the origin level. Below the dragon sacrificial continent, there are nearly 20 worlds that are above the origin level, such as the chaotic divine realm, Panga continent, and ancestral Kuan realm. Even Panga continent was beyond the original level before the chaotic divine realm. If the original level is the 9th grade, then there were more worlds of the original level at that time. There were nearly 100 worlds of the original level, and nearly 1,000 worlds of the original level. As for Panga continent and Hongjun Star Ocean, they should be worlds of the 10th grade. At that time, there were indeed a few worlds that were close to the dragon sacrificial continent. The chaotic divine realm was one of them, and it should be counted as the 11th grade. As for the dragon sacrificial continent, it was the absolute ruler. According to your understanding, it could be counted as the 12th grade. I get it now. The chaotic divine realm is the top level below the dragon sacrificial continent, which is one level higher than Panga continent. If in this era, except for the dragon sacrificial continent, all the other realms have declined to a similar degree, then Panga continent is the original incipient realm, and this chaotic divine realm is the origin realm. Above it, there is a high possibility that there are experts who are stronger than the 4 rulers. This was a reasonable speculation. Of course, it was also related to the invitation beside Long Chen. The power reflected in the invitation was something that Long Chen could not handle. That's basically it. The arrival of the chaotic divine realm should have a great impact on your current situation, but Long Chen, our enemy, will only be the sky-devouring clan. Your current situation is already very good, and the hope is getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, it is better to deal with the chaotic divine realm as much as possible, not to have a war of 10,000 worlds. Even if they can't help against the sky-devouring clan in the future, don't hurt the vitality of the 10,000 worlds too much. I understand. The chaotic divine realm was also a part of the 10,000 worlds. Although they did not know it themselves, they were also in deep trouble. The ancient gods of the wilderness knew everything and remembered everything. Hopefully, the chaotic gods of the chaotic divine realm could feel it. Then, there has been some movement recently. What about the primeval troll that was sealed in the Dragon Devil ancient tomb? Tai Su shook his head and said with a heavy expression, "This is actually what I wanted to tell you the most. From the strange reaction of the primeval troll, it is very likely that they will invade the 10,000 worlds. You have to be very clear about one thing. We can't predict the movements of the sky-devouring clan. Although they were injured in that battle and need to recover, we don't know when they will wake up. The primeval troll is originally a tool for them to devour the 10,000 worlds. It's just that their bodies are too weak to use it. Once they can use it, the primeval troll will make a move." At this point, Tai Su paused and said, "Of course, there is also the possibility that the sky-devouring clan is in deep slumber and the primeval troll might wake up on their own and attack the 10,000 worlds. If this is the case, we have to fight on our own. Once that happens, with the ruthless personality of the primeval troll, if we can't stop them, before the sky-devouring clan wakes up, the 10,000 worlds will suffer heavy casualties. Moreover, if the sky-devouring clan wakes up and you expose too much, it will be very dangerous for our plan." After listening to Tai Su's words, Long Chen was deeply aware of the current crisis. Many things were pressing on his head. So, we really need time. We don't have much time and there are too many uncertainties. We must make all preparations before the opponent notices us. Otherwise, the opponent will come too suddenly and we will be caught unprepared. Do we need to get the time tunnel as soon as possible? With the time tunnel, at least in terms of nurturing experts, they could buy a lot of time. That's right, we need to get the time tunnel as soon as possible. I'll go there immediately. Fighting for the time tunnel meant fighting for time. At least, the awakening of Kitten's real body could be accelerated by 10,000 times. Even the nurturing of many divine dragons and the creation of the supreme divine dragon army could be accelerated by 10,000 times. Long Chen's cultivation could also be accelerated, if the use of the time tunnel went smoothly. Let me see Yen, Tai Su had basically said everything that she wanted to say. In the realm of life, Long Chen let Long Yen out. Tai Su hugged Long Yen and caressed her hair. Her face was full of love and surprise. She said, "Do you know, this is the biggest miracle that we could not predict. How will her growth be? I really look forward to it. She is the primordial blood spirit dragon." Yes. Even Tai Su said so. That meant that Long Chen was an existence that could give birth to the ancestral dragon. Perhaps, the two ancestral dragons are watching over all of this. Chen, there are two very important things that I have to tell you. Please speak. Tai Su returned Long Yen to Long Chen. In Tai Su's arms, Long Yen was very obedient. After returning Long Yen, Tai Su said, "First, it has something to do with Yen, Since you could give birth to her, you can definitely give birth to other ancestral dragons. Continue to work hard in the future. It's best if you can find more women and give birth to more." Long Chen felt a little creeped out. Getting together with Li Xuanji was almost Lingxi's limit. If he found other women, perhaps. In fact, Long Chen was not willing to do it. In his life, he only had two deep loves. One helped each other in times of hardship, and the other agreed with him. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you in this aspect. Let nature take its course. The second thing, I remember that the last location of the second ancestral dragon, primordial beginning, was near the chaotic divine realm. Therefore, you have to go to the chaotic divine realm and explore it thoroughly. Don't let go of any possibility. Of course, how to communicate with the chaotic gods and avoid huge casualties will depend on your efforts. Now, you are already standing at the peak of the myriad worlds. There's not much that you can't do." The second ancestral dragon, Now, he had found the 7 kinds of ancestral dragon essence blood. He only lacked the first, second, and 10th ancestral dragon. Compared to the first and second, the 10th ancestral dragon was simply impossible. Therefore, if he could find more ancestral dragon essence blood, it would most likely be the second ancestral dragon. An ancestral dragon whose dragon servant was in the ancestor realm. Of course, he didn't know where the 2 dragon servants had gone. And the 10 origin dragon souls. I understand. It seems that the primeval troll will make a move sooner or later. Before that happens, I will try my best to deal with the chaotic gods and even find information about the 2nd ancestral dragon. Long Chen vaguely felt that the 1st and 2nd ancestral dragons were the key to everything. He must find them. Is there any news about the ancestral dragon origin dragon souls? We are also trying our best, but the ancestral dragon is not something we can figure out. We can't find it at all. But I can guarantee that it definitely exists. The origin dragon souls and ancestral blood of other supreme divine dragons definitely exist too. Then, Long Chen asked a few more questions before Tai Su prepared to leave. After we leave, we will try our best to avoid contact with you. You know why, right? Long Chen nodded and said, I understand. You will directly come into contact with the Chaos Heaven devouring dragon's curse. You are worried that you will be discovered and I will be exposed. If there is really any important news, we will take the initiative to tell you immediately. Take care. No matter who we are, we must stay alive. That's right, even if it is for your father. Tai Su took a deep breath and turned to leave. Long Chen watched her disappear into the starry sky and his heart was filled with endless emotions. Tai Su made him understand that he had a great responsibility and time was of the essence. Whether or not he could ultimately save this world that was treated as food depended on his hard work. Sadness and worry could not be exchanged for anything. Long Chen took a deep breath and contacted Heavenly God Luya. Old brother, I have a plan. Tell me about it. I will go to the Chaos Demon Ancestor immediately. With Little She's current level of Divine Venerable, I think it will only take 10 days to get there. I will persuade the Chaos Demon Ancestor, then quickly bring him through the Death Realm and return to my current location. I will leave behind a new Death Realm Dragon Gate here, and then appear in Pangu Continent. You and the Heavenly Tao Saint Emperor will quickly go to Pangu Continent during this period of time. When I arrive, I will bring you to Pangu Continent respectively. It will probably take less than 10 days. Finally, through the Death Realm, we will be able to return to my current location instantly, and then go to the Chaotic Divine Realm. In this way, they could directly arrive in the Chaotic Divine Realm a month before, and they did not need to crush the invitation card. It sounds complicated, but we just need to go to Pangu Continent. It's very simple. However, I have a very important question. How are you going to persuade the Chaos Demon Ancestor? Do you have a grudge against him? Leave it to me, said Long Chen. Chapter 31-35. Long Chen had never thought that he would have such a huge conflict with the Chaos Demonic Ancestor because of the Chaos Sun. The core of the time tunnel was still with the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. No matter what the reason was, he had to solve it completely. The Chaos Divine Realm had descended and the myriad worlds needed the power of the Chaos Demonic Ancestor. To be honest, it would be a good thing if the Chaos Divine Clan could coexist with the gods and demons of the myriad worlds even if they are more powerful. However, it would be troublesome if they were to invade all the lands and make all the gods and demons bow down to them. The myriad worlds were still in a stable state at the moment. The distance between each world was too far, so there would basically be no battles between worlds. Lingxi had stabilized her ultimate god realm. It didn't take long for her to travel through the Blood Fiend Starfield using the Gate of the Universe. It might not take too long to go to the time tunnel this time. Lingxi was confident that she would arrive in about 10 days. Let's go. The time tunnel returned again. In the space tunnel, everything was blurry and changing. Lingxi was now the ruler of space and had reached the ultimate god realm that even Di Jun hadn't reached. She was very close to the mature state of dragon sacrifice. Once she could seize the time tunnel, her speed would be fast. No matter who it was, as long as they inherited the inheritance blood essence and the origin dragon soul, they would have super fast growth in the Tower of Time. In less than 8 days. As Long Chen needed to be fast, Lingxi was more focused. Just about 7 days later, they successfully passed through the gate of the universe and arrived outside the time tunnel. Long Chen's plan was to settle the matter with the chaos demonic ancestor within a day. It would be even better if he could seize the core of the time tunnel. Running into the eternal whirlpool to fight the chaos demonic ancestor is the stupidest way. He asked Lingxi to return to the realm of life while he stayed outside the time tunnel and faced the direction of the time tunnel. The dark gray vortex of the time tunnel was still spinning endlessly in the starry sky. Long Chen suddenly appeared. Now that the chaos demonic ancestor had control of the time tunnel, he would definitely be able to sense Long Chen's appearance. Long Chen, what are you going to do? Just watch and you'll see. Now, Heavenly God Luya, the Heavenly Tao Saint Emperor, and the Savage Wilderness Ancient God had come to an agreement. They were heading in the direction of Panga continent. In fact, with their speed, coupled with the fact that each of them had the best laws, it would not take them long to get there. It was just that they were not as fast as Long Chen. By the way, if you can contact the Chaos Demon Ancestor, tell him that I'll be waiting for him outside the time tunnel. No problem. Under the current circumstances, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor wanted to take revenge for his son. Long Chen had disappeared for a long time. Now that he had reappeared, he would definitely take the initiative to appear. Before the Chaos Demon Ancestor appeared, something else appeared. It was the invitation from the Chaos God race. Long Chen used the gate of the universe to pierce through space, and so did the invitation. However, there was only one. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Mo Xiaolang were all in the realm of life, so the invitation could not reach the realm of life. It was estimated to be somewhere in the myriad worlds now. Once Mo Xiaolang came out of the realm of life, it would probably come here immediately. From this, it could be seen that the invitation could not do anything to the existence in the realm of life. It should be able to automatically sense the existence of experts. Just this usage of the space laws is enough to make people gasp in admiration. He had to admit that the Lord of the chaotic world could only be described as terrifying. Such a figure was not easy to deal with. Just as Long Chen was sighing with emotion, the time tunnel in front of him began to shake violently. A wave of angry killing intent struck Long Chen. All of a sudden, the Chaos Demon Ancestor appeared in front of Long Chen. The terrible light in his eyes was enough to pierce through billions of dimensions. Under his killing intent, Long Chen was like a lonely boat in the sea. Long Chen, you're finally willing to show up. I thought you were dead. The Chaos Demon Ancestor knew that even if he appeared, he could leave at any time if he wanted to. There was no way to stop him at all. Therefore, he had to find a way to imprison Long Chen. How can I die when you're not dead yet? No matter how ferocious and angry the Chaos Demon Ancestor was, he remained unmoved like a boulder in the wind. The Chaos Demon Ancestor narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "You must be confident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have appeared in front of me for no reason. Let me see how much you've improved during this period of time." With that, the Chaos Demon Ancestor was ready to attack. Long Chen shook his head. Don't be anxious. I'm indeed here to determine the victor between us, but before that, there are some things I have to make clear to you. What's there to talk about between us? Although you didn't kill my son with your own hands, he died because of you. Long Chen didn't care about his attitude. When the Chaos Demon Ancestor came out of the time tunnel, the colorful invitation card appeared beside him. As the ruler of the Eastern Star region, he naturally knew about the Chaos God clan. That made it easy. Long Chen asked directly, "You probably know more about the Chaos Divine Realm than I do." I'm almost certain that the Chaos Divine Realm is an original level world. You probably know very well what kind of experts there are in an original level world. To be honest, the Chaos Divine Realm is very likely to surpass our entire world. Moreover, the intention of the Master of the Chaos Divine Realm is very clear. We have to participate in the Divine Demon Gathering of the Realms. Otherwise, our world will be destroyed. You know better than me what that means. The Chaos Divine Realm was also the thing that the Chaos Demon Ancestor was most depressed about. It gave him a headache. I know about the Chaos Divine Realm, but this is my own matter. What does it have to do with you? The Chaos Demon Ancestor asked coldly. The rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility, not to mention you are one of the 4 rulers. You are the ruler of the monster race. Your decisions affect the fate of the entire monster race. Whether the monster race is destroyed or stable depends on your judgment today. To tell you the truth, I, the Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor, Heavenly God Luya, and Ancient God Savage Desolation have already agreed to go to the Chaos Divine Realm without crushing the invitation card in 10 days to see the mysteries of the Chaos God clan. Only you are left. The 3 of them hope that you can participate. I believe I don't need to say more, they have told you countless times. Hearing this, the Chaos Demon Ancestor couldn't help but laugh. You and the 3 of them, Long Chen, it seems that you already think that you are the 5th ruler and are on the same level as us, right? Long Chen shook his head. Ancestor, now is the time of the rise and fall of the world. Do you still care about such empty titles? I don't care who is the ruler, but I believe that I have the power to do something for the world, so I actively participate. The 3 of them acknowledge my strength, and I am very happy to join your actions. However, I definitely don't think that this is something worth showing off, it is a challenge. The Chaos Demon Ancestor said impatiently, alright, I don't care what you want to do. Do you think that I will cooperate with you regardless of personal grudges because I am worried about the safety of the monster race? That is impossible. Let me tell you, even if the people of the Chaos God Realm go against me, even if I am no match for them, I still have the time tunnel to back me up. There is no need for me to risk my life with you. The Tower of Time has 10,000 times the flow of time. With such a huge amount of time, do I still need to be afraid of the Chaos God Realm? This old ghost was really stubborn. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He said, alright, I know that no matter how I advise you, you won't join us. Why don't we make a bet? You can only beg me, why would you make a bet with me? The Chaos Demon Ancestor sneered. Long Chen said, of course we'll bet on what you want to bet. Speak. Bet on the outcome of the battle between us. Hearing this, the Chaos Demon Ancestor became interested. The only thing he wanted to do now was to kill Long Chen. However, Long Chen escaped so quickly that he still didn't have a good idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dragged on with Long Chen for so long. Last time, even in the Eternal Whirlpool, he let Long Chen escape easily. How do you want to bet? Long Chen said, it's very simple and not troublesome at all. There will be a winner and a loser in the battle between us. If you win, then I, Long Chen, will be at your disposal. It's up to you whether you want to kill me or imprison me. Of course, during the battle, I won't use the realms of life and death or the gate of the universe to escape in front of you. The Chaos Demon Ancestor's eyes widened when he heard this. This was exactly what he wanted, a chance for revenge. The 2 of them were at the very least extremely famous in the myriad of worlds, peak existences. There was no reason for them to go back on their words when they made a bet. Don't worry, the other 3 will also act as notaries for us. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust them. If Long Chen could communicate with the other 3, the Chaos Demon Ancestor would naturally be able to do the same. State your condition. Long Chen's bet successfully attracted him. To be honest, it wasn't that he wasn't willing to join forces with the other 3 rulers. After all, he knew that once the Chaos Realm appeared, if they didn't resist, the entire monster race would definitely suffer. Long Chen said, it's very simple. Just like what I said at the beginning, you will join the 4 of us to deal with the Chaos Realm together. Of course, I won't ask you to forgive me, but you must guarantee that at least before the matter of the Chaos Realm is resolved, we will deal with it together. Our personal grudges will be settled after that. This was similar to what the Chaos Demon Ancestor had expected. In this way, it was probably like he and Long Chen were taking what they needed. It seems that you came prepared. The Chaos Demon Ancestor stared at Long Chen with a deep voice. That's right, but I think that personal grudges can be put aside before proper business. As long as I'm still here, there will be a day when it's resolved. Moreover, there will be many twists and turns in the infinite worlds in the future. Apart from the sudden appearance of the Chaos Realm, there is also the possibility of the primeval troll appearing. We're almost the weakest side. If we don't unite, the infinite worlds will belong to others in the future. Chapter 31-36. However, the Chaos Demon Ancestor still smiled. He could not help but say, how should I put it? Since you proposed this plan, you're obviously very confident. Now, what I want to know the most is where your confidence comes from. I won't dwell on it any longer. I'll do as you say. Whether you're going to die, I'll cooperate with the other 3, or the 5 of us will set off together. It all depends on whether you're capable enough. If you're capable of defeating me, there's no need for me to take revenge. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor had never decided to form an alliance because of Long Chen. It seemed that no matter what, he would be with the other rulers. The only thing that would be decided today was whether they could have Long Chen in their team. It's good that the Ancestor understands. I don't understand. You're too confident. I really don't understand. Although he said that, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor was actually ready to fight. He had fought with the Son of Chaos before, and now he was fighting with the Chaos Ancestor Demonic Beast. Fortunately, Long Chen already knew a little about the space-devouring tiger, the sky-swallowing rock, and the time Leviathan, and knew how tyrannical they were. However, the Chaos Ancestor Demonic Beast was different from the Son of Chaos. Their realms were different, and their in-depth understanding of rules was also different. Just the power of the Chaos Ancestor God alone was much stronger than the Son of Chaos. Whoa! The Universe Devil Blade. It was an original incipient grade creator divine weapon that was also known as the Double Blades of Spacetime along with the Great Void Demon Sword. It was the Space Divine Sword that was even more terrifying than the Myriad Worlds Divine Sword. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor held the Universe Devil Blade and stared coldly at Long Chen. There was a gray word, King, on its forehead, which was the symbol of the space-devouring tiger. Although the Chaos Demonic Ancestor was still in human form, it had gathered the power of the space-devouring tiger. In the blink of an eye, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor who was holding the Universe Devil Blade used the endless divine trace principle to show billions of shadows between heaven and earth. The number of its real body was more than twice that of the Chaos Saint. Just from this alone, one could see how powerful this Chaos Kuan ancestral beast was. Of course, the endless divine trace was just a small way for it to confuse Long Chen. Die. In order to kill Long Chen, the Chaos Demonic Tribe unleashed its terrifying Perfect Realm Ultimate God power as soon as it made its move. It was almost the strongest attack the Chaos Demonic Tribe could perform in its human form. With the Cosmos Demon Saber in hand, Lin Fan gripped it with both hands and soared into the sky. The Cosmos Demon Saber slashed downwards, and the saber's shadows crisscrossed. The saber energy was hundreds of thousands of feet long, and it sliced through the heavens and earth. Universe Rupture. This was the Chaos Demon Ancestor's top-notch use of the space law. In terms of the law alone, it surpassed the world extermination / of the dragon sacrifice law. Space law, universe rupture. As the Cosmos Demon Saber slashed down, Long Chen felt that everything in the world, including the chaos of the universe, had gathered on his body at this moment. It was as if he had become incomparably huge. He was the entire universe. This was an illusion within the rules. As the Cosmos Demon Saber slashed down violently, heaven and earth, universe, and universe were all broken into two. For a moment, the scene that Long Chen saw was that apart from the place where the Chaos Demon Ancestor was standing, all the worlds were cut into two. Including Long Chen's own body. This slash was enough to shock the current myriad realms. Even if it was a battle in the time tunnel, the entire Eastern Star territory could feel the brilliance of the Chaos Demon Ancestor's slash. Perhaps the entire Eastern Star Territory space was trembling in this tragic tearing. However, from the beginning to the end, no matter how terrifying the opponent's attack was and how huge the movement was, Long Chen was very calm. For him, who had escaped from the Silence Mantra, the Lifeless Realm, and the Heavenly Fate Mantra consecutively in the hands of the Ancestor, the Chaos Demonic Ancestor was not considered extremely terrifying. Fatality Killing Technique. The opponent was Long Chen's Great Void Demon Sword. As soon as the Great Void Demon Sword was unleashed, the two destinable artifacts known as the Space-Time Dual Blades clashed head-on. The attack that Long Chen performed with the Great Void Demon Sword was far less powerful than the Cosmos Demon Saber. It seemed that Long Chen's counterattack was simply child's play under the Universe Rupture Law. Die. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was ferocious. He knew very well that he only had one chance to kill Long Chen. If he failed this time, given how heaven-defying Long Chen was, he probably wouldn't be a match for him even with the time tunnel. He knew about Long Chen and how he rose at an unbelievable speed among the myriad realms. If God chose someone to save the myriad realms, that person would basically be Long Chen. Swoosh. However, the fatality-killing technique penetrated the universe rupture and didn't stop the lethality of the space law at all. The fatality-killing technique was like a river that flowed against the flow. The fatality-killing technique was like a blade that cut off the predestined past. These two forces completely penetrated the space law and were even faster than the universe rupture. Therefore, when the universe rupture reached Long Chen, the fatality-killing technique hit him unexpectedly. Suddenly, the Chaos Demon Ancestor's vision turned black and his body froze. The huge universe rupture law was not controlled by anyone and shifted instantly. Even if it suppressed Long Chen to the point where he couldn't move, Long Chen still managed to dodge it. Bang! The Chaos Demon Ancestor was enraged and used several laws to finally break free from the fatality-killing technique. The fatality-killing technique was extremely effective. Just from this confrontation alone, Long Chen already had the conditions to defeat the Chaos Demon Ancestor. They were very interested in this battle when they heard that Long Chen had killed the other three rulers of the primordial ancestor. The Chaos Demon Ancestor's heart skipped a beat when his move was mysteriously broken. He knew that Long Chen was indeed stronger than before. If he didn't use his Peerless Killer move now, it would be even more difficult in the future. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw through his endless divine trace and attacked him. Two original incipient-grade creator divine weapons. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was shocked to see that in addition to the Great Void Demon Sword in Long Chen's left hand, the Ghost Blood Curse appeared on Long Chen's right hand. The last time he saw the Ghost Blood Curse, it wasn't an original incipient-grade creator divine weapon. The gap between the origin and the original incipient grade was too huge. Impossible. The Chaos Demon Ancestor knew how difficult it was to upgrade a creator divine weapon to this level. It was like the probability of another ruler being born in the infinite worlds. He couldn't believe it. Moreover, it hadn't been long. However, Long Chen, who was holding the two swords, didn't care about the consequences. He saw the Chaos Demon Ancestor's glabella. It was the core of the time tunnel, so it was his primary target. Before that, the Chaos Demon Ancestor reacted quickly and changed. He finally showed the body of the Chaos Kraken Ancestor beast. For a moment, the Chaos Demon Ancestor disappeared and was replaced by an incomparably huge sky-devouring rock. This rock was as big as a world. Hundreds of billions of creatures could live on it. It was much bigger than the Eternal God domain. In front of it, Long Chen was just a speck of dust. It couldn't see him at all. Only this vast starry sky could bear the arrival of this sky-devouring rock. I didn't expect you to have two original incipient-grade creator divine weapons. It seems that you've made great progress during this time. However, don't think that you're the only one with two original incipient-grade creator divine weapons. I have them too. For a long time, people thought that the Chaos Demon Ancestor only had the dual spacetime blades. Later, the Great Void Demon Sword was given to the Chaos Saint Sun. almost no one knew that the Chaos Demon ancestor actually had another original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Its attribute was called Devouring. The Great Void Demon Sword belonged to the Time Kraken, the Universe Demon Blade belonged to the Space Devouring Tiger, and this creator divine weapon belonged to the Sky Devouring Rock. The Endless Gate. In front of the Sky Devouring Rock's mouth, there was a huge pitch-black star gate. It was round and looked a bit like Long Chen's Death Realm Dragon Gate. When it first appeared, the Endless Gate was still closed. There were extremely complicated patterns on it, and no one could see what they were. Heaven and Earth Golden Body. This rule was the same as the Chaos Saint Sun. The Sky-Devouring Rock soared up and created the Heaven and Earth Golden Body. Then, it quickly descended, covering the sky like a continent. It flew above Long Chen's head, preventing Long Chen from seeing the starry sky. The Endless Gate appeared between him and Long Chen. At this moment, the Sky-Devouring Rock flapped its huge golden wings. The moment it opened its huge mouth, the Endless Gate also opened. A pitch-black vortex appeared on it. The vortex was like the Sky-Devouring Rock's mouth. At this moment, the Sky-Devouring Rock's rule exploded under the magnification of the Endless Gate. Golden Rock, Heaven Swallowing. Obviously, the Chaos Demon ancestor was very confident in this rule. If he didn't think that he could kill Long Chen instantly, he wouldn't have bothered to take it out. Chapter 31-37. With the original incipient grade creator divine weapon, the Endless Door, the Golden Rock swallows the sky, and the Chaos Demonic ancestor was much stronger than the Chaos Saint Sun. The power of the Golden Rock swallows the sky was several times stronger than before. At least, the power that the Chaos Demonic ancestor showed in front of Long Chen was almost the same as the original ancestor. However, the original ancestor's rule was more amazing. The Golden Rock swallows the sky. Under the Heaven and Earth Golden Body, the power of the Golden Rock swallows the sky increased greatly. To Long Chen, the giant beast in front of him, which was even bigger than a continent, was crushing him like a speck of dust. I will deal with the Chaos God clan, but it has nothing to do with you. If you don't have the ability, you don't have to worry about it. The will of the Chaos Demonic ancestor suppressed him. No matter how powerful the Golden Rock swallows the sky was, it couldn't scare Long Chen. At this time, it seemed like the entire world was about to be swallowed by the Chaos Demonic ancestor, let alone a speck of dust like him. However, at this time, Long Chen, who was holding two original incipient grade creator divine weapons in his hands, fearlessly rushed toward the giant beast that was as big as a continent. The rule power in his heart swept over his body, and the ancestral dragon's rule exploded from his body. Chaotic Catastrophe. First, the rule of the Chaotic Catastrophe dragon slashed out from the two swords. Black lightning and the aura of disaster were like two rolling dragons, roaring up to the starry sky. Under the Golden Rock swallows the sky, the speed was even more terrifying as it rushed toward the Endless Door. At this moment, the power of the Chaotic Catastrophe fused in front of the Endless Door and exploded instantly. Rumble. Under the chaotic attack of the Chaotic Catastrophe, the Endless Door shook violently. The Chaos Demonic ancestor screamed in surprise. He didn't expect Long Chen to be so strong. Therefore, the rule of the Golden Rock swallows the sky was broken by Long Chen in a short time. Instantly, the power of the Golden Rock swallows the sky was greatly reduced. Before, it couldn't threaten Long Chen, let alone now. After the Chaotic Catastrophe destroyed the stability of the Endless Door, Long Chen didn't hold back. He temporarily put away the Great Void Monster Sword and then controlled the Ghost Blood Curse with both hands. Of Ghost Blood Curse. Rebirth Slash. The Rebirth Slash, which was a fusion of the Karma and Slaughter laws, was Long Chen's strongest offensive move. He used the Chaos Disaster to disrupt his opponent's rhythm, and then used the Rebirth Slash. In an instant, the Rebirth Slash was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. The sword rainbow soared into the sky and instantly arrived in front of the sky-swallowing rock. The speed, ruthlessness, and accuracy of this rule completely exceeded the endurance of the Chaos Demon Ancestor. At this moment, Long Chen instantly reversed the battle situation with his powerful combat power and gained the absolute upper hand. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing rock used its heaven and earth golden body to block the rebirth slash. The rebirth slash didn't seem strong, so he hadn't expected that it would be so powerful when it struck his wings. With a tearing sound, one of the sky-swallowing rock's golden wings was almost severed by the rebirth slash. The Chaos Demonic Ancestor let out an earth-shattering cry. Although the body of the sky-swallowing rock wasn't severely injured, it didn't have much combat power before it recovered. Long Chen. The Chaos Demon Ancestor let out a sinister roar. He originally thought that he could get rid of Long Chen, but he didn't expect this kid to be so terrifying. No wonder he had the guts to make a bet with him, and no wonder the three heavenly Tao Divine Emperors acknowledged Long Chen. Why, are you afraid? Long Chen smiled faintly and charged forward again. He was a tiny speck of dust, but he shocked the largest monster in the world. You've angered me. The Chaos Demon Ancestor understood that it was time to fight to the death. He smiled ferociously. With his terrifying recovery ability, the golden wings that had been cut off began to recover. At the same time, two other huge beasts appeared beside him. They were the equally huge space-devouring tiger and the time Kuan. Together, they formed the Kuan Ancestor Beast. The three beasts prostrated themselves in front of Long Chen. The spatial devouring tiger was completely gray and seemed to be one with space. The time Leviathan was like a transparent fish swimming in the river of time, disappearing in a flash, its figure indistinguishable. The moment the three surrounded him, another rule that Long Chen was familiar with appeared. It was the chaos killing formation that the Chaos Saint's son had used when he was in his most desperate state. At this moment, the Chaos Demon Ancestor was almost forced to this extent by Long Chen. In fact, he thought that he had overestimated Long Chen, so he used the universe-breaking rule. Then, he used the endless door and the sky-swallowing rock, which he hadn't used for a long time. However, he didn't expect that Long Chen would break them and even get injured. In that case, he could only use the chaos-killing formation. Universe Monster Blade, Endless Door, as the eye of the formation. The moment the three giant beasts surrounded him, the chaos-killing formation was born. Unlike the Chaos Saint's son, the Chaos Demon Ancestor used the two original incipient-grade Creator Divine weapons as the foundation of the chaos-killing formation. The terrifying formation appeared in an instant. It was undeniable that this was the #1 formation in all worlds. It was the chaos-killing formation of the Kuan Ancestor Beast, the combination of all the rules. At this moment, the formation swept over, and with the two original incipient-grade Creator Divine weapons as the foundation, it completely trapped Long Chen. Long Chen, be careful of this chaos-killing formation. Yes, this is the Ancestor's most lethal rule. The other three sovereigns couldn't help but remind Long Chen. Don't worry. At this moment, the three giant beasts had joined the chaos-killing formation. The real battle had begun. Next, the entire chaos-killing formation would erupt with all kinds of the Kuan Ancestor Beast's rules until Long Chen was killed. It was an endless bombardment. Moreover, it was 3 against 1. The Ancestor's 3 bodies appeared to be able to resist the 3 of us for a short time. Therefore, among the 4 of us, the Ancestor is the strongest. Long Chen, if you can defeat the Ancestor, you will be the strongest in all worlds. At this moment, the other 3 sovereigns were still admiring Long Chen. They also knew that Long Chen had defeated the original Ancestor, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. Therefore, this time, they still felt a little uncertain. However, they didn't know that from the beginning until now, Long Chen hadn't used his ultimate weapon, the primordial dragon pagoda. When the chaos-killing formation erupted, the God's Hand, the endless divine trace, the time blade, the golden rock swallowing the sky, the devouring primal chaos, the heaven and earth golden body, and the end of time appeared one after another. Long Chen was in the most dangerous position of the chaos-killing formation. He used his primordial dragon pagoda and completely fused with his body. In that instant, Long Chen's strength increased explosively after fusing with the primordial dragon pagoda's creation divine power. In his eyes, the three giant beasts couldn't escape his eyes. Previously, it was the chaos-killing formation that allowed Long Chen to comprehend the rebirth chop. Now, after fusing with the primordial dragon pagoda, his first attack was the rebirth chop. His target, the space-devouring tiger. With the support of the primordial dragon pagoda and the ghost blood curse, the rebirth chop exploded with unprecedented power. In a split second, before the chaos ancestor could react, the rebirth chop tore apart the chaos-killing formation and ruthlessly struck the space-devouring tiger. In that instant, the space-devouring tiger let out a furious roar as its body was almost torn in half. The power of slaughter and karma rushed in and locked onto the space-devouring tiger. Destiny Killer Art. The Time Leviathan's speed was the fastest and couldn't be chased. Long Chen used the Great Void Demon Sword to release the Destiny Killer Art in another direction. The Destiny Killer Art also contained the power of time and chased after the Time Leviathan. The Time Leviathan tried to escape in fear, but it couldn't get far before it was hit by the Destiny Killer Art. In the chaos-killing formation, all the rules of time were shattered. In the Star River, the Time Leviathan turned into a white jade statue and remained motionless. In the end, Long Chen struck out 2 more times. It was the Chaos Calamity. At this moment, the chaos-killing formation had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. The sky-devouring rock had just recovered when it was hit by the Chaos Calamity. The black lightning spread all over its body and the gray calamity chi turned into a hand that pressed down on the sky-devouring rock, making it look like a sky-devouring chicken. In an instant, the 3 giant beasts were defeated. The chaos-killing formation collapsed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the chaos demonic ancestor, even the 3 rulers were shocked. They finally realized how strong Long Chen was at this moment. Impossible. Even if the chaos demonic ancestor didn't want to believe it, he couldn't deny it. He had seen Long Chen's 3rd original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At the same time, he could control 3 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. He was already considered a powerful existence. He had surpassed the 4 rulers. The 3 bodies were heavily injured and couldn't maintain such a state. Therefore, they turned into 3 beams of light and gathered together to form the human form of the chaos demonic ancestor. This was the only form he could maintain. When the chaos demonic ancestor returned to his human form, Long Chen appeared in front of the pale-faced chaos demonic ancestor. Before the chaos demonic ancestor could react, a blood-colored venomous snake in Long Chen's hand completely entangled the opponent to death. The dark blood curse surrounded the heavily injured chaos demonic ancestor, making him unable to move. Once he moved, the snake-like dark blood curse would pierce his body and he would die. I don't want to kill you. You'd better not move. Long Chen said indifferently. Another original incipient grade. The chaos demonic ancestor experienced the most terrible shock. The original incipient grade creator divine weapons that entangled him made him feel helpless. He didn't expect that Long Chen had already controlled 4 original incipient grade creator divine weapons. In this aspect alone, he was already the absolute number 1 in 10,000 worlds. The chaos demonic ancestor had to admit that Long Chen was stronger than him. So, just as Long Chen used the dark blood curse to entangle his opponent, the Great Void Demon Sword pierced through the chaos demonic ancestor's head. The core of the time tunnel was gently picked up by Long Chen and fell into his hand. You dare to take this? This belongs to me. I just let you keep it. A relaxed smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Everything was settled. Chapter 31-38. Limited time to buy. 2015 Summer New Korean Edition Male T-shirt Short sleeves Silk Glossy Cotton Genuine German BMW Men's Casual T-shirt. Limited time to buy. Toe Transparent Super Thin Hidden Transparent Pantyhose, $9 US. Give it to your girlfriend, hee hee. Support the development of the website. Shop Taobao from here. Go. Chapter 31-32. By heroes in troubled times. Long Chen quickly controlled the core of the time tunnel. To him, this was simply a treasure. Back then, in order to obtain the time tunnel, Long Chen had spent a lot of effort, only to let the Chaos Demon Ancestor obtain it first. Now, it was practically Long Chen's only chance to snatch back the core. If the Chaos Demon Ancestor hid back in the eternal whirlpool, Long Chen would not be able to do anything to him. This time, Long Chen had shockingly defeated the Chaos Demon Ancestor. Of course, only he and the other three rulers knew about it. Right now, the experts of the myriad worlds were worried about the invitation to the Chaos Divine Realm. Fortunately, the rulers had already made their move. Before they made their move, all the experts were on standby, waiting for the orders of the four rulers. Almost no one knew about the battle that happened here. Even so, the Chaos Demon Ancestor was deeply defeated in his heart, especially when he was unable to move after losing the battle and was firmly controlled by Long Chen. Even the core of the time tunnel had been snatched away by Long Chen. Long Chen, in the bet, you did not mention anything about the core of the time tunnel. However, in the bet, there is no rule that states that after I defeat you, I cannot take your things. Furthermore, this is my thing to begin with, so it's not of much use to you even if you want it. I'm already being polite by not snatching your Universe Demon Blade and Endless Gate. In this regard, Long Chen would definitely not back down. You. The Chaos Demon Ancestor took a deep breath. He was truly unconvinced. But when he recalled, Long Chen had indeed defeated him head-on. Meanwhile, Long Chen spoke in a low voice, Ancestor, now that the battle is over, you should be aware of my current ability. But at the very least, I'm a reasonable person, and I've never felt that there's enmity between us. The saint's choice is his own responsibility, and I can't stop him. Now that the undercurrent of the myriad worlds is surging, I hope that you can see the current situation clearly and focus on the overall situation. Most likely, the three hegemons were trying to persuade him as well. That's enough. I'm not an unreasonable person. This time, I admit defeat. The Chaos Demon Ancestor's battle prowess could not be underestimated. Long Chen had to use all his strength to truly suppress his opponent. After all, he was one of the four hegemons. Thank you, Ancestor. After completing the mission, Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed. You don't have to be polite with me. I know what you're capable of now. I'm the one who lost face today. It's not an exaggeration to say that if the primal Chaos Divine Realm hadn't appeared, you would be the #1 expert in the myriad of worlds right now. You're the supreme expert of the myriad of worlds, and you're still so young. Naturally, you're the greatest miracle born in this world. I believe that it won't be long before the entire myriad worlds will be filled with your legend. It would be foolish of me to remain your enemy. An existence like you is a miracle to me. He can no longer be described as a genius. Ancestor, what do you think is a better description? The Chaos Demon Ancestor said, you don't have the nerve to ask me a question when you don't undo it? I'm sorry. Now that the time tunnel was in Long Chen's hands, he didn't have to worry about the Chaos Demon Ancestor suddenly escaping. He put away the Blood Nether Curse and returned the Chaos Demon Ancestor's freedom. Although he was injured in front of Long Chen, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. I can't find a word to describe it. Just look at the situation between the five of us and the primal Chaos Divine race. Maybe you'll die. If that's the case, no matter how I describe you today, it's just a joke. In my opinion, you're now stronger than the four of us. That means you're a thorn in the side of the supreme expert of the primal Chaos Divine race. The probability of you dying in battle is much higher than us. Long Chen knew that although the Chaos Demon Ancestor was still giving him a hard time on the surface, he had already admitted it in his heart. There was nothing wrong with his nature. In this matter, he should focus on the overall situation. In that case, time is of the essence. I'll take you to Panga continent first. The foundation of the life and death realms was on Panga continent. It was very easy for Long Chen to go there. Let's go. Long Chen naturally had to figure out the core of the time tunnel, but not now. He had to figure it out in the next few days. He had to go to Panga continent first. So, he opened the Dragon Gate of Death and went in with the Chaos Demon Ancestor. Is this a world similar to the time tunnel? It's wonderful. I guess you've obtained the inheritance of a dead world. That's why you're so strong. The Chaos Demon Ancestor looked at the sea of blood around him and said indifferently. More or less. Ancestor, please wait for a moment. The Death Realm Dragon Gate in the Dragonright continent still existed. Long Chen would leave this place and set up several new Death Realm Dragon Gates. After all, in 10 days, he would have to return here. At that time, he would have to return with the 4 hegemons. Then, he and the Chaos Demon Ancestor would come out from the entrance of the Dragon Gate of Death on Panga continent. In just a flash, you have arrived at Panga continent from the easternmost region. No wonder you are not afraid of anything. With these 2 worlds of life and death, you are almost invincible. My son is really stupid to compete with you. Too bad, the Chaos Demon Ancestor could only sigh. The time tunnel might have the same ability, but I can see that although I'm proficient in the laws of time, I can't control it deeply. I can only use it a little. It seems that the time tunnel was indeed prepared for you. The Chaos Demon Ancestor was truly convinced now. Long Chen's rise was too fast. When he arrived at Panga continent, the ancient god of desolation was already waiting for him. In the tall barbarian world, he was like an ordinary skinny old man. Ancestor, it's been a long time. The ancient god of desolation smiled. Yes, you old man. Why aren't you dead yet? The Chaos Demon Ancestor was still a little unhappy, but this was his temper. It had always been like this. That was why he had more contact with the 3 hegemons of the human race, but he basically didn't have much contact with the human race. In fact, they even had conflicts in the past. The 2 of you can chat first. I'll go get Brother Luya first. Time was of the essence, so he naturally had to be anxious. Go ahead. The ancient god of desolation really didn't expect that Long Chen would bring the Chaos Demon Ancestor here in such a way. Now, he couldn't help but admire Long Chen. He remembered that when Long Chen first came to the 3rd heaven, he barely had the strength of a god emperor. In the blink of an eye, he was the strongest person in the myriad of worlds. A miracle was indescribable. Fortunately, he was on the right side from the start, so he wasn't in such a sorry state like the Chaos Demon Ancestor. If this continues, perhaps, he can really stop the destruction of the myriad of worlds. Of course, it's just a possibility. The ancient god of desolation watched Long Chen leave with a deep gaze. Barbarian, tell me, where did this Long Chen come from? Why do I feel like you're quite familiar with him? I heard that you gave him the realm of life? Asked the Chaos Demon Ancestor. The ancient god of desolation didn't dare to say anything about the dragon sacrifice continent. He shook his head and said, it's purely my intuition. There's a saying among mortals that heroes are born in troubled times. Now that the myriad of worlds are in troubled times, the primal chaos divine world has descended, and the primeval troll is hibernating. If there's really a possibility of a hero being born, it would be him. For people who protect the common people, what we can do is naturally support them. No matter what, the myriad of worlds is our homeland. Those mortals, gods, and devils are our people. As the heads of our families, when someone wants to occupy our homeland, of course, we have to resist. You make it sound so nice. Isn't it just a primal chaos divine world? Look at you being so nervous. The ancient god of desolation shook his head and said, I have a premonition that one of the 4 of us will fall. Then it's you. The Chaos Demon Ancestor laughed. At the very least, he didn't have much respect in his heart. No matter what, after a few days, we'll gather enough people and go take a look. Just as the ancient god of desolation finished speaking, the chaos demon ancestor's colorful invitation arrived at his side again. This speed surpassed Long Chen's gate of the universe. At this moment, the chaos demon ancestor frowned deeply. In terms of spatial laws, no matter what, I'm the number one in the entire myriad of worlds. But this invitation, I'm sure its owner is a level above me in terms of spatial laws. Destruction or submission, this is the choice given to us by the primal chaos divine race. Long Chen asked heavenly god Luya about his location and told Lingxi. Lingxi controlled the gate of the universe and headed there. With Lingxi's increasingly proficient ability, she told Long Chen that it would most likely only take 4 days to reach Luya's location. Heavenly god Luya had already set off when Long Chen went to fight the chaos demon ancestor. After communicating with heavenly god Luya for the past few days, Long Chen found out that the intelligence organization, Thousand Paper Crane, was founded by heavenly god Luya. Of course, he hid behind the scenes. Previously, the myriad of worlds were peaceful, and the collection of Thousand Paper Crane was a trivial matter to heavenly god Luya, so he basically didn't care much. This Thousand Paper Crane had caused Long Chen some trouble when Long Chen had just left the Draconic Ritual Continent. However, at that time, heavenly god Luya didn't pay attention to Long Chen. In these 4 days, I'll fuse with the core of the time tunnel and then go in to see what's going on. I'll try to make the best use of these 4 days. No problem. Long Chen first took out the core of the time tunnel in Lingxi's divine nation. Now that Lingxi was meeting with heavenly god Luya, he just happened to have time to fuse with the core of the third world. The life and death world had already fused in. There shouldn't be a problem. Long Chen followed the previous 2 times. The core of the time tunnel automatically entered his body and stayed between his eyebrows. The third illusory color began to enter the third eye between his eyebrows. Long Chen discovered that this third eye was becoming more and more important in his life. Fuse, just as he said, this core originally belonged to him, so the speed was very fast. It didn't take long for it to be done. The time tunnel became Long Chen's third world in addition to the life and death world. He felt that the third world seemed to exist between his eyebrows. Whoosh, Long Chen appeared in the time tunnel. There was still one more chapter in the evening. Around 21 o'clock. Madman will update as soon as possible. I'm a little dizzy now, so I wrote this chapter all afternoon. This book came from the web, the first thing to see the original content. M00sy. Com. Chapter 31-39. Death Realm, Life Realm, Time Tunnel. In the Time Tunnel, there were the ruins of time, the Tower of Time, and the Eternal Whirlpool. Among them, Long Chen dared not enter the ruins of time, especially at this moment. Once he entered the ruins of time, time would disappear in the blink of an eye, and that would ruin his plan. After fusing with the core of the time tunnel, Long Chen roughly understood that he had only mastered the time tunnel preliminarily. In terms of degree, he was only a bit better than the chaos demonic ancestor. However, just like the life and death realms, this was the accompanying world of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, in fact, Long Chen did not completely control the life and death realms as well as the time tunnel. These 3 worlds were still secrets to him. It was as though there was a shadow shrouding it, making it impossible for Long Chen to understand it. It would appear that he would need to reach a higher level in order to truly open it. This was especially so after he had fused with the core of the time tunnel. Now, Long Chen could appear in any location of the time tunnel and enter the time tunnel from any location, which was similar to that between the life realm and the life realm. Additionally, he could also change the time in the ruins of time and the Tower of Time so as to win a lot of time. This was almost all he could do after fusing with the core. It seems that the life and death realms and the time tunnel still have many secrets. At the same time, the other ancestral dragons should also have their own accompanying worlds. Father said that these worlds were once beside the dragon sacrificial continent. Now that the time tunnel was empty, Long Chen entered from Lingxi's god's country. He naturally left a trace in that god's country. When Lingxi received heavenly god Luya, they could go back. Before that, Long Chen could get familiar with this time tunnel. The most important thing in the time tunnel was the Tower of Time. Long Chen appeared on the first floor of the Tower of Time. In this empty space, time flowed 10 times faster than outside. In the blink of an eye, it had been 40 days for Long Chen. The outside world and the life and death realms were moving very slowly. Second floor. Long Chen hurriedly entered the second floor of the Tower of Time. After arriving, time passed 100 times faster than the outside world. Long Chen now had 400 days. As long as he stayed here, there was no need to worry. Of course, this was not Long Chen's goal. The third floor. Time flowed 1,000 times faster than normal. 4,000 days was more than 10 years. Therefore, Long Chen could stay here for 10 years. Of course, only 4 days had passed in the outside world. However, Long Chen was most excited about the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Because the time on the fourth floor could be accelerated by 10,000 times. As long as he reached the fourth floor, 4 days would turn into 100 years. During this period, he could really do a lot of things. This was currently the greatest use of the time tunnel for Long Chen. But just as Long Chen was about to go up to the fourth floor, he discovered a very important problem. The fourth floor of the Tower of Time disappeared. How could it be gone? When I came here last time, it was still there. How could it disappear now? What happened? After searching for quite a while, Zhang Tai still couldn't find it, not to mention appearing on the fourth floor. However, the eternal swirl was still there. However, after searching for a few days on the third floor, Long Chen still couldn't find the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. At least according to the feedback from the core, the fourth floor of the Tower of Time was completely closed. At least, Long Chen couldn't open it now unless he could completely control the core in the future. I'm afraid that Tai Su and the other members of the Tower of Time don't know about this. This had something to do with the Void Cosmic Dragon, but it was not something they could guess. I have no choice. However, even if it's 1,000 times faster, it's still enough. 1 day was almost 3 years. From then on, as long as he stayed in this Tower of Time, he would have endless time. Long Chen's team was the one that lacked the most time. It's a pity that it's not 10,000 times faster, however, 1,000 times should be enough for Kitten to wake up as soon as possible. In essence, Long Chen had seized the time tunnel for the sake of allowing Little Cat to wake up as soon as possible. The speed at which Little Cat was fusing with his main body was so slow that it was beyond Long Chen's imagination. Now that he was placed in this Tower of Time, he believed that just the 4 days in the outside world would be equivalent to 10 years in here. If this guy succeeds, although he might not be able to reach the ancestor realm right away, he would at least be more powerful than me. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be worse than the ruler of the Chaos God clan. To a large extent, I have to rely on Kitten. Having experienced so many life and death situations, Long Chen had long since trusted this brother of his who was usually sloppy. Although Kitten was a little muddle-headed, he would never be careless when it came to proper business. This time, Long Chen needed him so much that he believed that Kitten would wake up in time. After all, the Tower of Time had given Kitten enough time. Long Chen transferred him from the realm of life to the Tower of Time. Because the time in the realm of life was too slow compared to that in the Tower of Time, this transfer process alone took a month. Of course, it wasn't that long in the realm of life. Since you're here, wake up as soon as possible. In the future, the Chaos God clan and the Primeval Troll will need your help, brother. Long Chen placed him on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time, which was basically the fastest time under stable conditions. As for the Eternal Whirlpool, although it had 10,000 times the time, it wasn't stable and couldn't be used to accelerate time. Kitten was still in a deep sleep and didn't respond. Even if it's my first time going to the Chaos God realm, I don't think there will be any life and death battles. Kitten has been here for at least dozens of years. I guess he'll definitely wake up. Long Chen estimated for a moment and then sized up the surrounding space. The biggest advantage of this Tower of Time is time. The time here can help the divine dragons in my divine nation who need time to grow faster, such as Ling Shi, Yang Lingqing, and Yen Air. 1,000 times the time, of course, is very useful. However, it also has a disadvantage. The disadvantage is that, just like the life and death territories, this place doesn't have spiritual qi. Let alone an original incipient realm world, it can't even compare to a primordial realm world. It can't even compare to a primordial realm world or my divine nation. Long Chen planned to cultivate all the immortal dragons above ultimate immortal dragons who had integrated with original dragon souls in the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. As for the other immortal dragons, as long as they integrated with original dragon souls, they could be sent to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. As for the 1st floor, it would be arranged by the Dragon Emperor. However, Zhang Tai needed to consider the Reiki. Due to the shortage of Reiki, I'm afraid that I couldn't always stay in the Tower of Time. I need to exchange for it outside. In general, the Tower of Time might not be as effective as I imagined. If I could increase my time by 1,000 times, it would be 1,000 times faster. However, due to the shortage of Reiki, I'm afraid that it would be equivalent to about 200 times faster. Admittedly, it's already a good effect. As for the specific arrangement, Long Chen would leave it to the Dragon Emperor and the others. With this, a batch of supreme immortal dragons could be formed at a high speed. After all, Long Chen had already obtained the original dragon souls and inherited essence blood of the syndicate dragons of Immemorial Bloody Dragon and Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. Previously, he didn't take care of them as he was waiting for the arrival of the time tunnel. As for the specific arrangement, he had already left it to the Dragon Emperor and the others. As Kitten was still on the 3rd floor, Long Chen didn't want others to disturb him. Therefore, he only had Mo Xiaolang, Yang Lingqing, and Long Yen move here. After that, he opened the passageways from the Immortal Country to the 1st floor and the 2nd floor of the Tower of Time. As for how to arrange people to cultivate in the Tower of Time, it would be left to the Dragon Emperor and the others. After all, the space on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time was relatively limited. Therefore, it should be allocated to those with the highest aptitude. After all, Long Chen needed a great number of powerhouses the most. Arrange it first. After a few days, let the ultimate immortal dragons enter the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time. The Dragon Emperor and the other Dragon Emperors had always been very responsible in the internal management. Therefore, Long Chen had already prepared well. Now, there were 16 original dragon souls, 8 syndicate dragons of Immemorial Bloody Dragon and 8 syndicate dragons of Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. There were 15 Dragon Emperor and 16 syndicate dragons including Yang Yu. The nether dragon that Yang Yu inherited was originally a syndicate dragon of Shadow Dream Demon Dragon. In this way, with the addition of Yang Lingqing and Ling Shi, a total of 18 supreme divine dragons would be born. As long as there was enough time, they would all be able to grow to the peak of the divine realm, and reach a level close to the ancestor realm. The Dragon Emperors were all the most loyal to Long Chen and had a deep friendship with Long Chen. They were totally trustworthy. Since they left the dragon sacrificial continent, the entire immortal nation had been in good order because of their management. Long Chen also had the other Dragon Emperors and his mother Yang Yu come to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time so as to spare enough time for them to inherit it. After everything was settled, Long Chen had almost 10 years, during which period, he could sit down and wait for the kitten to wake up. At the same time, he took a deep breath. He sorted out the rules that he had obtained recently. After he was done, it just so happened that he was in the middle of the time tunnel. He had the core of the time tunnel, so he comprehended everything within. This is the place left by the Void Cosmic Dragon. I think there must be traces of the rules of time. The ruins of time, the Tower of Time and the Eternal Swirl were basically the most marvelous utilization of time. He calmed down and started to ponder. Time flew rapidly in the process of comprehension. However, he didn't care about it as he had too much time now. As for me, the Tower of Time is most effective in comprehending the rules. I could spend so much time on it. As for the accumulation of strength, the Reiki in the Tower of Time is not enough for me to use the rules for one time. I could only accumulate strength outside the Tower of Time. Chapter 3140. Long Chen's priority was to familiarize himself with the time tunnel. The disappearance of the fourth floor of the Tower of Time made him realize that there were still many mysteries in the time tunnel. He needed to comprehend them. The Dragon Emperor, Long Yen, and the others were all on the third floor of the Tower of Time. If they cultivated for the longest time, they would soon reach the ultimate God realm and become a great help to Long Chen. The future divine dragon world had already taken shape. Naturally, it would be those closest to Long Chen or those with the most potential. Long Chen calmed down and started to ponder about the time tunnel based on his control over the core of the time tunnel. The ruins of time took too much time, so Long Chen dared not go there. The ruins of time could slow down time by 10,000 times. If I could master this ability, I would be able to stop all the enemies. The Tower of Time could accelerate time by 10,000 times. If I could master it, I would be able to make my own Tower of Time. After understanding it, Long Chen realized that stability was the most difficult part. At least he had no idea about the ruins of time and the Tower of Time. However, he was very familiar with the eternal whirlpool. In the past, the chaotic time reversal law was very similar to the eternal whirlpool. However, the chaotic time reversal law was too small. The so-called chaotic time reversal law was just a small pond, while the eternal whirlpool was the real ocean. The two rules were very similar, but the degree was far different. The chaotic time reverse sea had its limits. Therefore, it was impossible for it to reach the level of the eternal whirlpool. It's impossible for me to lure my enemies into the eternal whirlpool during a battle. Nobody is that stupid. However, if I could move the entire eternal whirlpool out, or even control the change of time within 10,000 times, it would be terrifying. If he could really complete this rule, Long Chen could imagine that even the fusion of two rules could not compare to such a transcendent rule. This meant that Long Chen's understanding of the time rule had reached a new level. He was not far from being able to reverse time or travel through time. Previously, the slaughter rule was parallel to the time rule. Now, Long Chen was most proficient in the time rule. Everything else was still under consideration. Eternal Vortex, although he was on the third floor of the Tower of Time, due to the existence of the core of the time tunnel, he could understand the eternal swirl from a higher height. Actually, I don't have to create the entire eternal vortex. Instead, I'll use a projection method, which is more like a copy, to make the eternal vortex appear as a law. It was just like the murderous tribulations of the life realm and the murderous tribulations of the death realm. He could also use the power of the death world through the core of the death world. In fact, this kind of rule consumed very little of Long Chen's power. Just like that, he spent 10 years pondering. Lingxi was probably almost at the place where heavenly god Luya was. It was still normal time in Lingxi's divine kingdom, so the time gate left behind by Long Chen could exist until now. 10 years, one rule, one could imagine. When the laws reached the deepest level, it would take even more time to understand and master them. The eternal whirlpool was incomparably complex. Even after 10 years, Long Chen was only able to bring out and use the real eternal whirlpool. His degree of control was considered average, and he had yet to truly create his own eternal whirlpool. If it belonged to me, then it would be terrifying. I could change the time in any place. But now, although I can achieve the same effect of sucking my opponent into the eternal vortex, my control is slightly weaker. I can't change the time in an instant and lock my opponent down. In short, he could use it, however, he didn't have enough control over it. However, if he could control all the time accurately, he would almost reach the level of the void cosmic dragon. Therefore, Long Chen was not greedy at all. After checking it, Zhang Tai found that everyone on the third floor of the Tower of Time had made great progress over the past 10 years, especially the Dragon Emperors. After becoming supreme immortal dragons, they were basically approaching Lingxi's level rapidly. Not to mention Long Yan. This little monster was terrifyingly powerful. She had mastered all the rules that Long Chen knew. Additionally, she even made a mess on the third floor of the Tower of Time. Long Chen estimated that if he couldn't integrate with the source dragon's soul of the ancestral dragon, this little monster might surpass him. There were two more important things. Kitten has not woken up yet. This guy is really unreliable. It had been 10 years. Thankfully, there was a time tunnel. Otherwise, if he woke up, it would be too late. Second, during the past 10 years, Li Xuanji had also been on the third floor of the Tower of Time. The two people had been in love with each other for hundreds of times. Finally, when Long Chen was going to leave, Li Xuanji finally had a reaction. Like Lingxi, she was pregnant. This made Long Chen thrilled. However, this time, the little monster grew up much slower. No matter what, it was still a tiny particle. Zhang Tai didn't know when it would look like a human. When Long Yan was born, it caused a great movement and required a lot of things to be absorbed. Therefore, Long Chen had to be cautious this time. He was not in a hurry to let the kid come to this world as soon as possible. Therefore, he decided to take Li Xuanji with him wherever he went. What? Long Yan widely opened her eyes. I'm going to have a younger brother or sister. For a moment, she cheered and laughed. She jumped up and down and stared at Li Xuanji's lower abdomen, laughing non-stop. What are you laughing at? Long Chen was speechless at this child. It's none of your business. Bad daddy, you always bully Aunt Xuanji, making her cry and scream. You're a bad guy. Who taught her to say that again? They returned to Lingxi's kingdom of God from the time tunnel. Chen, we're almost there. 4 days is just a moment for you, but 10 years have passed for me. Did you gain anything? I gained a rule and a child. Long Chen told her about Li Xuanji's pregnancy. After hearing it, Lingxi smiled and said, I can let Sister Xuanji taste the feeling of having a little thing in her stomach. We're here. After coming out, time passed quickly. They arrived in the blink of an eye. When they came out of the gate of the universe, Heavenly God Luya was not far away. He looked at Long Chen and Lingxi with a smile and said, Your speed is really shocking. Not even 1/10 of the Chaos Gods, Long Chen said helplessly, looking at the invitations that he couldn't get rid of. Let's go. It's time to see what the Chaos Gods are capable of. All right. The others continued to stay in the Tower of Time. Long Chen asked Lingxi to go there as well. She was the sacrificial dragon and needed time to grow. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen brought Heavenly God Luya back to Panga continent. For a moment, except for the Heavenly Dao sacred land, the top experts of the myriad worlds gathered together. Brother Man Huang, Patriarch, long time no see. Heavenly God Luya greeted them as soon as he came out. Everyone, I'll go pick up the Heavenly Dao sacred emperor first. Long Chen seized the time and set off again with Lingxi. In just a short time, Lingxi had been accompanying Long Yan in the tunnel of time for more than 10 days. That Tower of Time is really magical, said Lingxi with a blush. She probably heard Long Yan's nonsense after entering. This little girl was just a child's babbling. In fact, she still didn't know anything. After Long Chen left, 3 of the 4 sovereigns looked at each other. Heavenly God Luya looked at Patriarch of Chaos with a smile and said, I've already told you about the previous battle. He defeated a perfected realm divine venerable who had 3 original incipient divine artifacts and 1 half-origin divine artifact, but you didn't believe me. The Chaos demonic ancestor said coldly, don't be sarcastic after the fact. If it were you, you would definitely be in a worse situation. Ancient God Savage Desolation said, Long Chen is indeed the most crucial character of the myriad worlds in the future. The four of us can be considered the people with the most boundless karmic luck in the myriad worlds, but even if we were to combine our karmic luck, we still wouldn't be able to compare to him. A character like him should be someone who will change the epoch, an existence who will transform the myriad worlds, the beginning of a new epoch. Anyway, I don't think it's optimistic. Long Chen is now the strongest among the five of us, but he is also the biggest threat in the eyes of our opponents. I think if the chaos gods and the primeval troll are really scary, he is at most a cannon fodder. We are all cannon fodder. This world might be the battlefield of the chaos gods and the primeval troll. Who knows if the entire world will be in a desolate state after 100 years, or if all living things will be extinct. Speaking of such a heavy topic, ancient god Man Huang and heavenly god Luya were speechless. We are the rulers of the world. The battlefield is in the world. No matter if the primeval troll makes a move or not, we will definitely be at a disadvantage, especially the primeval troll. With their cruelty, they will naturally attack living things. That will be the most fatal blow to us. To be honest, we are indeed at an absolute disadvantage. Maybe the only way is to stay out of it and watch the tigers fight. Ancient god Man Huang said, "That's not realistic. These two tigers will not let us monkeys watch the battle quietly. It is most likely that we will be torn apart first and become their food." Heavenly god Luya said, "All right, don't be so pessimistic. Don't we have Long Chen? No matter what, he was able to appear before the great calamity at the end of the era. He is our greatest hope in the future. No matter what you do, I absolutely trust him. I trust him too." Ancient god Man Huang had memories from before the era, so he naturally trusted Long Chen more. I have to see his performance first. At most, I will lead the elites of the demon race to hide in the Kuan ancestors' realm. As for the other living things, forget about them. Chaos demonic ancestor was always selfish. Heavenly god Luya and ancient god Man Huang were too lazy to advise him. Chapter 31-41. For days passed, and another 10 years passed. This was the benefit of the Tower of Time. Although the increase in strength was limited, 10 years were enough for Long Chen to accumulate a lot of things. His dragon face was slowly growing. Li Xuanji had started to show a bit of movement, but it would take a long time. The others were also growing stronger. Long Chen had been trying his best to guide the spiritual qi of other original incipient level worlds into the Tower of Time, but the effect was not obvious. Therefore, every once in a while, people on the same floor of the Tower of Time had to come out. The Tower of Time could only gain time. A mere 10 years wouldn't change anything. It seems that Kitten will be here soon. Now was the time when they needed Kitten the most, especially when they were about to face the chaotic god realm. If the ruler of the chaotic god realm could give us more time, it would be the best. However, the other party gave them 1 month. The 5 rulers of the myriad of worlds had to ascend to the primal chaos divine world before that month. They wanted to see how strong the other party was to be able to destroy the myriad of worlds and kill people. During these 10 years, Long Chen had made a great achievement. It was in the primordial dragon pagoda. One day, when he was pondering about various rules, he suddenly thought of the primordial dragon pagoda. Just like Lingxi's god curse ring, it was hard for him to truly master it. The origin dragon palace and these 3 worlds actually still have a huge secret. The primordial dragon pagoda was the same. Coincidentally, he had improved a lot recently. Therefore, he carefully pondered about the primordial dragon pagoda. He wanted to rush into the world of the primordial dragon pagoda with his current spiritual will. Although he failed at the beginning, Long Chen didn't give up. It was as if there was an illusory mist in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, there was no end to it. He turned into a dragon and soared in the mist. The mist was endless. He had a lot of strength, but he didn't have a chance to put it into use. What's the secret? The more it was like this, the more curious Long Chen was. After all, he was not that pressed for time in the Tower of Time. The most proper time was to study it. Therefore, he put aside everything else and focused on the original Dragon Tower. This is the same as the origin Dragon Palace, something left behind by the dragon sacrificial continent. It definitely isn't that simple. Long Chen used the power of the origin of all things Dragon God and continuously attacked the primordial Dragon Pagoda. Every time he attacked, the fog would disperse. He believed that he would eventually find something. He was different from when he first obtained the primordial Dragon Pagoda. At that time, when his power entered this place, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no movement at all. About 2 years had passed. After endless cycles and hard work, Long Chen had almost given up. After all, the primordial Dragon Pagoda was still shrouded in mystery. However, just as he was about to give up and continue pondering the rules, he suddenly saw a small sword in the void. It was a small crystal sword that was faintly discernible. Long Chen quickly grabbed it. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire world inside the primordial Dragon Pagoda started to shake violently. Long Chen was forced out and the small crystal sword also disappeared. Long Chen looked at the primordial Dragon Pagoda in his hand and felt a bit depressed. It seemed that he had failed again. But what on earth is that sword? Right at this moment, the primordial Dragon Pagoda in his hand was still shaking. Moreover, it started to undergo a great change. The buzzing sound even caused the Tower of Time to shake. All of a sudden, the primordial Dragon Pagoda started to change. On one hand, it was a kind of transformation. The original incipient grade divine weapon, the original incipient Dragon Pagoda, was now advancing to the origin grade, which was impossible for it to reach. The energy generated by the pagoda was so strong that it made Long Chen roll on the ground several times. On the other hand, its appearance was changing. The primordial Dragon Pagoda was originally an illusory tower. However, at this moment, it started to elongate from a tower into a crystal-like strip. Is it going to become a sword? Just as this thought appeared in Long Hen's mind, the primordial Dragon Pagoda turned into a crystal-like longsword. It was an extremely pure and beautiful divine sword. It was clear and transparent like a gem, without a single flaw. On the blade of the sword, there were dragon patterns carved. 2 divine dragons were entwining and leaning against each other. This was the only decoration on the sword. It looked a bit similar to the first ancestor dragon sword. In other words, the first ancestor dragon sword was originally made according to this look. It was a magnificent sword. Not only was it magnificent, compared to the primordial Dragon Pagoda, this crystal sword had surpassed it and reached a new level. The changes in the nature of the creation immortal weapon had surpassed all the creation immortal weapons that Long Chen had ever seen. Of course, except for the origin Dragon Palace that he could not use. Now, the crystal sword had a new level of God's might, which was a supreme God's might. Long Chen had sensed it from the God Curse Ring. If he was not wrong. The primordial Dragon Pagoda was now a half-origin level creation immortal weapon. It had transformed from original incipient level to a level that surpassed the Ghost Blood Curse, Dark Blood Curse, and Great Void Demon Sword. Originally, the primordial Dragon Pagoda was already superior to them. Now, it was even more superior. In front of the primordial Dragon Pagoda, the other original incipient level creation immortal weapons could not even lift their heads. Of course, it could not be called the primordial Dragon Pagoda anymore. It would be more appropriate to call it the primordial Dragon Sword. Half of the origin level. With the eternal whirlpool, it seems that my ability has risen to another level. Long Chen held the new primordial Dragon Sword in his hand, feeling more confident in himself. Buzz. A half-incipient creation divine artifact would be far more powerful than anything else on the market. Obviously, from today onwards, when the primordial Dragon Pagoda became a sword, the Great Void Demon Sword and Ghost Blood Curse would not be as useful to Long Chen. Although the primordial Dragon Sword did not have the same attributes as the Ghost Blood Curse and Great Void Demon Sword, it was much more powerful. Its absolute power directly surpassed the attributes. Then, Long Chen studied the other rules, but he did not have any results. For days had passed in the outside world. Lingxi had already arrived at the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor's location. Long Chen returned to her divine nation and then came to the outside world. My mission is complete. It is time to go back and accompany Yen Heir. There will be many disasters in the future. You must be very careful. Don't worry, I understand. Life is more important than anything else. Now, life was not just one person's. He had a wife, children, and brothers, so he could not be too willful. After Long Chen arrived, the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor appeared not far away. This was the first time Long Chen saw the Heavenly Path Holy Emperor. The master of Hongjun's Starry Ocean and Southern Starfield was an old man with white eyebrows and white hair. He had a stern expression and rarely smiled. His eyes were cold, but there was also a gentleness in them. He wore a white Taoist robe, and he was one with the heavenly Tao and the divine Tao. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor was perhaps the existence that best fit the image of a god in the hearts of all living beings. He was fundamentally different from ancient god Savage Wilderness and heavenly god Luya. Junior greets the Holy Emperor. You are already our leader. There is no need to be so polite. I admire you very much. Time is of the essence. I will return to Panga continent with Senior first. All right. It may be a long time since I met the three of them. To be honest, it had been at least millions of years since the four rulers had gathered together. They were very far away from each other and did not interfere with each other. So this is the death world. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor passed through the death world. Although it was only for a moment, he was shocked. They had ruled over the myriad worlds for too long, and there were not many things that they did not understand. It was not until recently, when all kinds of crises befell them, that they realized that even though they had reached such a realm and ruled over trillions of lives, there were still things that they found difficult to deal with. Including you, this is almost the gathering of the top figures of our myriad worlds. This time, I will not say those pretentious words to be able to travel with the four of you. At least in my heart, I feel that no matter what the chaos gods do, we should not retreat. Before the primeval troll, it is best that there is no war in the myriad worlds. You are right. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the death world and returned to Panga continent. Here, the chaos demon ancestor, ancient god Savage Wilderness, and heavenly god Luya were already waiting for Long Chen. In the clouds, the three rulers with completely different temperaments had a monstrous aura. Because of their gathering, almost all the barbarians on Panga continent did not dare to make a sound. It was a natural pressure that they could not withstand. Heavenly Path Holy Emperor. The chaos demon ancestor narrowed his eyes. The four rulers and Long Chen had finally met. If the chaos gods did not appear, this scene would almost never have happened. Brothers. The Heavenly Path Holy Emperor cupped his fist and descended beside them. The four rulers looked at each other. At first, they were solemn, but heavenly god Luya took the lead and laughed. We have been fighting in the dark for tens of millions of years. I did not expect that our realms would be united today. What a miracle. No matter what, we are all members of this world, and we have our own people. We also have our own homes. No matter who comes, those who invade our homes are against us, and we cannot forgive them. Those personal grudges are nothing in front of the trouble in front of us. Even if you want to settle it, it will be after the trouble is solved. I hope that you are all still alive by then. Even the chaos demon ancestor, who was the most antisocial, said such words. Long Chen was also very happy that they could work together. Chapter 3142. All godly venerables and ultimate realm deity emperors of the demon race, listen up. Without my order, no one is allowed to crush the invitation. Today, I, the other three sovereigns, and Long Chen, the newest super expert of the myriad worlds, will head to the chaotic divine world to investigate. Before the Chaos Demon ancestor set off, he made arrangements for the demon race. The other 3 hegemons were more or less done with their preparations. The 4 of them had the greatest reputation in the entire myriad worlds. Basically, no one would dare to mess around without their instructions. Now, almost the entire myriad worlds knew that the 5 of them were heading to the primal chaos divine world. The appearance of the primal chaos divine world was a top-notch event in the myriad worlds. It had spread to almost all the worlds. Now, the information in the myriad worlds was much smoother. There were many people who knew about it. At the same time, Long Chen's name spread again. In fact, the news of Long Chen defeating the Chaos Saint had already spread across the infinite realms. There was even a new piece of news recently. Long Chen had a battle with the Chaos Demon Ancestor, and he defeated the Chaos Demon Ancestor, which was why the Chaos Demon Ancestor was willing to work with them. No matter what, Long Chen was now viewed by the fiend gods of the myriad realms as an expert on the same level as the 4 hegemons. Long Chen and the 4 pinnacle existences of the myriad worlds passed through the Death Realm and returned to the Death Realm Dragon Gate that he had left on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen and the 4 rulers appeared amidst the smoke and dust left behind by the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. A cloud of shattered smoke and dust was once a complete world. Ancient God Savage Wilderness looked around in confusion and said, "Is this the former Dragon Sacrificial Continent?" The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor fell into deep thought and didn't say much. Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Long Chen's hometown, right? A perished world. Heavenly God Luya walked up and down. Apart from the divine planet of destiny, there was basically nothing else. The place of origin of the divine dragon was not big, so it was not easy to find. You obtained the legacy of this world? Strange, why haven't I heard of this world before? Chaos Demonic Ancestor said suspiciously. He had long guessed that Long Chen might have obtained something from some place similar to the chaotic divine realm. However, he had never imagined that it would be such a fragile world. This place is indeed my hometown. However, the main matter today is to head to the primal chaos divine world. Everyone, once you've finished your preparations, let's set off. With their current speed, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the primal chaos divine world. Lingxi had opened the Cosmos Gate. As long as she passed through the Cosmos Gate, she would instantly reach the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Once she reached the Spirit Essence Star Sea, she would basically be in the primal chaos divine world. The 5 supreme experts had already made their preparations. For the 10,000 worlds. Protect their homeland. Let's go. Naturally, they were willing to be the vanguard. They wanted to experience the chaos divine realm and see how strong the chaos gods were. They also wanted to know what their intentions were. After passing through the Cosmos Gate, Long Chen was the first to come out. The beautiful Spirit Essence Star Sea reappeared under his feet. In the past, the Spirit Essence Star Sea was a world shrouded in light. However, it was different now. In the past, Long Chen felt that the Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was very big. But now that he saw it, it was just too small. In Long Chen's eyes, the entire Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was like an egg. Then, at the top of the Spirit Essence Celestial Sea was a huge, resplendent and majestic ancient world. It was a giant ball with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. This was the primal chaos divine realm. In the center of the 10,000 worlds, an incomparably dazzling light that completely suppressed the light of the Spirit Essence Star Sea. Just the light alone was enough to destroy all living beings in the Spirit Essence Star Sea. This world would need the Heavenly God Sacred Realm, Panga Continent, Hongjun Star Sea, and Ancestral Kun Realm to be this big. Although it's been a long time, judging from its immense spiritual energy, the Primal Chaos Divine Realm must be an origin world. When they got closer, they could be completely sure. The 4 of them were used to the original incipient realm. When they saw this completely surpassing world, they could be sure that it was definitely an origin world. From this position, they could not see what the real primal chaos divine realm looked like. But Long Chen could roughly guess that the primal chaos divine realm was surrounded by 9 layers of light. The 9 layers of light were like a spherical rainbow, covering 9 layers. Each color should be a kind of formation. The outermost layer was purple. The purple layer was the largest, so the light was the strongest. The innermost layer was blue, then cyan, and then green. It was not very clear, but they could vaguely guess that it was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The innermost 2 layers should be silver and gold. As Long Chen and the others approached, they could see all kinds of treasures and symbols floating on the outermost layer of purple. They were arranged in a regular pattern, together forming a huge defense formation. The entire purple light shield was integrated into one, but it was also closely related to the other light shields. Just these 9 light shields alone hide thousands of rules. In the entire 10,000 worlds, those who can break through the 9 layers of rainbow and enter the primal chaos divine realm are probably all here. And this was only the ancestor of chaos's estimation. Perhaps they could not even break through it. They were still very far away. Even if the ancestor of chaos transformed into his main body, he would probably only be a speck of dust next to the primal chaos divine realm. It was no exaggeration. This was the biggest world that Long Chen had ever seen. It was 2 to 3 times bigger than the ancestral planet. The entire purple light shield was like an endless ocean, and there were thousands of ordinary suns and moons revolving in the purple light. Boom, boom, boom. Before they got close, they could hear the loud rumbling of the formation. Among the purple, the blue was like a storm, sweeping across the ground. At this point, the 4 rulers' faces were very solemn. The 4 of you, why don't you come into my death world first? It is more convenient for me to hide and transform alone. I can investigate first. Long Chen suddenly said. After all, the 5 of them were too majestic. It was like they were about to start a war. No problem. Sure. First, ancient god Wildlands agreed, then heavenly god Luya and the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor. In the end, the ancestor of chaos could not be bothered to insist and agreed. You have many tricks up your sleeve. I'll let you do it. Long Chen sent them to the death world one after another. To be honest, any one of the 4 of them was a powerful force to be reckoned with. Although Long Chen had improved, he was not naive enough to think that he could fight against the chaos gods alone. He turned into a broken star and circled around the purple ocean as fast as he could. The primal chaos divine realm was still very mysterious. It seems that if I don't go in, I won't be able to see anything. Thinking of this, Long Chen stopped watching from the outside and started to approach the purple ocean. Of course, he was very careful, but he soon realized that there was only one way to pass through the purple ocean, and that was to force his way through. Let's give it a try. The 4 rulers had the same opinion. Sure. Long Chen turned into his human form and approached the purple ocean. The moment he came into contact with it, he was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. In an instant, he grew bigger and bigger, and the slightest movement actually caused the entire purple ocean to surge. Rumble. The endless waves surged and a large number of suns appeared from the depths of the ocean. I can devour these things. This was the message Mo Xiaolang sent to Long Chen. Now is not the time. Wait for an opportunity. The problem Long Chen was facing right now was that he had definitely startled this world. At the very least, he had startled the nearby existences. At this moment, a ferocious pressure pressed down on Long Chen. A supreme expert was awakening in this violet sea. Which vile creature dares to barge into my primal chaos divine realm? It was a delicate rebuke. Although the voice sounded nice, it contained a destructive impact that could instantly destroy the soul of an ultimate divine emperor. Boom. That terrifying existence instantly appeared under Long Chen's feet. She rushed out of the purple ocean and stood in front of Long Chen. The first thing Long Chen saw was long silver-gray hair fluttering in the wind. In an instant, he captured the information of this person. This was a member of the Primal Chaos Divine Clan. She was a woman that could turn all living things upside down. In his impression, she was somewhat similar to the former primal chaos royalty. Her skin was silver gray, but even so, it did not make her look ugly. Instead, she had a special, alluring sense of beauty. She had a pair of seductive silver gray eyes, thin and cold red lips, and long pointed ears. They were the most perfect art in the world. Especially her slender and powerful figure, it was even more fiery and hot. This woman was the most ferocious and violent of all the women Long Chen had ever seen. Just from her figure alone, one could tell that she was extremely aggressive. Her eyes were like those of a ferocious beast that could subdue everything in the world. She didn't have many decorations on her. Instead, she wore a set of silver chainmail and a pair of steel boots. She was like a goddess of war walking out of the bright moon. The divine armor on her body was overflowing with light. Although it looked simple, it actually contained the brilliance of billions of stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within this divine armor, there were billions of stars of the entire world flickering within. Beauty, silver hair, armor, and coldness. Original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At first glance, Long Chen could see that the radiant divine armor that gave this woman a transcendent aura was an original incipient grade creator divine weapon. Moreover, it was a rare defensive one. Usually, if a woman had a defensive original incipient grade creator divine weapon, it meant that she would have an offensive original incipient grade creator divine weapon. At that moment, Long Chen met her eyes. In her left eye, Long Chen could see the brilliant silver galaxy with billions of stars twinkling. In her right eye, he could see the primal chaos, a void with countless possibilities. Of course, when the woman saw Long Chen, she was also shaken. He was a god emperor, but he gave her a dangerous feeling. Chapter 3143. Who are you, little rascal? Hurry up and tell me your name. Otherwise, I will have to deal with you as an intruder. The Chaos God race goddess stared at Long Chen with her cold eyes. Her killing intent was like a tidal wave, making Long Chen feel like he was in the middle of a storm. When his opponent was able to contend with him in terms of aura and divine might, Long Chen was very clear in his heart. Even the gatekeeper of the Chaos God race is a complete perfection realm god venerable. In the death world, the Chaos God ancestor was speechless. The other three rulers looked at each other and the heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "It's indeed a complete perfection realm god venerable. He was born much earlier than us. I hope he's one of the strongest experts in the Chaos God realm. If there are too many of them, we'll be in trouble." The 5 of them were the strongest forces in the myriad worlds. If even the 5 of them were easily suppressed here, the myriad worlds wouldn't even need to resist. They would have to submit. Idiot, didn't you hear what I said? That ice-cold woman pressed forward, gradually approaching Long Chen. Her body was like a gigantic beast that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, as if it would explode at any moment. Silver armor, silver hair, cold eyes, steel boots, and the parts that weren't covered by the armor revealed tender and alluring skin. As the woman approached, Long Chen was indifferent. His main purpose was to probe, so he cupped his fists and said, "Lady, my name is Long Chen. I'm from the myriad worlds." The Chaos God realm suddenly appeared in the myriad worlds. "I happened to be nearby, so I came to take a look. Are you done? If you are, then scram. If you want to go in, then crush our Divine Lord's invitation. Don't waste my time here." The goddess-like Divine Lord was still cold to the bone. Her face was full of impatience. Long Chen said, "Why? I'm right next to the primal chaos divine realm. Can't I just go in directly? Why do I need to crush your divine master's invitation? Since it's an invitation, it means that the primal chaos divine realm has invited us over. Is this how your primal chaos divine race treats their guests?" The so-called divine master was probably the master of the primal chaos divine world. Obviously, this person, who was addressed as the Almighty by the goddess in front of him, was definitely the #1 expert in the chaotic divine realm. His ability was estimated to at least surpass that of the original ancestor, and he was also the person that Long Chen was most afraid of during this trip. After listening to Long Chen's words, the silver-armored divine venerable looked as if she had heard a joke. In her eyes, Long Chen was like a country bumpkin. She could not help but mock him. "You're really ignorant. First of all, this 9-colored chaos formation was personally laid out by the Master God and the other primordial saints, including me, after thousands of years. If you can enter it, I, Chaotic Fire Dance, will change my surname to yours. Secondly, although your world is vast and boundless, now that the Master God has descended, this place is under the Master God's control. You're all the Master God's people, so just crush the invitation." From her words, Long Chen and the 4 sovereigns could extract a few pieces of information. The strongest expert in the chaotic divine realm was the Master God of Chaos, and there should be several primordial saints below him. The woman in front of them, Chaotic Fire Dance, was probably one of them. Primordial saints are probably ultimate gods. That means that the Master God of Chaos is probably an ultimate god. Of course, he could also be a very powerful ultimate god. This situation was similar to what Long Chen and the others had guessed. After all, it had been confirmed that the chaotic divine realm was an original level world. So, if the experts in it were normal, it should be the same. For example, the heavenly god's sacred world, Panga continent, and other places had the same situation. Only, the chaotic divine realm was one level higher than Panga continent. The world was the foundation of the experts. Only Long Chen was not an expert born in the world. I just don't know how many primordial saints there are in the chaotic divine realm. The difference between an original level world and an original incipient world is actually the difference between an original incipient world and an eternal world. It is not an exaggeration to say that an original incipient world is more than 5 eternal worlds. 5 eternal worlds usually have 5 ultimate gods, and an original incipient world has about 5. However, an original incipient world still has us. In the infinite worlds, the balance between the level of the world and the level of experts was almost a law. This also proved that experts were born from the world and were attached to the world. Although an original incipient world could give birth to 2 ultimate gods, the probability was not high. In most cases, the infinite worlds followed that law. Even in an original level world, the chaotic divine realm, there was a pattern of one master god. In other words, a chaotic divine realm could only support one master god. According to this analysis, this original level world is definitely more than our 4 original incipient worlds. More than 4 original incipient worlds is equivalent to more than the entire infinite worlds. In other words, the number of ultimate gods, primordial gods, and god emperors here is more than the total number of the entire infinite worlds. We need at least one master god to equal the number of experts in the chaotic divine realm. The chaos demonic ancestor's expression was ugly. We'll know if this is what we guessed when we go in. Although this 9-colored chaos formation is majestic and powerful, we're just going in. We're not going to destroy it. It's not that troublesome. Heavenly God Lu Ye's eyes were the most powerful eyes in the infinite worlds. He could roughly see the key of the formation with a glance. Outside, Long Chen and the chaotic fire dance were still in a stalemate. He knew what the rulers were discussing. But no matter what, they had to go in and see for themselves. At least, they had to give the other party a show of strength and not let the other party think that they were so easy to bully. Hey, I'll give you 2 choices. First, get out of here. Don't disturb me. Second, crush your invitation and go in. Don't dawdle like a girl. The chaotic fire dance was angry when she saw Long Chen's silence. However, he was the first person from the infinite world she had seen. She was actually a little curious. Of course, due to the difference between the chaotic divine realm and the infinite worlds, she was still proud. Long Chen could also see the attitude of the chaotic divine clan from the chaotic fire dance's arrogance. This personality is somewhat similar to the chaotic royal clan in the chaotic galaxy. Maybe the chaotic royal clan is their descendants who stayed in the dragon sacrificial continent. Since the other party was arrogant and despotic, not putting anyone in her eyes, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. His gaze turned cold and his aura suddenly rose. Previously, it was the chaotic fire dance who attacked and he defended. Now, his will exploded and shot back, causing the chaotic fire dance to groan. My choice is. I want to try breaking through this 9-colored chaos formation and see if it's as indestructible as you said. Do you have any objections? In front of the chaotic fire dance, Long Chen seemed to have suddenly turned from a sheep to a wild wolf. That ferocious and majestic aura was something chaotic fire dance hadn't seen for a long time. Chaotic fire dance was first shocked by Long Chen's courage. Then, after witnessing Long Chen's aura, her voice also became extremely cold. She said word by word, "Not bad, you have vividly portrayed the word, stupid, in front of me. I heard that there are 4 rulers in the infinite worlds, but they are only perfect realm gods. Although you are disguised as a god emperor, I guess you are one of them. Tell me, who are you? Heavenly God Luya, ancient god savage wilderness, heavenly Tao holy emperor, or some bastard old ancestor?" She actually thought that Long Chen was one of the 4 rulers. In the death world, the chaos demonic ancestor was so angry that he almost rushed out. Why were the 3 of them called the correct name, but when it was his turn, he became the bastard old ancestor? This actually shows that the chaotic divine clan is extremely arrogant and doesn't take us seriously. Heavenly God Luya said speechlessly. Outside. Long Chen really wanted to break the 9-colored chaos formation and enter. However, the chaotic fire dance was definitely going to stop him. He said, "I am none of them. I am just a nobody in the infinite worlds. I want to rush into your formation. May I ask, are you going to stop me?" "Nobody, it seems like you like to joke. However, it doesn't matter. Since you are here to cause trouble, as the guardian of the formation, tell me, should I stop you? Not only will I stop you, I will also make you kneel in front of me for the rest of your life. Stupid people of the infinite worlds, you can never see your own weakness and ignorance. I know that sooner or later, you will offend your superiors. Today, the first battle between the chaotic divine clan and you, the chaotic fire dance, shall start." While speaking, the primal chaos fire dance's silver armor shone with a dazzling radiance. The silver radiance completely submerged the primal chaos fire dance. A silver ocean seemed to appear in front of Long Chen. The boundless silver radiance pierced his body like a divine artifact. "If I defeat you, I can break through the 9-colored chaos formation, right? If so, I won't be polite. But don't worry, we people of the infinite worlds love peace. We refuse to fight. Even if I defeat you, I won't hurt you. It's just a simple sparring. I believe it won't damage the friendship between us. Am I right, chaotic fire dance? If you can defeat me, I'll be your granddaughter." The chaotic fire dance replied to Long Chen with a voice full of confidence and anger. At that moment, another silver light pierced through the silver light. Through the layers of light, Long Chen saw a silver spear in her hand. It was dazzling and strange like a whirlpool. The long spear contained too many things. It seemed like there were billions of worlds and billions of creatures inside, making this divine weapon of the Creator become a living being. It's another original incipient grade creator weapon. So many original incipient grade creator weapons have appeared recently. They have always existed. You just saw them. They aren't new. Most of Long Chen's creator weapons came from the Ancestral Star, but the chaotic fire dances was from the chaotic god domain. Chapter 3144. Primeval Incipient Grade Fortune Divine Artifact, do you have one? Primal Chaos Flame Dance was clad in her silver moon armor and brandishing her silver spear, the Primal Chaos Heavenly Fong. Outside the Primal Chaos Divine World, an enormous silver vortex was formed. Wave after wave of light surged forth, and in the depths of the light was the proud and aloof face of Primal Chaos Flame Dance. To Primal Chaos Flame Dance, Long Chen's claim of wanting to break into the Primal Chaos Divine world was simply a joke. Since I want to scare you, I won't hold back, Star Moon Tear. In the Silver Sea, Primal Chaos Flame Dance shouted. She held the Primal Chaos Green Fang in her right arm, and 9 cores of different colors suddenly appeared on her left wrist. They were 9 incomparably dazzling star gems. They formed a bracelet and tied to her smooth arm. For a moment, the 9 gems were like real stars, revolving around Primal Chaos Flame Dance's arm. These are the cores of 9 eternal grade worlds. Using the cores of eternal grade worlds to make a Fortune Divine artifact is too extravagant. Before the battle started, Primal Chaos Blazing Dance had already taken out 3 primeval incipient grade Creator Divine weapons. Her goal was naturally to scare Long Chen. Indeed, the 3 primeval incipient grade Creator Divine weapons, especially the Star Moon tier that was made of 9 eternal grade world cores, had shocked the 4 rulers greatly. None of the 4 of them had 3 types of original incipient grade Creator Divine weapons. Long Chen, be careful. Out of concern, Ancient God of Desolation had to remind Long Chen. Especially that Star Moon tier. This Fortune Divine artifact is more terrifying than the other 2. Silver armor, spear, bracelet. After taking out all these treasures, Primal Chaos Flame Dance's charming face smiled coldly. She thought that this would be enough to scare Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't react at all. Pretending to be calm. Primal Chaos Flame Dance's body was cold and hard like iron. At this moment, she twisted her waist, erupting with unprecedented power. She waved the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth as if she was waving billions of stars and instantly attacked Long Chen. An opponent comparable to the 4 sovereigns. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't be careless. However, he still had to let the 4 sovereigns see how strong the Primal Chaos Divine tribe was. This mission was more to familiarize himself with the opponent. Scram. Primal Chaos Flame Dance stabbed the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth out of the void. Silver light burst out, suppressed the purple sea below. Chain of 9 stars. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Primal Chaos Fire Dance's face stiffened. Star Moon Star. That's right, what the Primal Chaos Flame Dance displayed now was purely the laws of the stars. She predicted that there would be 2 types of laws. The Silver Star is one of them, and the other one is more common among the Chaos Divine tribe. Chaos Moon Chaos Flame Dance S. Moon Moon World Dragon and Primal Chaos Flame Dance. Moon Moon God. Moon Moon Chaos Flame Dance and Flame Dragon. Moon Moon Chaos Flame Dragon, Flame. Was. When. To Primal Chaos Dragon, Flame Moon Flame Dragon. Break. Primal Chaos Flame Dance said confidently. She stabbed the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth into the first silver star. In the blink of an eye, the 9 stars exploded one after another, battering Long Chen. You're the one courting death. Don't blame me. Primal Chaos Infernal Dance gritted her teeth. Her astral laws suddenly erupted. These 9 immemorial stars were ancient divine objects passed down in the Primal Chaos Divine world. They were passed down to Primal Chaos Infernal Dance and transformed into laws by her. Just as the Primal Chaos Flame Dragon was about to explode. Long Chen had a general understanding of the power of his opponent's laws, which allowed the 4 sovereigns to gain a better understanding of their opponent. Now that they were ready to fight back, the Ghost Blood Curse appeared in Long Chen's hand. Without another word, he swept his sword out. The law of slaughter and the law of karma gathered on the sword, transforming into the rebirth slash. When the countless star fragments rushed over, the rebirth slash carved a path through the star fragments. Wherever it went, even the most destructive power of the stars caused the dragon stars to disintegrate and dissipate. The power of the rebirth slash pierced through the 9-star chain, as if it carried with it the threat of death, and slammed into the Primal Chaos Fire Dance with overwhelming force. Just this one law alone was enough to suppress Long Chen. In truth, he had the ability. Among the myriad of worlds, apart from the people of the primal chaos divine realm, Long Chen was the number one. Number one in the myriad of worlds. If he couldn't even compare to primal chaos flame dance, the five of them wouldn't be able to enter the primal chaos divine realm. The rebirth slash's sword energy soared into the sky, breaking through the 9 stars chain and instantly rushing in front of primal chaos flame dance. The remaining power was still vast. This first move had caused primal chaos flame dance's cold expression to change greatly. However, it only lasted for a moment before she returned to normal, allowing the rebirth slash to hit her body. Swish. When the rebirth slash hit the silver moon, a dazzling vortex appeared on the silver moon. It was a vast nebula that seemed to contain billions of stars. It swallowed the rebirth slash. Pop. When the 9 stars chain shattered, Long Chen's rebirth slash was also swallowed. Under the protection of the primal incipient grade fortune divine weapon, the silver moon, it couldn't hurt primal chaos flame dance at all. However, even so, the appearance of the ghost blood curse and the powerful impact of the rebirth slash were enough to change Long Chen's appearance in primal chaos blazing dance's eyes. Now, she held the primal chaos dark fang in her hand and flashed before Long Chen again. Her eyes burst out with a dazzling brilliance. The power of 2 rules swept out from her body, showing that primal chaos blazing dance had great attainments in the 2 rules. You have the strength to resist me, so you must be one of the 4 sovereigns. Just as well, I want to see what you're really capable of, the so-called sovereign. The rebirth slash just now wasn't enough to scare off the primal chaos flame dance. She let out a delicate shout, and her explosive figure twisted like a silver snake, flashing through the endless stars as an even more powerful aura descended. It was as if Long Chen had sensed the arrival of another type of law. Everyone, watch carefully. Just as Long Chen said this, primal chaos flame dance's arrogant laughter rang again. Her body was full of the arrogance and pride of the primal chaos divine tribe. At this time, it was still the primal chaos dark fang in her hand. However, at this moment, the stars on the primal chaos dark fang disappeared, replaced by a primitive destructive power. Immemorial primal chaos. Primal chaos flame dance turned the spear into billions of shadows. These shadows formed a vast world, trapping Long Chen. This was a world full of ancient mist. The silver mist filled the entire space, forming a towering fog that swept towards Long Chen. Lifeless realm. Although Long Chen knew this wasn't the lifeless realm, the law in front of him was somewhat similar. The silver aura was a destructive aura. As long as one touched it, there would be endless destruction until Long Chen was completely destroyed. This should be her second law, the fundamental law of the entire primal chaos realm, primal chaos. The 4 sovereigns had done some research in this area. Laws were born in the world. For example, the barbarians on Pangu continent were possessed by Pangu. Pangu's possession was a natural law, a natural law. The primal chaos divine tribe was the same. The law of primal chaos is silent and formless. It comes from ancient times and can be used in myriad ways. It is a supreme law. For example, primal chaos flame dance's use of this law is quite good. The primal chaos divine tribe should be much more terrifying than we imagined. While they were talking, the primal chaos imprisoned Long Chen in an endless world of destruction. The aura was like countless knives and swords, weighing billions of pounds, acting on Long Chen's body. It seemed that the chaos demons also had such a law, but there were slight differences between the 2. Buzz. Buzz. The power of the law was madly squeezing. Primal chaos flame dance was coldly watching how Long Chen resisted. She was in a corner of the primal chaos, and Long Chen seemed to see a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Break. When the primal chaos had just formed, apart from the ghost blood curse, Long Chen also had the great void demon sword in his hand. The sword of time flashed with dazzling brilliance and thousands of changes. Destiny-killing art. A beam of sword light disappeared in the primal chaos as if it had never appeared. Then, it was quickly drowned out. Even primal chaos flame dance didn't notice this attack. Audacious and ignorant. A frog at the bottom of a well. You should be refined by me. In the dark, primal chaos flame dance had a cold smile on her face. Suddenly, a formless beam of sword light pierced through. What power is this? Time. Although primal chaos fire dance was extremely shocked that Long Chen had been able to find her position and that this law could actually break through to this place, she had enough confidence in her silver moon, just like rebirth / But this time, the power of time and destiny struck the primal chaos flame dance unscathed. This was the strangest law, and it immediately penetrated the primal chaos flame dance. While the primal chaos flame dance was in a daze, at least half of its body froze and turned into jade. Ugh! Primal chaos flame dance couldn't believe her eyes. Just now, her spirit had suffered a huge impact. Why? What kind of law is this? It clearly didn't break my silver moon, but it still attacked me. Moreover, there are shadows of two kinds of law in this law. Could it be that he confused the two kinds of law together? Who is this Long Chen? Primal Chaos Flame Dance's proud heart suffered a huge setback. This was the first time she had such a crucial battle opportunity after becoming a god venerable. But until now, she hadn't gained the upper hand. Instead, she was at a disadvantage. She had mocked Long Chen for not having a Fortune Divine artifact. Now that Long Chen had taken out two primeval incipient grade Fortune Divine artifacts, it was like a ruthless slap to her face. As soon as the destiny-killing art was used, the terrifying primal chaos law was naturally broken by Long Chen. This kind of destructive law was like the lifeless world. It was best not to recklessly connect with it. You. Chapter 3145. Exactly who are you? At that moment, Primal Chaos Flame Dance was no longer able to look at Long Chen with contempt. Didn't I tell you? My name is Long Chen. Primal Chaos Inferno narrowed her silver-gray eyes, cold as ice. In fact, her heart was like a volcano, full of erupting anger. She was the youngest perfect hierarch in the Primal Chaos Divine world, forever a legend. Now, Long Chen looked younger than her. Although Primal Chaos Inferno had repeatedly told herself that he was one of the four sovereigns, she had a rough idea of the four sovereigns, so she knew that Long Chen was not one of them. It was also because of this that this proud Primal Chaos Divine tribe member felt defeated. But Primal Chaos Inferno did not believe it. No matter who you are, you have angered me today. Today, you will die. Primal Chaos Inferno's fighting spirit turned into killing intent. Long Chen smiled. Who do you think you are? Angering you is the death sentence. To be honest, if I want to kill you, it's easy. I only played with you because you are hot. You are angry, but you are also very cute. Of course, if you angered me, I might really kill you. Are you teasing me? Primal Chaos Inferno laughed in anger. No, I am teasing you, Long Chen said frankly. Die. In that instant, Primal Chaos Inferno exploded with anger. Long Chen had a deep understanding of how to trigger the other party's emotions. Sure enough, it was not out of his control. In just a few words, Primal Chaos Inferno had used her ultimate move. Just as well. I can let the four sovereigns see what a perfect hierarch of the Primal Chaos Divine tribe is capable of, Long Chen thought. Seeing Primal Chaos Inferno explode, Long Chen did not move at all. He even crossed his arms as if he was watching Primal Chaos Inferno perform. This posture completely ignited Primal Chaos Inferno's anger. Star Moon Tears. Now, the Primal Chaos Azure Tooth had disappeared and was replaced by the Star Moon Tear. 9 star cores rotated between her wrists. Under her control, 9 huge planets appeared. They were comparable to an eternal grade world. In front of such a world, Longchen was like a speck of dust. A crushed speck of dust. Divine stellar lunar prison. The 9 planets surrounded Longchen in the middle, with Longchen at the center. This was a real world, different from the 9-star chain. At this moment, the 9 real worlds began to connect. A silver ray of light pierced through each planet, connecting the 9 huge eternal level worlds into a chain, forming a huge ring, trapping Longchen in the center of the ring. There are traces of the first law, the 9 stars chain. There are also traces of the second law, the primordial chaos. It seems that he was like me, fusing 2 different laws. The 9 stars chain was filled with killing intent. The primordial chaos descended again, this time at the center of the 9 stars chain. The 9 stars chain, the 9 huge eternal level worlds, merged into one. Suddenly, 9 rays of starlight pierced towards Longchen like the sharpest sword light. At the same time, the primordial chaos descended, suppressing him. Frankly speaking, the celestial lunar divine prison's law had already reached the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. The 4 sovereigns thought for a moment. If they were in Longchen's position, they would have to exhaust all their strength to be able to withstand this move. Although Longchen was indeed toying with the primal chaos flame dance, the 4 sovereigns didn't dare to do so. At this moment, they had a real understanding of the strength of the chaos divine tribe. Longchen, be very careful. Their concern came from the death rain. Don't worry. At this moment, Longchen smiled faintly. In this moment of life and death, he crossed his arms, as if taking a stroll in a garden. He ignored everything around him, including the ghost blood curse and the great void demon sword. Scared out of your wits, huh? The entire world was almost drowned by the enormous power of the divine star lunar prison. The chaotic flame dance showed a cold smile in the void. In her eyes, Longchen was simply courting death. Until the moment he was about to be destroyed. Eternal vortex. Longchen softly spat out these 4 words. Billions of miles away, the tunnel of time and the eternal vortex appeared as if copied by Longchen. In an instant, an endless vortex that was no different from the real eternal vortex appeared. Frankly speaking, this vortex was like a hat of the chaos divine world. One could imagine how huge it was. Of course, the size of the eternal vortex was not limited to that area. There was also the 10,000-fold change of time. Longchen could slightly control the change of time. In the death rain, when the eternal vortex appeared, even the chaos ancestor couldn't help but exclaim. He was naturally most familiar with what the eternal vortex was. I didn't expect Longchen to be able to use the eternal vortex here. As the patriarch of chaos cried out in alarm, the other 3 were carefully watching the battle. In the eternal vortex, the rolling waves of time were more like the waves of the sea compared to the purple of the chaos divine world. In an instant, the divine stellar lunar prison seemed incomparably small. It was instantly submerged. The 9 stars chain and primordial chaos were about to kill Longchen, but when they got close to him, time slowed down to the extreme. Longchen had just left. Such a law was completely wasted, and it didn't hurt Longchen at all. It directly exploded in the eternal vortex. The arrival of this destructive power was like an incomparably beautiful flower blooming on the eternal vortex. Longchen, Chaos Flame Dance was hit by the huge waves of time to another corner, completely cutting off her control of the divine stellar lunar prison. She realized that she was in a region where time was extremely slow. How can this be? At this moment, Primal Chaos Blazing Dance's face was pale. Even though she had managed to regain control of her body with great difficulty and stabilized herself, she was still completely dumbfounded. In such a huge world with such a huge time zone, it was hard for her to understand what was going on. This is the law. Is this the power of the law? Impossible. Primal Chaos Fire Dance was almost crying. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. Panic and defeat were written all over her face. At this moment, Long Chen moved with incomparable speed and appeared in front of her. Shwa! He nearly collided with Chaos Flame Dance. Sorry, I didn't control it well, but it's enough to deal with you. After sorting out his emotions, Long Chen raised his head with a faint smile. In this boundless and chaotic sea of time, he calmly looked at Chaos Flame Dance. Chaos Flame Dance panted heavily, her towering chest rising and falling. The rhythm of her body was still very beautiful, like a vigorous cheetah. Her cold silver-gray eyes were trembling with complex emotions. But she was still unwilling to accept defeat. She also didn't admit that there could be such a terrifying expert. At this moment, when Long Chen arrived, she turned and fled. You can't escape. You've lost. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of her and stabbed with his sword. Scram! Primal Chaos Flame Dance was confident that she had the silver moon, so she didn't care about Long Chen's casual attack. However, she instantly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She lowered her head and saw that the silver moon had been easily pierced through. Because it was heavily injured, the silver moon had retracted into her body, causing the skin on her chest to be pierced through by Long Chen. The tyrannical power transmitted from the destinable artifact rushed into Primal Chaos Flame Dance's divine body, causing great destruction. Yes, it was the Origin Dragon Sword. The Ghost Blood Curse and Great Void Demon Sword couldn't pierce the silver moon. This was a double blow to Chaos Flame Dance. First, the opponent had injured her and broken the silver moon. Second, although Long Chen quickly put it away, she could clearly see that it was another destinable artifact. It was the third type of destinable artifact Long Chen had shown, but it was also the most terrifying one. What are you? Chaos Flame Dance was dumbfounded, looking at Long Chen. Now, she couldn't escape. She was completely under Long Chen's control. What does it have to do with you? Long Chen waved his hands, and the entire eternal whirlpool disappeared in an instant. Chaos Flame Dance trembled violently. You. What about me? You lost. Don't deny it. I just want to prove to you that I can really kill you. Don't doubt it. Then, I will break through this 9-colored chaos diagram. Do you still want to stop me? Of course, this guy couldn't be killed yet. Not to mention that there was no enmity between them, the Chaos Divine Tribe hadn't attacked the Myriad Worlds yet. Long Chen didn't want to create a reason for the other party to attack the Myriad Worlds. Primal Chaos Flame Dance was so angry that she was trembling. She glared at Long Chen fiercely. She wanted nothing more than to skin this person alive. However, the terror of the eternal whirlpool and that crystal-like sword had frightened her. Who is he? If he isn't one of the 4 rulers, how can he be so strong? Chaos Flame Dance's heart was in chaos. She still blocked Long Chen and looked at Long Chen. No matter how fierce she was, Long Chen was still indifferent and invulnerable. Chaos Flame Dance could only admit that she had lost. The person in front of her was very strong. However, no matter how strong he is still a person of the Myriad Worlds. He can't be compared to the Chaos Divine Tribe, let alone the Divine Lord. Why should I care about him? Since he wants to break through, let him. Anyway, the one who will be embarrassed is not me. Thinking of this, Chaos Flame Dance dodged and said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. Our Chaos Divine Tribe didn't invite you to break through this 9-colored chaos diagram. Once the Divine Lord is angry, it will be considered as you invading our Chaos Divine Tribe. At that time, you will die without a burial place. You have already reminded me." Long Chen bypassed her and walked toward the 9-colored chaos diagram. You really have to stay alive. Let me tell you, your victory today doesn't mean anything. One day, I, Chaos Flame Dance, will defeat you and tear you into pieces. Chapter 3146. To be honest, there's no need for you to break through the 9-colored chaos formation at all. First of all, this chaos formation is a collection of all the primal chaos laws of our Chaos God clan. The attacks of the primal chaos laws you'll have to endure inside are definitely much more terrifying than mine. It's not even certain if you'll be able to hold on to your little life, let alone break through. Although the primal chaos fire dance was no longer bossy, her attitude was still superior. And then? Long Chen was already prepared. He could feel that the chaos formation diagram was filled with billions of chaos rules, forming huge waves that engulfed every corner. Primal Chaos Fire Dance puffed out her chest and said arrogantly, "Our Divine Master has given invitations to all of you who have the slightest bit of ability, precisely because outsiders like you can't enter our chaotic divine realm through the Primal Chaos Formation. After all, our 9-colored Primal Chaos Formation is used to defend against external enemies. It's impossible to cancel it. But we've clearly opened the door for you, yet you insist on barging in from the side. Tell me, aren't you stupid? We've kindly offered you some convenience, yet you refuse to accept it. Don't try to fool me. What happened after we went in? Why can't we contact the people of the infinite worlds after entering?" Long Chen asked coldly. "There is only one reason why we can't contact each other. Our 9-colored chaos formation diagram is too powerful. Under its obstruction, it is normal that you can't contact each other." That might be true, because even Heavenly God Luya couldn't see the real situation in the Chaos Realm at this moment. That's good. Once we enter, the 9-colored Chaos Formation diagram is like a prison. We can enter, but we can't get out. The Primal Chaos Fire Dance sneered. She laughed and said, "According to what you said, even if you barge in, you will still end up in a prison." Stupid. To be honest, it would take a lot of effort to barge into the 9-colored chaos formation diagram. Perhaps there really was a slim chance of survival. Therefore, after some consideration, the Heavenly Tao Holy Emperor said, "Long Chen, you have the life and death realms. Even if the gate of the universe is restricted, the life and death realms will not be restricted. I suggest that we use the invitation to enter. After all, even if there is danger, you can escape quickly. Most importantly, we need to quickly obtain information about the Chaos God realm." The Heavenly Tao Divine Emperor was thinking from a rational point of view. After all, the 9-colored chaos formation was not easy to break through, and it might be useless. I don't think so. The Primal Chaos God race is too arrogant. They don't put us in their eyes at all. Although that thing is called an invitation, it's actually an insult to us. I feel that we should at least have some backbone. Using that invitation means that we are willing to be captured by the Primal Chaos God race. We are the rulers of the myriad worlds. How can we submit to others? This was the Patriarch of Chaos point of view. One of them was rational, the other impulsive. As for Ancient God Savage Desolation and Heavenly God Luya, Ancient God Savage Desolation supported the Heaven Tao Divine Emperor's suggestion, while Heavenly God Luya supported the Chaos Patriarch. Long Chen, you decide. In terms of personality, Long Chen was indeed similar to the Patriarch of Chaos and God Luya. Now, he stared at the purple chaotic sea below, then turned back to look at the arrogant Primal Chaos Fire Dance. He said in a low voice, "The four of you, I have decided to try. Not only to establish our prestige and not let the Primal Chaos God race look down on us, there is another reason. The four of you will know in a while. Also, Brother Luya, please help me a little." All right. Both choices had their own benefits. Moreover, the rulers also wanted to see what the other reason Long Chen had mentioned was. "No problem." God Luya said straightforwardly. Long Chen landed above the purple sea. His intention was quite obvious. Seeing that Long Chen did not know what was good for him and still wanted to break through the 9-colored chaos formation, the Primal Chaos Fire Dance was even more furious. Her anger burned to her throat. "You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already left her sight and rushed into the purple sea. He was nowhere to be seen. The Primal Chaos Fire Dance left with a sullen expression. Grandfather, he really went in. What should we do? A voice rang out in her heart, just as I expected. He asked for it. That primal chaos formation diagram still has your rules. He's courting death. I didn't expect the people of the myriad world to be so stupid. Grandfather, this person's fate is most likely to be a tragic death in the primal chaos formation diagram. Just watch, the voice said. Grandfather, he humiliated me. Even if he survives, you must punish him harshly. Only then will the hatred in my heart be appeased. The primal chaos fire dance thought of Long Chen and her anger burned even brighter. Xiao Wu, you are not young anymore. You can't deal with problems with the temper of a child. Grandfather, I know. He said the same thing every time. The primal chaos fire dance was tired of hearing it. If that's the case, this person is most likely the strongest hidden expert of the infinite worlds. He is even stronger than the four rulers. I think he has a half-origin destinable artifact that pierced through your silver moon. As expected. The primal chaos fire dance had expected this. However, she still smiled and said, Grandfather, the strongest experts in the myriad worlds are only at this level. Although the myriad worlds are vast, there isn't a single expert here. This place is destined to be your world, the world of our primal chaos god race. Speaking of this, the voice said, that depends on the gathering of gods and demons of the myriad worlds. Fight or surrender. Since we're here, we have to make some noise and change the situation. After all, we're outsiders. At the beginning, we have to do something extreme to scare these little guys. Grandfather is wise. Long Chen was now in the middle of a purple ocean. The environment here was very similar to the primordial chaos fire dance's rules. It was a destructive environment with countless waves. Long Chen, I have already seen the location of the formation core. However, there are too many of them. You have to destroy at least a dozen of them before you can reach the next blue area. However, this will probably take up a lot of time. It seems like we will not be able to reach the chaotic divine world within the time limit set by the chaotic god master. Heavenly God Luya's eyes were very useful in finding anything. Brother Luya, I am not looking for the formation eye. Long Chen's words exceeded the expectations of the four sovereigns. Time was of the essence right now, and they hadn't expected Long Chen to make such a strange decision. Moreover, it had to be said that this primal chaos formation was far too dangerous. The experts of the chaotic divine world had simply sealed thousands of laws here and allowed them to explode in this place. That was why it was so powerful. In such a place, the most effortless way for Long Chen to dodge was to instantly rush into the death rain. He could only come out of the death rain when the rules were gone. Just now, the chaos rules had turned into a huge purple lion and rushed towards Long Chen. Its power was no weaker than the primordial chaos. Moreover, he could not dodge the fate divine art this time. Long Chen had to hide in the death rain to avoid the disaster. Whoosh, Long Chen traveled in the purple ocean. Long Chen, what are you looking for? Just as God Luya finished asking, another person appeared in the God Kingdom. He was dressed in black and had black hair. His eyes were pure black. He was a clean and handsome young man. Time did not leave any traces on him. He looked the same as when Long Chen first met him. Let me introduce. This is my second brother. His name is Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen appeared in the death rain and introduced himself. Then he said, Brother Luya, help me find the position of the suns in the purple ocean. The sun rolling in the purple ocean was formed by the gathering of divine fire. It was a huge amount of divine fire. Now, Mo Xiaolang had devoured almost all the flames in the world. Only the sun was left. There were thousands of suns in the Chaos 9-color formation. They were all the essence of fire. Although they were not as good as the sun, they were still very useful to Mo Xiaolang. I don't know what you two young people want to do, but with your craziness, I will find it. After all, the purple ocean was too big. If he did not look for it himself, it would be hard to find it. I found the first one. It's over there. Long Chen rushed out and rushed in that direction at high speed. Perhaps the true experts of the primal chaos divine world are observing our movements at this moment. In that case, let's give them a surprise. If they could see through the chaos 9-color formation, they would naturally be able to see Long Chen's goal. But according to Long Chen's estimation, not many people could see in. Most of them were just watching the show. This way. If he wanted to devour more suns, he had to be faster. Go, go, go. About a quarter of an hour later, Long Chen finally saw a huge, boundless sun in front of him. It was as big as a world. It was completely purple and was bursting with intense purple flames. To others, it was the energy source of the chaos 9-color formation. To Mo Xiaolang, it was food. Xiaolang. Long Chen pulled Xiaolang out of the death world. When he saw the huge sun in front of him, Mo Xiaolang's eyes widened. He instantly transformed into a huge sun-devouring dire wolf and rushed up. Under the shocked gazes of the 4 rulers, it was as if a heavenly dog was eating the moon, and he was devouring the sun. He could bite a huge hole in it with one bite. Not long after, the whole sun was devoured by Mo Xiaolang. Now, his body was burning with majestic purple flames. Big brother, next. Sure. Long Chen threw him into the 3rd level of the time tunnel, giving him enough time to digest the flames. Then, under the instructions of God Luya, he went to the place where the next sun was. Just like that, one after another. Chapter 3147. Mo Xiaolang could digest for almost 10 days in the time tunnel. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang had been rushing between the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time and the Chaos Formation map. Each time he devoured a sun, he would have about 10 days to digest. It was nothing for his terrifying digestive ability. Roar. Under Long Chen's cover, a black sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly appeared from the void and rushed into a sun. It swallowed crazily and the huge sun sunk in its mouth. Mo Xiaolang's speed of devouring the sun was increasing. Another one settled. Long Chen could not help but laugh. If this continued, Mo Xiaolang would become a perfect realm ultimate god. He was from the sky-devouring clan and his cultivation realm improvement speed was unmatched by any genius. Therefore, his realm was far beyond Long Chen's. It might be very difficult for heavenly god Luya and the others to become perfect realm ultimate god, but it was not the case for Mo Xiaolang. His final destination was likely to be similar to the chaotic sky-devouring dragon or even one of the sky-devouring clan's rulers. Of course, as long as the sky-devouring clan could devour, there was basically no end. Just like the sky-devouring clan, they could even devour the entire world if they grew up. Long Chen discovered that as Mo Xiaolang devoured the purple sun, the color of the entire purple ocean began to decrease. The power of the chaos law was also decreasing. It seemed like the purple sun was the source of power in the huge formation map. When the chaos gods set up the formation map, they had never thought that someone could devour the sun, so, this is the other reason that Long Chen spoke of. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. At least we can show the chaos gods our strength. It was important to show the chaos gods their strength when they fought. What's going on? Chaotic Fire Dance was still taking a leisurely stroll. She had been punished by her grandfather to guard the door for doing something wrong. She was already annoyed enough and was even tortured by Long Chen. Just as he was about to vent his anger, he suddenly realized that the color of the purple ocean beneath his feet had dimmed a little. Just as he was about to vent his anger, Zhang Xian began to imagine how that fellow would flee from the 9-colored chaos formation. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This fading was still ongoing. Chaos Fire Dance had already realized that something was amiss. What is this fellow doing inside? How could the color of this place fade? However, she didn't think that Long Chen would let Mo Xiaolang devour the sun. It was impossible for the color of the nine-colored chaos formation to fade. Moreover, she didn't even know where Long Chen was right now. Should I tell grandfather? Grandfather is still in a critical period. It's not good to disturb him. I want to see what this Long Chen is up to. As long as he was a chaos god, he could naturally pass through the nine-colored chaos formation safely. The chaos formation wouldn't harm him and would only defend against external enemies. Chaotic Fire Dance plunged into the purple ocean and saw that the color of the surroundings had indeed faded. Even the power of the chaos rules seemed to have weakened. The reason for this wasn't that the formation's eye had been destroyed. If the formation's eye was destroyed, at most, a passage to the next level would appear. The only possibility was that the purple suns had been destroyed. That's not right. If they were destroyed, with the power of the purple suns, they would definitely erupt with infinite power. I can feel it from outside. Chaotic Fire Dance chased after the purple suns with a lot of confusion. She knew the locations of many purple suns, but now she found that most of them had disappeared. As she moved forward, the trend was still going on. Long Chen. After searching for a long time in the purple ocean, Chaotic Fire Dance finally saw Long Chen. He was floating in front of a huge purple sun. This purple sun was 3 times the size of the other purple suns. He actually came to the central purple sun. Primal Chaos Fire Dance knew that the central purple sun was the core of all power, and it was also the most important part of constructing a purple sun formation. Normally, it would change positions within the formation. Without a fixed position, let alone Long Chen, even someone at the level of a divine master, as long as he wasn't a member of the Primal Chaos God clan, would find it difficult to locate the central purple sun. Also, why isn't the central purple sun moving? Chaotic Fire Dance didn't care about anything and rushed in front of Long Chen. It had to be said that the entire purple ocean was basically useless against Long Chen. What are you doing? Chaotic Fire Dance said angrily. Don't you have eyes? Of course, I'm breaking this chaos formation. Long Chen said calmly. Chaotic Fire Dance came in at this time, but it was already too late. Who's inside? At this moment, a vortex appeared in the central purple sun. In the majestic flame vortex, the purple sun was rapidly twisting and shrinking as it was swallowed by the vortex. Devour. Chaotic Fire Dance let out a scream. She didn't expect it to be devoured. It was simply unimaginable. Impossible. At this time, she was naturally anxious. Before Long Chen intercepted her, she knew she couldn't solve this matter. She should have informed the God Masters long ago, but she missed the best time. Boom! The central purple sun was completely devoured by Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was brought back to the 3rd floor of the Tower of Time by Long Chen. Given enough time to digest, Long Chen estimated that he was about to reach the ultimate god realm after devouring more than 100 purple suns in the chaotic divine world. At least in terms of cultivation realm, it could be considered heaven-defying. There was only one last step left. It all depended on Mo Xiaolang's luck. Moreover, there were many suns in this 9-colored chaos formation and they were getting bigger and bigger. There were blue suns, cyan suns, green suns. In the deepest part, there were silver suns and golden suns. However, when Mo Xiaolang devoured the largest central purple sun, the entire purple ocean chaos formation suddenly began to collapse. It was like a house that had its most critical pillar pulled out. It suddenly collapsed. Rumble. All the chaos law lost its power and was rapidly being annihilated. Standing outside the chaotic divine world, it seemed like the entire chaotic world was collapsing. The purple dissipated in the burning as if a layer of skin had been peeled off, revealing blue skin. It was a blue ocean that was even more ferocious and majestic. What's going on? What happened? Why is the purple in the sky gone? Long Chen knew that there must be thousands of suns of different colors in the sky when looking up from the chaotic divine world. There must be 9 gorgeous colors in the sky. However, under the gaze of all the chaotic gods, the purple color was definitely dissipating. Impossible. The purple primal chaos formation has actually been destroyed. Furthermore, it has completely disappeared. In that instant, all the experts were alarmed. Even the ordinary people of the Chaos Gods race could see the huge change. Now, the chaotic gods were still excited about the arrival of the myriad worlds. It was all thanks to the hard work of the Lord God and all the experts. A long time ago, they saw that there was a huge world here. They knew that they were members of this world, but they were the strongest. As long as they descended here, they would rule this place and become the central world of the myriad worlds. Coincidentally, the place where the chaotic divine world descended was the central place of the myriad worlds. Facing all of this, chaotic fire dance's worldview was completely overturned. She saw with her own eyes what she was most proud of being destroyed in front of Long Chen. Amidst the destruction, Long Chen turned back and smiled at her. I remember that you once said that if I could defeat you, if I could pass through this chaos formation, you would take my surname, right? Although I haven't passed through it completely, I have already defeated you. So from now on, your name will be Long Huo Wu. That doesn't sound very nice. Go to hell. Chaotic Fire Dance was so angry that she was about to explode. She controlled the Star Moon Tear and Chaotic Green Tooth. Her face turned cold as she charged towards Long Chen. I can't be bothered to fight with you. Long Chen knew in his heart that breaking the first layer of the purple primal chaos formation had already played the role of intimidating the other party. However, if he continued, it would no longer be intimidating, it would be a provocation. Therefore, he believed that the Divine Master would really appear now and communicate with Long Chen. When he came out of the death world, he was already outside the chaotic divine world. From this position, one could see that the entire chaotic divine realm had changed from a purple planet to a blue planet. A blue ocean was surging and churning on it, creating huge waves. Amidst the waves, a blue sun could be vaguely seen in the water. Magnificent and majestic. It was Mo Xiaolang's favorite. Don't run. Chaotic Fire Dance charged up from below. The new rules were ready. Without saying a word, Long Chen took out the primordial dragon sword. Destiny Killer Art. With a slash, it broke through the chaotic fire dance, pierced through the silver moon, and hit her. At this moment, she was hit head-on. Her whole body froze, turning into a beautiful white jade statue. She still maintained the appearance of charging over. The anger in her eyes was vivid and lifelike. Her voluptuous figure was even more obvious when she stopped moving, especially the hot curves between her waist and buttocks. Don't move. I won't hurt you. All Long Chen did was imprison her. Just as he had expected, at this moment, the entire nine-colored chaos array began to tremble, emitting a deafening roar. Starting from the blue sea, a huge passageway suddenly appeared, revealing the cyan sea below. Then, another passageway appeared in the cyan sea. In just 10 breaths of time, the chaos formation seemed to have been penetrated, and it was huge. From where Long Chen was, he could see the chaotic divine world directly. The remaining 8 chaos formations opened up a passage for Long Chen. Is it opening the door to invite me in? Just as Long Chen expected. He believed that even the Lord God didn't expect Long Chen to be able to break the chaos formation. Chapter 3148. When Mo Xiaolang destroyed the first layer of the primal chaos formation diagram by devouring the purple sun, those powerful existences in the primal chaos divine world were probably all shocked. That was their proudest masterpiece. When they discovered that Long Chen could destroy the primal chaos formation diagram, they immediately chose to open the primal chaos formation diagram and let Long Chen in. This could be considered as a form of submission, at least in this small aspect. Indeed, Long Chen had given them a huge show of strength. Originally, they might have been toying with the myriad worlds in the palm of their hands. They did not expect that someone would come in such a way and really destroy the primal chaos formation diagram. Now that the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, it meant that Long Chen had blasted open the gate to the primal chaos divine world. Of course, Long Chen was clear that this was just a small issue of deterrence. It proved that they were not that easy to bully. The real confrontation was still inside. Now, it was just to make the primal chaos divine world look up to him a little. Since the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, Long Chen could not be bothered to make things difficult for primal chaos fire dance. He released the Destiny Killer art and let her return to normal. Seeing that the primal chaos formation diagram was opened, primal chaos fire dance opened her mouth slightly. She looked at Long Chen with anger and hatred. Of course, there was also a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. If you infuriate my grandfather, not only you, the entire world will be in deep trouble. Long Chen, I advise you to take it easy. Don't regret it when the time comes. I can almost imagine the look on your face when you're crying and begging for mercy. Thank you for your reminder. You can rest assured. However, are you sure you don't have any ulterior motives for being so concerned about me? Long Chen replied indifferently. This caused Primal Chaos Fire Dance's face to turn fiery red. She wished she could skin him alive. She realized that if she continued to speak like this, she would only get angrier. Hence, she could not be bothered to say anything else. Since the Primal Chaos formation diagram was opened, there would obviously be others appearing. In the time tunnel, Mo Xiaolang was in an isolated area. 10 days had passed since he devoured the largest central purple sun. Within these 10 days, the purple flames on his body gradually disappeared. Thank the heavens, Big Brother Xiaolang has finally digested it. Soi Yan patted her chest with a smile on her face. Look at you, little wife. Zhu Shi rolled his eyes. Bad Zhu Shi, how dare you laugh at me? Although they had been together for a long time, Soi Yan still blushed. At this time, Mo Xiaolang's aura changed again, sending Soi Yan and Zhu Shi flying. Soi Yan landed steadily on the ground, but Zhu Shi fell flat on his face. When Mo Xiaolang stood up in his human form, his body was filled with an endless flame. What he needed now was the original incipient grade boundless divine technique. Otherwise, his aura would be more intimidating. Especially after controlling the 5 ancestral fires, even if his principles were not as good as others, the ancestral fires could make up for it. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang found that the sky-swallowing clan's bloodline was vaguely awakening recently. Somehow, many principles had begun to appear in his memory. Big Brother, after devouring these purple suns, I've reached the complete realm of Ultimate God. It had not been long since Mo Xiaolang reached the Ultimate God realm. Of course, it had been a long time in the time tunnel. With the help of the primordial Kulpa flame and many purple suns, he had successfully reached the same realm as the 4 great rulers. Although he was not as mature as the 4 great rulers, he was still outstanding in some aspects. Currently, in his body, 5 ancestral fires were like emperors and there were many divine fires. However, from the outside, he still looked like a handsome young man who looked gentle and had no attacking power. This was the special characteristic of the sky-swallowing clan. That's great. Long Chen guessed that it was about time. However, to be able to reach the complete realm of Ultimate God at this time would greatly increase the fighting power of the myriad worlds. Long Chen was very happy. Big Brother, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have the chance to reach this step. The original incipient grade creation divine weapon, the Dark Ghost Incantation, was also given to him by Long Chen. Since we've already come this far, let's not treat each other like outsiders. Take a good rest. We might need you to take action against the Chaos Gods. Time was not synchronized. Fortunately, Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen were connected by faith. That was why they could communicate so quickly. Next, I need you to try your best to reach the level of the 4 great rulers in terms of fighting power. You still need the boundless divine technique and the creation divine weapon. As for principles, I can't help you. I can take care of that myself. The sky-swallowing clan's fastest improvement was in their realms. Everything else was slow. Long Chen's improvement was always in other areas. His realms were the slowest. If he had Xiao Lang's improvement speed, he would be even more monstrous. To Long Chen, it only took him a split second to finish communicating with the wolf cub. At this time, he had just talked back to Chaos Fire Dance. At this time, in the Chaos God realm below, an aura that made even Long Chen feel fear descended. It was as if the entire myriad worlds were dead silent. That existence was still in the deepest part of the Chaos God realm. His will had only arrived here to communicate with Long Chen. Majestic, ancient, and vast. It came from the primordial chaos. I thought another Chaos God Master would appear. I didn't expect the Chaos God Master to come personally. Long Chen could only maintain his will to not be crushed by this terrifying will. He was already a peerless expert, but this feeling of being suppressed by a stronger existence was even more uncomfortable. It is indeed terrifying. Even the proud Chaos Demon Ancestor couldn't help but say this. He definitely wasn't praising the Chaos God Master. He was in awe from the bottom of his heart. I feel like we are just children in front of this guy. Heavenly God Luya squinted his eyes, feeling uneasy. Long Chen is really not bad. He can withstand it. We might not be able to. Ancient God's savage wilderness was the first to come into contact with Long Chen. Seeing his huge improvement, he saw great hope. But now, the Chaos God race and the primeval troll were indeed facing a great calamity. At this time, the Chaos God Master's voice finally came from the depths of the Chaos God realm. The moment he spoke, the entire Chaos God realm was silent. All existences were devoutly silent and prostrating themselves. Friends from the myriad worlds, the Chaos God realm welcomes you. It was the same voice as that of the invitation. He is talking about you, not just you. In the death world, the heavenly law sacred emperor spoke after a moment of silence. That's right. He knows of our existence. Maybe he will know through the invitation when we are preparing to come over. After all, his invitation can't find us in the death world. As such, they didn't need to hide anymore. At this time, Long Chen opened the death world and the four rulers came out. The four terrifying existences that once stood at the peak of the myriad worlds were now guarding Long Chen. Long Chen was their leader and they supported Long Chen. No wonder you are so arrogant. So you have helpers. However, a frog at the bottom of a well will always be a frog at the bottom of a well. Why don't you take a look at where you are? So these are the so-called four rulers? They look different, but they are just as so-so. The myriad worlds are so big, but there isn't a single person like my grandfather. How laughable. Off to the side, Chaotic Fire Dance taunted her with a few words. However, Long Chen and the others couldn't be bothered with this woman. It's our first time here. I would like to apologize to the Divine Lord. Also, I would like to apologize to the Divine Lord for the Chaos Formation map. I hope the Divine Lord won't mind. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. His words were clear. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against the Divine Lord's will. His voice was enough to shake the entire chaotic divine world. Even when talking about the Chaos Formation map, the Divine Lord's voice was indifferent. Regarding the Chaos Formation map, we are not good guests. You have the ability to destroy it. I have nothing to say. However, I would like to invite you to my chaotic divine world as guests. You can just crush the invitation. There is no need to force your way in. To be honest, if I really wanted to do something to the invitation, I wouldn't do it so obviously. Next to him, the Primal Chaos Fire Dance sect sneered and said, "That's right, a bunch of idiots. With my grandfather's status, how could he use dirty tricks to deal with you? It's all because you're too cunning. You don't dare to come here openly. Do you really need to put in so much effort? My grandfather knew that you were incompetent and couldn't travel through the starry sky. So, he specially allowed you to enter my chaotic divine world and my fire dance continent. You're as timid as mice. Now, it was clear that the reason why some divine emperors couldn't be contacted after entering the chaotic divine world was because of the chaos formation map. The divine lord of the chaotic divine world was powerful. Since it was an invitation, he must have come openly. Long Chen and the four sovereigns looked at each other. After understanding their thoughts, Long Chen said to the divine lord of the chaotic divine world, "It was all a misunderstanding. Now, we have some understanding of the situation. My name is Long Chen. These four are the four sovereigns of the myriad worlds. They control the north, south, east, and west star areas respectively. The five of us are at the peak of the myriad worlds. Now that the chaotic divine world has come to the myriad worlds. No, it should be said that it has returned to the myriad worlds and should become a part of the myriad worlds. Therefore, he invited us here to discuss the future. We feel that the five of us can represent the myriad worlds and settle the matter with the Divine Lord. Therefore, I ask the Divine Lord if the other divine emperors and divine emperors of the myriad worlds don't have to come here. It's useless for them to come here. This was also the main purpose of their visit. If the other divine emperors and divine emperors came here, the casualties would be uncontrollable. If the chaotic divine world was really cruel and unreasonable, it would be troublesome if there were too many of them. Moreover, the most worrying thing was that all the gods and demons of the myriad worlds were controlled by the chaotic divine world. If they were imprisoned, the divine lord of the chaotic divine world could easily control the entire myriad worlds. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. At this point, the divine lord of the chaotic divine world sighed slightly. Then, he slowly said, "Long Chen, you misunderstood me. There must be a reason why I asked all of you to come here. There are some things that require everyone to be present. Moreover, I have already sent out the invitation. In the invitation, it stated that if you don't show up, your world will be destroyed and everyone will die. As the divine lord of the chaotic divine world, I never fail to do what I say. Therefore, what you said is impossible." The divine lord of the chaotic divine world seemed to be quite amiable just now. No one expected him to be so domineering at this moment. He didn't give Long Chen any chance to turn back. What if I don't ask them to come? Long Chen understood that the so-called gathering of gods and demons of the myriad worlds was forced by the divine lord of the myriad worlds. There was no way they could turn back. If they didn't come, the divine lord of the chaotic divine world wouldn't be so amiable. As the divine lord of the chaotic divine world, it was impossible for him to be so amiable. Hearing Long Chen's answer, even the primordial chaos fire dance laughed. "I'm a man of my word. If anyone doesn't show up, I will destroy their world and kill them. My invitation isn't that easy to accept. If they don't show up after 5 days, which is almost a month, the invitation will send them to the land of death. The so-called destruction of their world and the death of their people is just a matter of a single thought." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.